Comments about that near civil war led by a mercenary fighter who's now no longer in the country. We think that is one of many questions tonight about what happens next to Putin and what this means for Ukraine. We're live with team coverage from Moscow and from Kyiv. We're also live in Houston with record-breaking heat for the third week in a row. These sirens now going off with the electric grid getting pushed to the brink and ominous storms on the way, adding another layer of danger. Plus, breaking in just the last hour, prosecutors in Idaho will seek the death penalty against the man accused of killing 4 college students. We just got our hand on the court documents. We're going to break them down in just a minute. We're also hearing tonight from the family of an Uber driver killed by one of his passengers. Why? She says he was kidnapping her. The pressure Uber now faces tonight. And a new battle at the border between 2 Florida men as our new poll shows former President Trump growing his primary lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. What our team traveling with DeSantis is hearing directly from him in their one-on-one tonight. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and in just the last couple of hours, we are hearing from an angry Vladimir Putin. He's mad. For the first time now, talking about the first very real and very serious challenge to his power in more than 2 decades. His message, that he is still very much in charge.
Any kind of blackmail is doomed to failure. This is criminal activity, which is aimed at weakening the country.
As far as ultimatums or threats, nothing super concrete from Putin, but he is pushing fighters from that mercenary rebel group, the Wagner Group, to either join the Russian military officially or to go home. But he never mentioned by name the man at the center of this attempted rebellion, a guy named Yevgeny Prigozhin, which brings us to the first of 4 huge questions tonight for what comes next. What happens to Prigozhin? We heard from him today, too, for the first time since this moment on Saturday when he was surrounded by fans, basically, taking selfies. As he was leaving the Russian city, his rebel fighters took over for just about a day. Listen.
We were going to demonstrate our protest and not the toppling of the power regime in the country.
So his point here, they wanted to protest against the way that Putin's military leaders are running the war in Ukraine, not to topple Putin himself. Here's the thing. We can't say for sure when or where Prigozhin recorded that Telegram audio clip. The chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, says Prigozhin's believed to be in Belarus after cutting a deal. Maybe in a hotel room with no windows, by the way. But that's not what our Andrea Mitchell is hearing from the State Department.
Do you have any indication that that's of that as well?
I don't have any assessment on his location.
So that brings us to our next big question. What does the U.S. do next? How does the West respond? You've got President Biden maybe about to announce a whole new aid package to Ukraine soon, and he's preempting Putin's attempts today to try to blame the West in a call with allies.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
The president basically they're saying, hey, we had nothing to do with it. This is between the Kremlin and Wagner. So how does this near civil war affect Russia's invasion of Ukraine? That is a huge question. Keep in mind, Prigozhin's fighters, they were out there on the battlefield in Ukraine. They had a huge presence in the southern part of the country. So what are those fighters going to do? Will they just join up with the Russian military, as Putin seems to want, or not? And then there's maybe the biggest question of all. What happens to Vladimir Putin himself? Is his leadership weakened? And by how much? We're going to get to Raf Sanchez live for us in Kyiv in just a second, but I want to start on the ground with Keir Simmons reporting live for us in Moscow. And Keir, you have here the perspective from the Russian side, right, from the Kremlin, as we are hearing from Vladimir Putin in a very sort of muscular speech, trying to show that he is still in charge.
That's right, Hallie, and President Putin meeting with his security services tonight, including the head of the FSB, the once called, of course, the KGB, including Defense Minister Shoigu, who Yevgeny Prigozhin was trying to usurp during the weekend. So a high-level meeting for President Putin after quite some speech, 5 minutes long, and a national address here in Russia, but really directed at one person, as you mentioned, a person that he did not mention by name, Prigozhin, the leader of that militia who led that rebellion that rocked Russia over the weekend. And President Putin clearly trying to divide Yevgeny Prigozhin and the leaders of that militia, the Wagner Group, from the soldiers themselves, saying to those soldiers, I understand that you fought in Ukraine, praising their loyalty to the country, and saying that you still, he says to those soldiers, can join the Russian army as I've promised, or you can go back to your families, or you can go to Belarus. But at the same time, clearly furious, talking about how those soldiers were lied to and that they were pushed to their death under fire to shoot at their own. And that message from President Putin coming just a few hours after Prigozhin brought out an audio message more than 10 minutes long, where he seemed to double down, saying that he wasn't prepared to disband his Wagner group, that he wasn't trying to topple President Putin, and even suggesting that his kind of march to the capital here in Moscow, before they dramatically turned around, that showed that there were security issues in Russia that needed to be addressed. So a dramatic few hours after a dramatic weekend.
Is there any indication, Keir, and the answer may be not yet, but is there any indication that Putin could or may change course given the concerns that Prigozhin has been raising now for months against the way Putin's top generals have led this invasion of Ukraine?
That's not the message that we are getting tonight from President Putin, is it, in that speech? And I would just point one thing out, which I think is worth just keeping in mind. Evgeny Prigozhin is somebody who thinks that they should double down on the so-called special military operation in Ukraine. You know, he's somebody he's not saying we should retreat. He's saying we should just execute this more strongly, better. So that gives you a picture of where President Putin stands right now. As I've been saying all day, we do not know where this goes from here, Hallie. Yeah. You know, I got to say, it has been quite a weekend, quite a day. Yeah, I'm exhausted tonight, but I don't think I'm going to get any rest in the days ahead.
Well, and I'm sure that it is. It's hard, right? You get these questions, and the answer is just we don't know, because you're not in Vladimir Putin's head. Nobody is in Vladimir Putin's head except for Putin himself. But I do wonder what it's like where you are in Moscow, right? I mean, you've made your way back into the country now. You've reported from this country for many years. Are people talking about it? I assume, you know, Yevgeny Prigozhin is sure not shown on state media the way that he's talked about in other parts of the world.
No, he isn't, and we have had a chance to go out and speak to Russians. Of course, you know, I speak to folks all the time while I'm here. That's part of the point of being here. And yes, it is being talked about, without question. And I think many people are just kind of scratching their heads and trying to figure out what it all means. I think, you know, many will say to you, when you ask them, you know, I'd like this to be over, but what do they mean by that? Do they mean they want to see a victory? Do they, you know, what exactly does that mean? People are inevitably here in Russia cautious about what they say. I will say that, you know, the only independent polling that we have here, and I accept that, you know, many Russians are unlikely to necessarily be completely honest, even with a pollster who says it's confidential. But that polling does suggest an increase in support for President Putin since what's happened in Ukraine. And I think, you know, that's one of the reasons why you've seen Yevgeny Prigozhin not say he's trying to usurp President Putin, saying he supports President Putin, and that's the point. He recognizes, I think that's an indication that he believes that Russia is still supportive of the president, no matter what's happened in the past months.
Keir Simmons, live for us there in Moscow. We're so glad to have you on the ground there, Keir. Thank you for your smart and important reporting. I want to get to Raf Sanchez live in Kyiv. And Raf, we're glad to have you there because a very different perspective, right, from where you're standing versus where Keir was standing here. Is there any indication for the Ukrainians that Prigozhin's fighters are starting to, I don't know, perhaps move to Belarus, are starting to, on the other side of things, join the Russian military, as Putin seems to want? Do we know yet what's happening there?
So a lot of these Wagner fighters had already left the area around Bakhmut, Hallie, which was where they made such a difference in that absolutely scorched earth, urban combat, bloody battle. Prigozhin prepared to just throw wave after wave of his convict soldiers against Ukrainian positions, and it worked. It worked at an enormous cost, but they did eventually take the city. So those mercenaries largely gone, but you can bet your bottom dollar, Hallie, that Ukrainian officials are looking at this from every angle, trying to figure out how can they exploit the infighting on the Russian side? How can they take advantage of the divisions there? And how can they use it as part of their counteroffensive, which, as we've been talking about, has been struggling so far. We did see President Zelensky out today. He was meeting soldiers in the east, taking part in the counteroffensive. And Hallie, the visual contrast between the leader of Ukraine and the leader of Russia today could not be starker. Zelensky, you can see on your screen there with the troops in his T-shirt, unshaven, taking selfies. He wished one soldier happy birthday. President Putin behind the walls of the Kremlin, remote, far away, questions about his whereabouts and what he's been up to. So in this war of optics, this has been a good day for the Ukrainians. Hallie?
There has also been conversation between, we know, President Biden and President Zelensky here. The alliance that Ukraine has with the West is critical always, but especially at this moment.
Totally. And it was very notable on Sunday, Hallie, that President Biden spoke to President Zelensky, but the contacts between Kyiv and Washington went all the way up and down the government. So Lloyd Austin, the U.S. Defense Secretary, spoke to his counterpart here. General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke to his counterpart here. This is a relationship that goes beyond the presidential level. Zelensky thanked Biden for providing the Patriot air defense missiles, which protect the skies of Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities from Russian missiles, from Russian drones. They talked about the situation inside Russia. It has been notable, Hallie, when we saw President Biden speaking at the White House earlier today, he was restrained. Vladimir Putin, whether he likes it or not, is his peer in the sense that Putin is also the leader of a nuclear-armed nation. It is not a good look for the President of the United States to be gloating about instability inside of a nuclear-armed state. President Zelensky doesn't have those constraints. As you know, Hallie, he's from the east of the country. Russian is his native language. He has been gloating loudly and in Russian about what's going on inside Russia. Hallie?
Raf Sanchez live for us there in Kyiv. Raf, good to have you as always. Thanks. Back here at home, we're watching extreme heat and some super strong storms across the country tonight. With the start to the summer that's been damaging and dangerous for millions of people. Look at what's happening along the East Coast. 65-mile-an-hour wind in some spots. Tons of downpours, some big hail. Look at it. You can see it coming down in the Northeast. Yeah, this is the kind of hail. Even when it's kind of smaller like that, it can still really mess up your car, mess up maybe your patio a little bit. In the South, especially Texas and Louisiana, that record-breaking heat is simply not letting up. You're seeing some numbers for what it feels like when you go outside in these spots. 109 in New Orleans, 111 in Dallas, 115 in Corpus Christi. And we're now learning the National Weather Service is confirming 3 tornadoes did touch down in Indiana Sunday, including the one you're seeing here. Look at this extraordinary video. It is a tornado that turned deadly, killing one person in the town of Greenwood after their home was destroyed while they were inside. You can see it, that debris cloud around the funnel cloud. There's the rest of the damage. Roofs ripped off, windows blown out, a whole town basically leveled. I'm joined by NBC's Priscilla Thompson and meteorologist Bill Cairns, but we want to start with Priscilla on the ground in Houston. It is record-breaking yet again. People there baking under this heat dome, and they can't catch a break.
Yeah, Hallie, it is about 100 degrees right now. It is hot. This is a historic heat wave. We're expecting more than 80 heat records could be broken this week across the Southwest and the South. So it's incredibly hot. But I've got to tell you, as a native Texan and talking to other folks who are from Texas or have lived here for a very long time, most folks are taking this heat in stride. They're used to it. They expect it, although they have said it is a little hotter this summer than normal. But the one thing that people are a bit concerned about is the power grid. We know that during that winter freeze, things did not go well with the power grid. It did not hold up well. They are expecting record demand again this week. And so I asked people how they're feeling about that. And I want to play a little bit of some of those conversations.
I'm a little bit scared that we would not be able to use our air conditioner. I think for the same reason we're taking precautions, not using like our electrical appliances as much during the day.
There's kids, there's families, they need to spend time together. So I think it would be nice if it doesn't go down.
Now, the Texas Power Grid operator has issued a weather watch, but conditions for now are normal. They say that they do believe there's going to be enough power in the reserves to meet the demand this week. But obviously, you see folks here not taking any chances, not spending all day in the AC, trying to get out, get the kids out in the heat, while obviously, of course, wanting to be safe. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson live for us there in Houston with folks still at that splash pad behind you. Priscilla, thank you. Let me bring in Bill Cairns now. So it's extreme heat, it's bad storms, and right now the concern is the storms, right?
Yeah, I think for the next couple hours, and then we'll return to our concerns about the heat, because the storms will go away, but that story with the heat will not. So we have severe thunderstorm watches that go from upstate New York all the way down now to areas of South Carolina, right around Charlotte, where it meets there, heading down into upstate South Carolina. Washington, D.C. is in this watch, too. So far all day long, the worst storms have been along the Pennsylvania-New Jersey border. Now we got reports of flash flooding in this region, too. The storms haven't really been all that intense, at least yet, coming out of the Appalachians and heading through Virginia, North Carolina. Washington, D.C., you're looking pretty fine right now. No issues. I'm not saying it's not going to rain, but as of now, you're looking great. These big storms to the south here will cross over Interstate 95 between Fredericksburg and Richmond. Looks like that should be about an hour from now. As far as the heat goes, this heat dome, when the jet stream buckles to the north, this air just kind of sits here. It doesn't move. It doesn't get replaced. It just one day after the other. That's why they call it like a heat dome. It's kind of protected from everything else. And underneath it, we expect more record highs. I got two heat facts for you. One, Del Rio, 7th day in a row today, they broke their record high. And it goes back about 100 years, so that's pretty unprecedented. And how about San Angelo? The 3 hottest days they've ever recorded have all been in the last 2 weeks. And their records go back about 90 years. So that's pretty impressive. And right now it's 111 in San Angelo. Del Rio's 110. Now it's not humid, so the heat index isn't that high, but it's just bone dry, and it's like Phoenix for the most part. Corpus Christi in Houston, that's the more humid air. That's why the temperatures are only in the upper 90s, but when you factor in the heat index, it feels even worse, and it's not going to get better. Tulsa, 101 Wednesday, Thursday. Dallas, 107 on Wednesday. And look at Houston, easily into the low 100s. And then our friends in Del Rio, maybe by Thursday, you won't break our record high. We may have to wait another couple of days.
Bill Cairns, they are getting smoked there. Bill, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sending them some cold weather vibes for sure. So listen, we've got some breaking news to send to us here at NBC News in just the last hour. Prosecutors for the state of Idaho are seeking the death penalty against the suspect in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Remember, this happened in an off-campus house last November. This is according to a brand new court filing that is just out. He's accused of stabbing to death Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. You see them here. Investigators say that they matched DNA found on a knife sheath at the crime scene to this suspect, who's pleaded not guilty to the charges. Nyala Charles is joining us now. So what else does this court filing tell us, Nyala, and the significance here of the prosecutors obviously looking to seek the death penalty?
Yeah, and seeking the death penalty here, Hallie, prosecutors are listing 5 aggravating circumstances that they say appear to be present here. That includes what they say is the fact that this murder is especially heinous and that there appears to be an utter disregard for human life. So just to give context here on how often this happens in Idaho, there are 8 people on Idaho's death row right now, and the state has only executed 29 people since 1864. Hallie?
Nyala, we also know that Brian Kohberger's, the suspect's own attorney, submitted their own court filing not too long ago where they say there's no connection between the suspect and the victim, right? That's part of the case that they seem to be making here. Tell us more.
That seems to be the most important defense that they're claiming that they have so far here, Hallie. What Kohberger's defense is saying here is that there's no connection to these victims because he says that no victim's DNA was found in Kohberger's car, apartment, or office. And they've also been challenging the DNA evidence that's been presented by prosecutors, in which prosecutors say that Kohberger's DNA is a statistic match to DNA that was found on the knife sheath next to 2 of the victims here. Hallie?
Nyala Charles live for us on that with a hearing, of course, set for tomorrow. Nyala, thank you very much. It's a story we'll be watching. Let's take it down south where it is Florida man versus Florida man tonight when it comes to immigration, with former President Donald Trump going after his closest Republican rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, about his immigration plan. Mr. Trump basically calling DeSantis a copycat, saying he's just rehashing Trump administration policies. DeSantis' new immigration plan includes an endorsement of deadly force against migrants suspected of trafficking drugs, among other things. DeSantis is in Texas. He is touring the border here. Our Gabe Gutierrez is with him, as all of it comes with some brand new NBC News polling shows DeSantis losing even more ground to the former president, now down 29 points. Caveat, as always, it is still early days in this campaign. At the same time, look at this. Mr. Trump is closing in on President Biden in the polls, down just 4%. Look at that in context, right? That's the right side, where they are now. The left side is where they were right before the 2020 election. You can see that the numbers now are closer than where they were in the run-up to last November. The aforementioned Gabe Gutierrez is in Eagle Pass with Governor DeSantis. There are some controversial pieces to the governor's immigration plan that echo some of what we've heard before from Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And look, the governor's team tells me that they're going to start going after what they see as the failures of the Biden administration, whereas in the past several weeks, they say they've been going more and touting the governor's record in Florida. But this marks a new phase of this campaign, according to DeSantis' world. But it's also allowing him to take a more aggressive stance against former President Trump on an issue that was really a signature issue for former President Trump, really since his rise to prominence in politics, immigration. And yes, as you said, Hallie, the governor rolling out this aggressive policy platform, the first of his presidential run so far. But you mentioned those poll numbers, and that is really sticking with him, down nearly 30 points nationally, Hallie. And yes, the governor making the argument that it's all about specific states, but he's having to talk to his donors and his supporters and kind of tell them that, look, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Take a listen to what he told me when I pressed him on those poll numbers.
He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him. But I think the most important thing for Republican primary voters is, okay, you got to win. If you don't win, it doesn't matter. And then once you win, you know, who has the record of delivering? And I think we did that in Florida as good as anybody.
So, Hallie, the critics of the DeSantis campaign said, look, he was supposed to get a bump after he announced that was the narrative. It didn't happen. In fact, he's dropped 9 points. But again, the governor today telling me they're really focused on these specific early voting states, although we're also getting reports that he's not doing so well in New Hampshire. That's where he's going tomorrow. You know, we'll have to see how this plays out in the coming weeks. But again, he's taking on former President Trump on immigration as we move forward, Hallie.
Yeah, folks close to him don't seem to see, I think, New Hampshire as part of the big picture sort of campaign strategy, because compared to a place like Iowa, for example. Gabe Gutierrez, let me just, before I let you go, we're looking ahead here on this show, and we'll have more on this later in the week, to this new law that's going to go into effect July 1st. E-Verify basically would require employers in the state of Florida to verify the citizenship status of their workers. There are some critics who say this is going to be hugely problematic to the workforce of migrants in Florida. It's going to hurt the state's economy, they say. You've got truckers reportedly threatening a boycott on July 1st. It sounds like DeSantis' team to you is kind of downplaying the backlash here. What's your sense?
Yeah, that's right. Governor DeSantis doesn't buy it, at least in conversations he's had with me. I've asked him before about it in previous press conferences, and he is still touting his economic record in Florida. He says that unemployment is so low and that he's brought so many people, so many jobs to Florida. So he says he's not worried about it. I asked him about some of those concerns today and also what he would tell undocumented immigrants who we have spoken to in Florida. Take a listen to what he told me.
Once Biden became president, he basically said, come, and so they're coming. We just want to be very clear. In Florida, you know, we want a legal workforce, and we don't want to be a sanctuary. We're not a sanctuary jurisdiction, but we just want people to understand, you know, do it the right way.
So again, Hallie, the governor touring the border here in Eagle Pass, Texas. We have spoken with local officials here. There has been a bit of a drop in the number of unauthorized border crossings since the end of Title 42, although one official did tell us there's been a slight uptick in the last few days. But certainly, as you know, Hallie, immigration always a hot topic in the GOP primary.
Oh, that is for sure. Gabe Gutierrez on the campaign trail. Gabe, thank you very much down in Texas for us tonight. Here in Washington, the Supreme Court is clearing the way for Louisiana to redraw its congressional map. And listen, that's a big deal. That's a big deal because it makes it easier for Louisiana to now get a second mostly black congressional district right before the 2024 election. And that could affect that very close majority that Republicans have in the House of Representatives in Congress. So here's the deal. Here's how this happened. After the 2020 census, a bunch of states had their congressional maps redrawn, including Louisiana. But the lawmakers there, mostly Republicans, drew up new boundaries and put white majorities in almost all 6 of the state's districts, even though black people are a third of the state's population. Now, that is set to change, given this Supreme Court ruling, with Louisiana's Democratic governor saying today this is about simple math, basic fairness, and the rule of law. I am confident we will have a fair map in the near future. Ryan Nobles joins us now. This is why it matters, Ryan, because of the building that you are standing in, right? There is a razor-thin majority in the House of Representatives. New York lost a seat in Congress after the 2020 census. Like, these margins make a difference here. That is the impact of what's happening in Louisiana.
Oh, that's exactly right, Hallie. Every seat matters, and when you start to carve these districts in a way that you could essentially see different representation, it's going to make a big difference overall in the number of Republicans versus the number of Democrats. And what's interesting is that Democrats really felt during this last redistricting process that they really lost ground. They lost ground in the South. They lost ground in places like Florida, places like New York. But it's really been this conservative Supreme Court that has taken a step in the opposite direction, saying that there does need to be these districts where clearly African Americans are going to have another voice. We saw it play out in Alabama, now happening again in Louisiana. The question, though, is will they be able to get these districts redrawn in time for the 2024 election? That's going to take a lot of work. It could mean more court battles in the future, but Democrats here in Capitol Hill are calling for that process to happen as soon as possible.
What about lawmakers from Louisiana? What are they saying?
Well, lawmakers from Louisiana, you saw the governor, he specifically said it's time for them to begin the process of redrawing the maps. But Democrats writ large are already calling for this process to move forward. Joe Morelli, who's the chair of the administrations committee, he's actually from New York, but he is someone who's responsible for the administration of elections. He says that House Democrats are committed to passing the Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which together would restore the Voting Rights Act and establish a national standard that we ensure safe, accessible, and transparent elections for all voters, regardless of where they live. So Democrats would like to take it a step further beyond just these court cases and establish part of this and codify it into law to make sure these majority-minority districts are protected. To that end, Hallie, Democrats are going to hold a field hearing in Alabama, one of the states where the Supreme Court has recently ruled on this issue, this week to specifically talk about it and talk about how this impacts voters in places in the Deep South.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much for that. Coming up here on the show, some new reaction tonight from the parents of two Parkland students as the jury is just beginning deliberations in the last couple hours in the case against the former Florida sheriff's deputy accused of failing to act. You're going to hear from those parents next. Plus, Publishers Clearinghouse is being ordered to refund people millions of dollars, while the FTC says they were being deceptive.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
You are about to see a Florida courtroom, and this former sheriff's deputy on trial in an unprecedented case with a jury just now wrapping up for the day without a verdict so far. His prosecutors in just the last few hours are accusing this man, Scott Peterson, of failing to do his job to protect students and teachers at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland.
His job was voluntary. He wasn't forced to be there. He understood the risks. He was extensively trained for them. And what was expected was for Scott Peterson to value the lives of those children as much as he clearly valued his own.
The state says the security video shows Peterson staying outside during the 6-minute mass murder in February 2018. He faces 11 charges, including felony child neglect and culpable negligence. If convicted, he could serve life in prison. All of it connected to the 10 people killed or hurt on the 3rd floor of that school. It's a case that could set a new precedent. That's why there's so much attention on it. Part of the reason, at least. This is the first time ever that an American law enforcement officer is on trial for charges connected to a school shooting. Peterson did not testify. He's pleading not guilty, but Jack Brewster is following this story for us. We are hearing now, as the jury has begun to deliberate in the last hour now, from parents of a couple of the victims of this Parkland shooting, talking about what this case would mean.
That's right, Hallie. And for them, it's about accountability. They know that, and they can point at many different entities that they blame for the death of their loved one. They point at the FBI. They point at the county sheriffs. They point at the school district. But they're seeing this case as an opportunity to hold the officer, the first officer to arrive on the scene, accountable for not just his actions, but for his inactions. Listen to a little bit of what we heard from one of the families of those of a student who was killed in that Parkland shooting.
There's a possibility that is a precedent-setting moment, but the issue is really that we need people to act. We need those in charge of taking care of our children to do the right thing. In this case, clearly, that did not happen.
And you hear him use that phrase, precedent-setting moment right now, and that's because legal observers are watching this closely. You hinted at it earlier. They're watching this because this is about the inaction, according to prosecutors, of Scott Peterson there. They say that he did not act in a way that training suggested. He did not run toward the gunfire. That's a little bit different than what we usually see in cases involving police officers on trial. So this is a case that's not just being watched by those families extremely closely, but many legal observers are watching because they're saying this could change policing.
We talk about the case. We talk about what the prosecutors have laid out here, the idea that they say Scott Peterson just did not act. I want to lay out a little bit of how Peterson's team is trying to defend him. Let me play it.
He knew where the shooter or shooters were located. That's not what the evidence showed. Saying it's so don't make it so.
The argument seems to be, Shaq, that things were chaotic, things were confusing, and then that's what happened here.
Yeah, and those were the exact words that you continuously heard from his defense attorneys, that the chaos and confusion of the moment led him to stand outside of that building. They say and insist that he didn't know where those shots were coming from. He said, you heard, and he didn't take the stand, but you heard from his attorneys that he wasn't receiving the accurate radio transmissions. He didn't get the updates, the intelligence from those 911 calls from his radio as he was there. So their point is that because of the chaos around it, Peterson did not know what building to enter, and that's why he didn't go and follow and chase down that shooter. Again, prosecutors pushed back relentlessly in this trial, and now it's in the hands of the jury that you mentioned went home for the night, but will be back at 9 a.m. Eastern time to continue deliberating, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster, thank you very much for that reporting. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, The so-called Club Q shooter, accused of killing 5 people at a gay nightclub in Colorado last year, has now been sentenced to centuries in prison today. He pleaded guilty to dozens of murder and attempted murder charges, all part of a deal with prosecutors to make sure he will not have the possibility of parole. Number 2, you know Publishers Clearinghouse? You know, they show up to people's doors like big old checks. They run sweepstakes. Well, they've agreed to settle a lawsuit with the FTC for more than $18 million, money that'll be used to refund customers. The FTC says Publishers Clearinghouse used so-called dark patterns and some other deceptive business tactics like hidden fees or tricking customers into buying things. Number 3, Dr. Anthony Fauci just announced his next step, joining the faculty at Georgetown here in Washington. He's going to be a professor at the School of Medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases and the School of Public Policy. Dr. Fauci spent decades working in the government, became a household name, of course, and a bit of a lightning rod during the pandemic. Number 4, hey, if you rent, some decent news. Looks like rent prices are finally starting to go down. Some new numbers in from Realtor.com found that the national median rent price is down about 0.5% from May of last year. First time that rent year over year has gone down since those sweet COVID deals a few years back. Number 5, some volunteers have gone into a Mars simulation habitat in Houston. Those 4 volunteers right there, they are walking in that door and they are not coming out for 1 year as part of a NASA experiment to test how do people actually deal with the isolation of a mission to Mars. They're going to put these people through a lot. They're going to limit their resources. They're going to make equipment fail on purpose, etc. We'll see how they do. So listen, in just the last hour, we're getting some new reaction into our newsroom from Shein and an influencer that they've partnered with after she and some other social media stars got some backlash for going on a brand trip with the company. With Shein, as you probably know, under fire for a while now over alleged human rights abuses. A lot of people like the brand because it's fast fashion clothes, fashionable stuff at very low prices. And you had some of those social media stars after this trip to Shein's facilities in Guangzhou, China, posting glowing reviews. Listen to how influencer Dana Carbonari talked about the trip.
China trip has been one of the most life-changing trips of my life. Shein is just such a developed and complex company, and it was so beautiful to see firsthand.
The post is not on Carbonari's Instagram page anymore, but there are a lot of comments on some other posts saying she was tone deaf, saying she made a mistake and should take accountability. A different influencer, Fernanda Campuzano, who went on the trip, is telling NBC News that this trip to Shein's Innovation Center was an opportunity to see how, for myself, how my designs come to life in real time, as well as to see more of the behind the scenes of how Shein operates. Shein has also commented in just the last hour or so, telling NBC News it's committed to transparency, and this trip reflects one way in which we're listening to feedback. The backdrop to all of it, what's happening here in Washington and beyond, with concerns from Congress and others that Shein's low prices come at too high a cost for the environment, for workers, for designers. We've reached out to some other influencers for comment. We'll keep you posted. Matt Bradley joins us now with more.
Hey there. So, I mean, what we're talking about here is a company that offers really good products, really attractive products at an extremely low price. So if you're a fashionista, you definitely know about Shein. But the real dust up here with all of these influencers is that they were given a trip. They were given a paid trip all the way to Guangzhou, China. And the reaction, a lot of people on social media are saying, is tone deaf. And you mentioned that reaction that we just got from Shein just within the last hour or so. And, you know, they said that this was a genuine experience, that they're learning. They also said that all of those people, that these influencers have gotten so much heat online for speaking to and kind of reporting on, that these were authentic people with authentic stories. And Hallie, I got to tell you, I mean, I believe that. I'm sure that these were real people who told real stories. But the problem is with a junket like this, and we call it a press junket or something that's paid for, is that you are at the mercy of the company that's showing you around. So yes, you might be meeting real people. They might have real stories and they might be able to defend their company. But the fact is, you're there at the pleasure of the company. They get to decide what they show you and what they don't. And that's what I think a lot of these influencers who visited China, you know, they might have been a little bit in over their head when it came to actually reporting on this kind of thing. And I know you and I, Hallie, we get offered trips like this all the time. I don't often report on fashion, but the fact is, we get offered trips. Everybody's got their hands out. They want that good publicity. And the reason we don't do them is because we are at the mercy of the people who are funding and paying for those trips. They get to show us whatever they want. And that's why they're facing all this online anger.
Matt Bradley, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, a woman in Texas charged with killing her Uber driver. Why police say she thought she was being kidnapped. Plus, thousands of H&M workers on strike in Spain. We'll tell you why.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here all are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
To a bizarre story now out of Texas, where a woman's in jail tonight accused of shooting and killing her Uber driver because police say she thought she was being kidnapped and taken to Mexico. Police say Phoebe Copas, who's from Kentucky, was visiting her boyfriend in Texas, and that she was picked up by Daniel Piedro Garcia for an Uber ride. This is in far southeast El Paso. You can see here, El Paso is on the border. It's right across from Juarez in Mexico. Copas, police say, saw highway signs for Mexico. Again, it's right on the border there. She allegedly thought she was being kidnapped. That's when police say she took out a gun from her purse and shot Garcia in the head. El Paso police say tonight that this investigation does not support that a kidnapping took place or that Piedro was veering from Copas's destination. Marissa Parra is joining us now. Marissa, what other details do we know?
Yeah, so we'll start with the victim there, Daniel Piedra. We understand that he was on life support after this incident happened, and he did die just this past Wednesday. Now, his family spoke with El Paso Times, describing him as a funny, hardworking, and caring man, someone who will be greatly missed in their family. And regarding the woman at the center of all of this, Phoebe Copas, now charged with murder, being held on $1.5 million bond. And Hallie, that is an escalation because at first when she was booked, that was a $1 million bond, and that a charge was initially aggravated assault. So clearly they felt a reason to escalate that further.
How about Uber itself, right? They have been under pressure for years now, as you've reported on, to make sure its passengers to stay safe. It's obviously worked on what its drivers are doing as well. Are we hearing from them tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're hearing from both Uber as well as the union representing rideshare drivers. And I've been speaking with them over the past several years as incidents have continued to escalate on both sides here. We'll start first with what Uber had said. They said that they were horrified by the rider's actions that took the life of the driver. They said that they have been in touch with the driver's family, and they added that they banned the rider as soon as they were made aware of what occurred. Of course, she's still in jail right now. But they added they've been working with police. That is how and why police were able to reach the conclusion conclusion that the driver, Piedra, was not, in fact, attempting to kidnap her because they were able to look at the route. That's something that Uber needed to share with them for them to make that determination. But, you mentioned how rideshare drivers are feeling on this. We know on the GoFundMe page, many of them were chiming in with their own experiences, how they, too, feel and fear that this could happen to them. So we spoke with the union representing drivers, and they said, in part, our hearts go out to the family. If riders have a question about their route, they can easily check it in the app. There are many in-app safety features to protect passengers. But they said, instead, this reckless passenger chose deadly violence. And Hallie, when we talk about measures being taken, they have taken a stand, this union, over the course of several years, especially as there were deadly carjackings happening in cities like Chicago. And some of these incidents have easier solutions than others. But, it's worth noting, since 2015, Uber has had a rule in place that both drivers and passengers can't have guns in order to avoid situations like this. But, clearly that rule can't prevent all of these incidents from happening alone.
Marissa Parr, thank you very much for that. Coming up here on the show, at least one person has been killed after a roller coaster accident in Sweden. More on that in the local. Plus, a new weight loss drug apparently shows some promising results. How it's different from others that are out there. Next. With you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Eli Lilly, late tonight, is laying out perhaps one of the biggest headlines in this whole discussion around weight loss drugs so far because its new drug could be effective, maybe more so than the competition. We're talking about something that apparently helped people lose something like 25% of their body weight in a clinical trial. That's the equivalent of nearly 60 pounds. However, this is an injection, right? It's not a pill. It's a needle-based drug, just like Wegovy, made by Novo Nordisk. All as big companies are racing to be the first one to market with a pill version of these new kinds of weight loss drugs. Dr. Gurveeta Patel is joining us now. So talk us through this new drug from Eli Lilly, why it's significant, how it's different from what's out there, and what the holdup is with trying to get a pill version, which some people are eager about. There's obviously a lot of controversy around these kinds of drugs, these, I'm going to mess it up, GLP, I think it's called, inhibitors. Why is that so significant?
Yeah, Hallie, this is a lot of not just controversy, but this is the talk of the town at an Endocrine and Diabetes Association meeting over this past weekend and today, where Eli Lilly posted news, the latest news in a series of drugs from different manufacturers. Today's news that you just mentioned, retatrutide, which is an injectable drug, it's still in its phase 3 results. So if people are trying to look to go get it right now, Hallie, you just cannot get it yet, but it is highly likely that it will be available soon after they go through a larger trial and get FDA approval. But this is probably the most dramatic weight loss that we've seen so far. As you mentioned, as high as 58 pounds or 24% of someone's body weight. And that is a significant increase above what we have with drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy, which we've all gotten used to and we've been prescribing, where you see on average at most a 15 to 17% body weight loss. The secret here is what they call the triple G factor. You talked about GLP-1. That's one of the G's in the triple G of retatrutide. It can act to mimic about 3 different called out G-type hormones that really help you control the sugar in your body. So everything from getting you more insulin to control the glucose and lower it, but also a drug like glucagon, which actually gives you the glucose you need so that you have the energy your body craves. So when you put that together, this triple G drug, honestly, Hallie, it promises to be probably one of the most effective. But to your point about other drugs, there was also data released over the weekend from Novo Nordisk about an oral version of their very popular injectable drug, Ozempic, that looked at higher doses of a daily once-a-day pill, and they saw meaningful weight loss. In sum, whether it's for obesity alone, obesity with diabetes, or any other chronic conditions related to obesity, we are going to now have multiple abilities to kind of give people not just drugs, but maybe drugs combined with bariatric surgery. But Hallie, this all comes at a price. There are side effects, and we have to talk about those if we can.
Yeah, your tummy could hurt.
Yes. So the side effects, so not only in this drug, retatrutide, but in many of these drugs, and we put this on the screen, the most common side effects with these drugs are really around the GI system. So think diarrhea, nausea, kind of vomiting, just this feeling of, not having your gut work the way it should. And it is often the most common reason people discontinue the drugs. It's almost 100% of patients that discontinue the drugs do it because of these side effects. So I think it's critical to find the right patient and make sure also, Hallie, I tell my own patients, this isn't a drug you're on to lose this weight after 6 weeks and then you get off of it. You really probably need to take it the rest of your life and be okay with that.
Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for those insights. Interesting to hear what was the sort of talk of the conference at that medical meeting you were at. Thank you, Dr. Patel. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of international stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our foreign desk has done it for you. Here is some of what they're watching in a segment we call The Global. Out of Sweden, police and officials at an amusement park say at least 1 person has been killed, 5 others hurt when a roller coaster train in Stockholm derailed. Some people fell. 3 of the people who got hurt were kids. Luckily, they were not seriously hurt. The amusement park was evacuated. It's going to be closed for a week, according to park officials. Out of Saudi Arabia, the annual Hajj pilgrimage is starting today. Something like 2 million Muslims expected to go, one of the biggest religious gatherings in the world, now back at full capacity for the very first time since COVID started. And out of Spain, hundreds of H&M workers walking off the job today. Stores closed down. We're talking about more than 4,000 people at H&M Group, which includes not just H&M, but some other brands. They're trying to get more money. They're also protesting heavier workloads after pandemic layoffs. Still to come, some big Hollywood names are throwing big money into Formula One. We'll tell you why next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A big endorsement today for Formula One here in the United States, with some Hollywood stars taking their love of the sport on the road. Literally, we're talking about Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney, Michael B. Jordan, joining some private equity groups to put together more than $200 million to get a just about quarter stake in the F1 team Alpine. And to put an American spin on it, if you're like, Hallie, I know nothing about Formula One. That's okay, I don't either, but I do know about football. And so here's the analogy. Alpine is kind of like the Dallas Cowboys. They're basically France's team. They've got a ton of money, but they don't win all that much. They haven't, at least for years. So why bring on these two superstars, Reynolds and McElhenney? Well, their star power is huge right now. A couple years ago, remember, they took over this English soccer team called Wrexham, kind of a small team. But since then, they got a documentary. Wreckham's gotten more popular. They even won their first league title in nearly half a century. The whole Ted Lasso come to life thing. Our resident Formula One expert, Sahil Kapoor, is joining us now. Sahil, what's so interesting here? This is not just about the money that these groups, these celebrities are pumping into this team. It's about, for the team, raising its profile in the U.S. so that they can be as popular as, like, let's say, Red Bull or Mercedes or Ferrari or some of these other big brand names for Formula One.
That's exactly right, Hallie. I got to say, the last thing I expected to wake up to today was a headline that included Ryan Reynolds and Formula One in it. But here we are talking about this big news about $200 million of investment in the Alpine team. It's clear these Hollywood celebs see, the sport reaching new audiences in the United States, reaching record numbers of young people, record numbers of women. This is not just an old guy sport, as a lot of racing tends to be. And they see a future for the sport here, hence this huge investment. You know, who else is excited about this is Laurent Rossi, the CEO of the Alpine team. He says, quote, Otro Capital, Redbird Capital Partners, and Maximum Effort Investments, as international players with a strong track record in the sports industry, will bring their recognized expertise to boost our media and marketing strategy, essential to support our sporting performance over the long term, unquote. He talks about how this will help catch up with the top teams, in his view, and help them build state-of-the-art equipment and become ultimately a championship contender. That is their overriding goal. They haven't won a championship in a long time, in many years, since 2005 and 2006, when the team was known as Renault. And broadly, Hallie, this represents this growing bond, this love affair between Hollywood and Formula One. We saw it with Drive to Survive. There's a new movie that Brad Pitt is producing with the Mercedes driver, seven-time champion Lewis Hamilton. And now we see this big investment happening. It's a show of confidence for F1 in the U.S.
I made that analogy about football just because, I know the NFL well. Viewership is up for Formula One in the United States, but it is still way behind the average NFL game, obviously, right? I mean, the NFL is far and away the most popular sport in this country. You can see some of the numbers here. I don't want you to look into your crystal ball and make a prediction, because I know you don't have one, but what will it take to get Alpine, to get F1 sort of more attractive to Americans here? Is it more docs like what we saw Drive to Survive, more reality show type stuff? Is it getting these big names behind some of these teams?
Well, certainly it helps to win. I mean, you see the most popular teams are the ones that win. Branding helps a lot. I mean, lately Ferrari hasn't been winning much, but it's such an epically popular brand that, every time I go to a race, an F1 race in the U.S., there are massive numbers of Ferrari fans, even though they're highly unlikely to win. You see on that graphic over there, Alpine is not competing for wins right now. They're in a distant 5th place. The hope of Alpine is that this money will help them build new facilities, new merchandise, help them build the brand, and ultimately pay drivers more to compete for the best talent, Hallie.
Sahil Kapoor talking F1. Love to see it. Thank you, Sahil. That does it for us for this hour and for the one before it. Lots more for you later on tonight on News Now, and of course tomorrow. Top Story picks up our coverage now.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin vowing revenge after surviving the greatest threat to his reign in decades. The anger palpable as the Russian president addressed his nation, calling the mercenaries who tried to march on Moscow a group of traitors. the leader of that private militia now exiled in Belarus. The threat of civil war neutralized for now, but growing fears about what a volatile Putin will do next. Angela Stent, who wrote the book on Putin's world, will join Top Story with her unique insight into Putin's state of mind. Who is Prigozhin? Tonight we'll take a closer look at the man at the heart of the Russian rebellion, how the leader of the Wagner Group started as Putin's chef, then came to be known as Putin's butcher. How did he go from the kitchen to the battlefield, his recruitment of Russian prisoners to kill Ukrainians, and where his brutal campaign is likely to head from here? Back here at home, deadly summer slam, violent tornadoes tearing neighborhoods to shreds in the Midwest. At least one person killed as that system barrels east. 58 million under alert from North Carolina to New York. Plus, extreme heat suffocating the South. Temperatures in Texas pushing 120 degrees. We're covering it all. DeSantis one-on-one. Our Gabe Gutierrez getting a rare pull-aside with the Florida governor. His reaction tonight to the latest NBC News poll that shows him losing ground to Donald Trump, but faring better in a head-to-head matchup against President Biden. And the aggressive immigration plan he's just announced, using deadly force against those who cut through border walls and fences. Breaking news in the Idaho college murder investigation. Prosecutors revealing they will seek the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. The late details just coming in. Plus, the shocking video out of Florida showing the moment a shark pulls a fisherman overboard. What that man told authorities he was doing when he got bit. And tonight, we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival, a gathering of minds discussing critical issues facing the country and the world. From deep in the Rockies, the conversation tonight about artificial intelligence and what we're learning from the industry leaders on the front lines of the AI revolution. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to a special edition of Top Story. You can see just behind me, we are very far from New York City and our studios. These are the beautiful Rocky Mountains behind us, and we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival. We'll have much more on why we're here in Colorado later in the broadcast. But we do want to begin first with that breaking news out of Russia, where an attempted rebellion has rocked an already unstable global superpower. Vladimir Putin seething in a public address late today, vowing to bring a group of mercenaries to justice after they attempted to march on Moscow. So let's take a step back and see how we got to this point. On Saturday morning, the Wagner Group, mercenaries who have fought alongside Russian troops for months, took over the military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, a critical city in the south. Within hours, Putin slamming that maneuver as treasonous, calling for the leader of the group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, to be arrested. But the Wagner Group continuing what they called their march for justice towards Moscow, despite obstacles including massive ditches and abandoned vehicles that suddenly obstructed their path. Then late Saturday night, a stunning and secretive deal was reached. Prigozhin agreeing to stop that advance and take refuge in neighboring Belarus. Prigozhin and his men given a hero's send-off in Rostov-on-Don, some residents even posing for selfies as the armored vehicles left the city. You see it here. Prigozhin going silent for 2 days, fueling wild speculation about what may have happened behind closed doors. But tonight, he has broken that silence, posting an audio recording on the social media site Telegram, vowing to continue the work of the Wagner Group from Belarus, insisting he never intended to overthrow Putin's government. Order restored for now in a nation that seemed on the brink of civil war. But major questions remaining tonight about exactly how the deal to end the rebellion was reached. In a moment, we'll have much more on the man who has now positioned himself as Putin's public enemy number one. But first, NBC chief international correspondent Keir Simmons leads us off from Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown, after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night, around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia. Not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight. What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
And with that, Keir Simmons and his team who have made it into Russia join us now live here on Top Story. So, Keir, this was the first time Putin addressed Russians directly since the active threat of a civil war. What reaction have you heard on the ground to his speech? I saw you talking to some Russians there towards the end of your report.
Yeah, you speak to Russians here in Moscow, Tom, and they are clearly uncertain what the future holds. Inevitably, when you talk to people here, they can be guarded. That's understandable, but there's clearly nervousness. There is a sense that they just don't know what comes next. You know, it's 2 in the morning here right now, Tom, after, let me put it this way, one hell of a day, one hell of a weekend, and I suspect I will be saying that again and again in the days ahead.
Yeah. And Keir, I'm curious, how popular is Prigozhin in Russia? I mean, is he a name that people know? Do people know exactly who he is before all of this happened?
Oh, they do. Yes, they absolutely do. Now, those pictures of him being cheered and people taking selfies with him, those aren't appearing on Russian state television tonight. He's not being named on Russian television anymore, but people certainly do know about him. And I think an important point, Tom, remember this. Prigozhin is advocating for a more assertive stance on Ukraine. He's not suggesting that Russia should retreat. He's saying that President Putin should double down. He's saying that they should do more. And that gives you a picture of the state of mind in Russia, even after everything that's happened in the past months.
Keir Simmons with a lot of new reporting for us tonight here. Keir, we appreciate that. We do now want to take a deeper look into Yevgeny Prigozhin, the brash leader of the Wagner Group, challenging President Vladimir Putin in a way never seen before. NBC's Raf Sanchez gives us an inside look now at the rise of the mercenary chief who calls himself Putin's butcher.
He was known as Putin's chef, but now Yevgeny Prigozhin has made an enemy of the president he once served, mounting the single greatest challenge to Vladimir Putin's 2 decades of iron-fisted rule, only to call off his rebellion after 24 hours as his troops neared the gates of Moscow.
Мы шли для демонстрации своего протеста, а не для свержения власти в стране.
Brash, brutal, and outspoken, Prigozhin led Russia's largest mercenary army, the Wagner Group, to victory in battles against Ukraine, sometimes at the cost of thousands of his men. He had publicly denied involvement until this video emerged, showing him recruiting convicts to his mercenary ranks. His cutthroat leadership on full display, telling the men, if you serve 6 months, you are free, but coldly warning potential deserters, if you arrive and it's not for you, we'll execute you. But for all his brutality, he became something of a folk hero to his troops, with curse-laden videos criticizing corruption in the most graphic terms. Here, standing next to the bodies of dead soldiers, musing about marching on Moscow.
мысль интересная, но не думали.
And blasting Russia's top military leaders for not providing enough ammunition, calling them the children of elites, fuming they've allowed the children of others to return home shredded to pieces in coffins. It's an unlikely climb from a 20-year-old who was imprisoned for petty theft, who then scratched and clawed his way into a successful restaurant business, catering to Putin's inner circle, first earning that nickname, Putin's chef. He later took on the role of disinformation enforcer, creating a bot farm and sowing doubts about the 2016 election, roles which led to him being indicted by special counsel Robert Mueller. It was only then that he morphed into his current role, Wagner military chief, stepping into the vacuum when Russia's traditional army stumbled at the beginning of the war. He's managed to build a vast economic empire off the spoils of war, his private army backing African dictators in exchange for hundreds of millions in gold and blood diamonds. Recently, in one of his videos, he mocked his nickname, Putin's chef, saying a better one would be Putin's butcher. The question remaining, what will the unpredictable mercenary chief do next?
And with that, Raf joins us tonight from Kyiv. So, Raf, we've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle, right? It played out over the weekend, and now it's over? Is it really over? Is Prigozhin really just going to go quietly into retirement in Belarus?
Tom, given everything we know about Vladimir Putin, given everything we know about Evgeny Prigozhin, it is very hard to imagine this is over. Putin is not a man known to let bygones be bygones. His enemies have a habit of turning up dead if they cross him, and Putin made very, very clear in his frankly angry address to the nation tonight that he believes Prigozhin is a traitor, even though he didn't use his name. As for Prigozhin, he got to where he is in life by being larger than life, by having a lot of swagger, by being a big character. For months and months and months, he's been leveling this scorching criticism at Russia's military leadership, and it is hard to imagine that he is just going to go quiet now in Belarus.
Right. You don't go from catering to being the most famous mercenary now in the world. I do want to ask, so much of the coverage has been about Russia and about Vladimir Putin, but what does this mean for Ukraine? What do Ukrainian officials take away from all of this?
So Ukrainian officials are looking for every opportunity to try to exploit this to their advantage on the battlefield politically. We spoke to a Ukrainian military officer today. He told us even if this rebellion is over, even if the Russians are not literally shooting at each other, he is convinced that this is going to take a toll on Russian morale. It will affect their performance on the battlefield. He said if you're a Russian soldier, you're sitting in a cold, wet trench in eastern Ukraine right now, you are seeing your leaders squabbling amongst themselves. You may be asking what it is that you're fighting for. Politically, we saw President Zelensky making a surprise visit to troops in the east today. And Tom, the visual contrast between Zelensky taking selfies with his soldiers and Vladimir Putin isolated, remote, behind the walls of the Kremlin, very, very stark. Tom.
Raf Sanchez from Kyiv tonight for us. Raf, we appreciate that. Moscow's still on edge. So what does this mean for the country's volatile leader, Vladimir Putin, and his one-time ally turned opposition, Yevgeny Prigozhin? I want to bring in Angela Stent now to Top Story. She's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest, the definitive account of Putin's inner circle. So first I want to ask you, Angela, why do you think Putin first announced the Wagner Group's advances to Moscow? Why do you think he actually went on state-run television and announced this to the entire country?
Well, I think on Saturday, he didn't really have any choice because the Wagner troops had already moved into Rostov, which was the headquarters of the Russian military that are involved in Ukraine. And people, were posting selfies and posting things on the internet, on the Telegram channel that other Russians could see. So there isn't an information blackout in Russia. I mean, there's a blackout of Western channels, but not of their own Telegram channels. So he had to come on and say something. But the speech they gave Saturday morning was very angry, as was the one today. But he really invoked the specter of the Russian Revolution in 1917 and the civil war that followed thereafter. So really trying to frighten the Russian people.
I get that, Angela, but also the state-run media is controlled by Putin, right? And I get with social media and Telegram, there's just, he couldn't control the entire message, but he can control a lot of it. And he could have bought himself time. But it was strange, in my opinion, that he went out there, he acknowledged the sort of mutiny was happening. Do you think truly he was scared about what was about to happen when the troops arrived to Moscow?
Well, I think he wanted to warn Prigozhin and Wagner in that first speech on Saturday that they were traitors and that they would be prosecuted if they tried. He didn't mention marching on Moscow, but if they tried to foment a civil war in Russia. So I think that state message was also meant as a warning to them. But again, I think he couldn't have not done anything on Saturday morning because enough Russians knew what was going on that they needed to hear from their leader.
You know, obviously, Russia has a very advanced Air Force. They have MiG fighter jets. We were talking about 25,000 mercenary troops, right, with the Wagner Group. The Russian military could have easily crushed the columns, right, just with their Air Force. Why do you think they didn't do that? I know there was some interaction, there was fighting with helicopters, but why do you think Putin just instantly didn't crush them?
Well, because I think you have to listen to what he said in his speech today. And he talked about avoiding bloodshed. I mean, I really think that he did want to avoid the semblance of a civil war there. And plus, you know, Wagner, by the way, there weren't 25,000 troops. It was more like 8,000 troops that were actually marching on Moscow, but they were marching on a major highway that runs through the country. And so you would have had, if they'd really been stopped, you would have had much more bloodshed and then the danger of the fighting spreading more broadly in the Russian population. So that's one explanation. You know, the other explanation is some people think that this was all pre-cooked, that there are a lot of things that don't add up about that, about what happened. And so maybe they never intended to stop them because they knew they were going to turn back. There's so much we don't know about what really happened on Saturday. I think we have to be very humble about how we explain things.
I totally agree with you. And the 25,000 I was referring to was really all of the Wagner mercenary soldiers that work with Russia and against Ukraine. What do you think happened with Prigozhin? Do you think he was drunk with power? Do you think he was truly upset at the Russian elite and the military leaders in Russia? Or do you think this is something else at play here?
Well, I think he was definitely very upset about the way that the Russian Ministry of Defense was conducting the war, and that's what he complained about. He put himself forward as a populist character, really, on his Telegram channel, telling Russians, you know, your sons and fathers and brothers are dying, are being slaughtered with not enough equipment and not proper training, and the children of the elite are sitting around on the beaches in the south of France drinking cocktails. So he was, I think, he was upset about the conduct of the war. I think he saw an opportunity to do something about it. I think it was also partly a power play. But having said all of that, he and Putin go back several decades. He started off life, you know, in jail as a thief and a thug, and then eventually rose to become Putin's chef and much more than that, obviously. And he was very careful not to direct his invective against Putin, but only the Ministry of Defense. And I think maybe he thought that he could affect what happened there. And I think the other thing is, I think we have to assume that there were some people in Moscow with whom he was in contact and who supported him.
Angela, you're one of the foremost experts on Vladimir Putin across the globe. What do you think this does? What type of damage does this do to Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think it certainly weakened him. I think the fact that he came out on Saturday morning and said that the traitors will be crushed. Then on Saturday afternoon or evening, he didn't announce this, but his press spokesman said there's a deal done and Prigozhin will go to Belarus, but there won't be any reprisals against him. Now he said something different today in his speech, so he doesn't look particularly resolute. I think if you just look at the body language in the speech today, he was very angry. During that whole period that when this attempted insurrection was going on, none of his colleagues came out and supported him publicly, which is also very interesting. We saw them today for the first time. So I think people have to wonder how much support he really has. But having said that, he does have a National Guard consisting of 300,000 soldiers who are loyal to him, supposedly, even though they didn't come out on the streets either on Saturday.
Yeah, a private army that just there to protect him. Before we go, some Ukrainian military commanders have said they think this might be the beginning of the end of the war in Ukraine, right? You were talking about how much this has damaged Vladimir Putin. Do you believe that to be true?
Well, I would have said until this weekend, Putin thought that he could hold out the West, that in the end, our resolve would crumble. You've got U.S. elections coming up and Republicans saying they don't want to support Ukraine anymore. So I think he thought that he was going to be able to win this war by toughening it out. Maybe he still thinks so. I don't think we see no signs right now that he's going to pull out. But if he wanted to, he could present anything as a victory. He does control the state media, as you said. But I wouldn't expect that to happen anytime soon. Right now, we're still in this Ukrainian counteroffensive phase. It's a grinding, counteroffensive taking its toll on the Ukrainian soldiers and the Russian soldiers, and we don't see any let up in that at the moment.
Angela Stent for us tonight here on Top Story. Angela, we appreciate all of your analysis. We want to bring it back here at home now and turn to the severe weather that continues to strike across the country. Deadly tornadoes ripping through parts of the Midwest and tens of thousands still without power. This as Texas prepares for yet another week of suffocating heat. Emily Aketa has the latest.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
All right, time now for power and politics in the race for the White House. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis unveiling a tough new immigration proposal today from the southern border, promising to crack down on illegal immigration and calling for an end to birthright citizenship. This comes as a new NBC News poll finds DeSantis trailing former President Trump by 29 points, even after Trump's federal indictment. In a head-to-head matchup, the margin tightens a little bit, but Trump still leads DeSantis one-on-one by more than 20 points. Our Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground in Texas tonight, where he spoke with the Florida governor earlier today.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
DeSantis has sent hundreds of law enforcement personnel and National Guard members to help patrol the U.S. border. We rode along on a helicopter tour with the Texas Department of Public Safety, the pilot telling us he's seen border crossings drop in recent weeks after the end of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. But he says the situation is still out of control.
What are you seeing now compared to 5 years ago?
Anybody that thinks this is a secure border is delusional. There's nothing secure about this.
This group of mostly Venezuelan migrants blocked from reaching the U.S. by razor wire along the Rio Grande and Eagle Pass.
Are you desperate? ¿Están desesperados?
They tell me of course they are, and that they just want to come to America and work. DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So two things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a two-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
Gabe Gutierrez joins Top Story Now live from Eagle Pass, Texas, right there on the border. Gabe, I want to go back to DeSantis' border policy, which he unveiled to you. He says he would be willing to use deadly force, right, lethal force on people who cut out holes in border walls or border fences. I want to make sure we're right on this. You know, at times, sometimes teenagers, kids may try to do this, crossing over from Mexico into the U.S. Is he aware of that, and would that policy still stand, even if it's a teenager or a child?
Yeah, Tom, it's a very tough question, and it's unclear how law enforcement officers would sometimes make that determination. But Governor DeSantis did tell me that he did have some sympathy for some of these immigrants that are coming to the United States, but ultimately said it was about the rule of law. And the phrase that he kept repeating today, both in a press conference and then in his conversation with me, is this idea of, quote, hostile intent. And he wants to make sure, the law enforcement officers to make sure, and when crossing and cutting through that fence has some sort of hostile intent, whether they might be drug smugglers. That's the type of lethal force he's talking about. But still, it raises a lot of questions when you talk about using that type of force, essentially shooting on sight for any immigrant coming through that fence, Tom.
Yeah. Gabe, I want to turn to the politics now. Historically, when candidates see a drop in the polls, their campaigns may decide to make a change. You've been covering Governor Ron DeSantis from the get-go. Have you noticed any change in his campaign strategy and his message?
Well, his campaign tells me that over the last several weeks, they've been touting the governor's record in Florida. And now, moving forward, they're going to switch more towards taking on what they see as the failures of the Biden administration. But also, they're trying to strike that contrast with former President Trump. That's why they announced this aggressive crackdown on immigration, former President Trump's signature issue today. But something interesting we noticed today, Tom, in another event that he had today here in Texas, it was a VFW event. And he spoke about immigration. He spoke with those veterans. But he did not mention the term woke once, and that is the first event that we can remember since his campaign launched several weeks ago that he hasn't used that term. A small shift, but he's heading to New Hampshire tomorrow for another event there, Tom.
Now, a notable observation, though, Gabe. All right, Gabe Gutierrez from the border tonight and the campaign trail. Gabe, we appreciate all that reporting. We now want to break down these new NBC News poll numbers and the big headlines coming out of it. 1,000 registered voters took part of this latest poll with an additional 160 Republican primary voters interviewed. I want to bring in NBC News political analyst Matthew Dowd now. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to polls. Matt, we mentioned these polls when we introduced Gabe's piece there. I want to highlight them one more time. It's the big numbers everyone's talking about. The first, in the Republican primary race, former President Trump polling at 51%, while Governor DeSantis is a little above 21%. You can kind of see the rest of the field there. Former Vice President Mike Pence, Governor Chris Christie, they've inched up a little bit there. But in a head-to-head matchup, Trump beats DeSantis by more than 20 points. So, Matt, when you look at this poll, how do you interpret this? Giving me two reasons for this surge, since he's been indicted twice and he's been found liable for sexual assault. Give me two reasons why you think he's now surging in the polls.
Well, I think there are two. I'll give you two reasons. First, we always look at the trend lines, and that's what's most important. The raw numbers on any given day are important, but not as important the trend line. And the trend line is not good for Ron DeSantis. It is very good for Donald Trump. The fascinating thing is each time he's been indicted, Donald Trump's poll numbers have risen. Each time his poll numbers have risen when you look at the averages of this. What I think that is fundamentally about is, one, the voters love Donald Trump. Republican voters love Donald Trump still. He's got an 80%, 82% plus popularity rating among Republicans. So when somebody they love is attacked, in this case by the federal government, and in Trump's words by Joe Biden or the Justice Department, they come to Donald Trump's defense. That's, I think, the fundamental thing. The second thing I think this is about is once they come to his defense, I think most Republican voters don't know where to go if they're not with Donald Trump. I think it's easier to stay hooked and rooted in Donald Trump, who they like, than it is to begin to consider the 9, 10, 11 other candidates in this race. It's a safer position for Republican voters to stick with who they've been with for the last 7 years.
And, you know, There is some positive news out of this polling for DeSantis, right? If we dig into the numbers, his favorability rating among voters is high. It's at 60% with an unfavorable rating at 17%. Those are great numbers. Trump is at 63% favorable, 23% unfavorable. And DeSantis is getting the most second choice support. What do you make of these numbers? Can you are you in a good position, Matt, heading into the primaries and into the debates if you're a solid number 2, but there's still a lot of ground to be gained?
Well, you're only in good position if you're a solid number 2 and the leader in front of you is not that far ahead of you that you can't overcome it. The problem Ron DeSantis has is, even though he's popular, and he is, if this was a race without Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis would be the favorite. But the problem is it's a race with Donald Trump in the case. Donald Trump in 2016, Tom, and I think you'll remember this, in 2016 in the Republican nomination that he won, he never led by more than 14 points. Never in that whole process. Even at the end of the process, he led by no more than 14 points. He leads by double that today. That's the fundamental problem. Donald Trump really today, in many respects, is polling like an incumbent president in a Republican primary. It's as if voters see him as the incumbent.
Matt, and before you go, I do want to ask you, you've been on a lot of winning campaigns, and there are reports that DeSantis is having trouble in New Hampshire, the first primary in the nation. Should his campaign be concerned, or is there still a path where he can be successful in Iowa, South Carolina, Nevada, sort of run the table from there? How crucial do you think New Hampshire is going to be?
I think Ron DeSantis' entire campaign is about Iowa and New Hampshire. If he can't break through and show Donald Trump is vulnerable in either Iowa or New Hampshire, or preferably for him both, then his campaign is over. I think fundamentally he can't run a national campaign right now. He has to do well in Iowa. He has to do well in New Hampshire. If he doesn't show Donald Trump can be beaten in either one of those states, it's done.
Matt Dowd, one of our favorites. We appreciate your analysis, my friend. We will talk to you soon. Still ahead tonight, an urgent investigation underway in Massachusetts. 3 victims found dead inside of their home in Newton, while officials there are warning residents to lock their doors and their windows. Plus, fugitive or framed. A man facing rape charges in the U.S. claiming he was framed in his sleep, why prosecutors believe he tried to fake his own death to evade authorities. This is a wild story. And dragged overboard, have you seen this video? The moment a fisherman got pulled into the water by a shark? What he said he was doing moments before. Stay with us. Top story. Just getting started on this Monday night.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with a disturbing story out of Massachusetts. A manhunt is now underway after 3 senior citizens were stabbed to death in their Newton home. Investigators believe the attack was random, and they're now warning residents to lock their doors as the search for the killer continues. Valerie Castro has this one.
Tonight, a triple deadly stabbing fueling a manhunt in what's normally a quiet Boston suburb.
It's scary because you always hear about it happening somewhere else and never in your backyard.
The community of Newton, Massachusetts, reeling from the homicides as investigators issue this stern warning.
We are asking people to remain vigilant. This is the night to lock your doors and windows, even if you do not normally do that.
Police say the victims, all family members, were beaten and stabbed. A couple in their 70s and the woman's elderly mother were discovered dead Sunday morning.
I was up all night, but I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. I mean, this neighborhood's usually very, very quiet.
The day was meant to be a joyous occasion for the couple's 50th anniversary. They were expected at church that same day to renew their vows, but they never showed and instead were found by someone who knew them, police say.
As you can imagine, this would be tragic on any day. To have family gathered for this kind of a celebration makes it particularly tragic.
In a letter to the church community obtained by NBC Boston, the parish calling them beloved, longtime members.
Really dedicated, faith-filled, loving Italian-American Catholics.
Police say it may have been a random attack with evidence pointing to signs of forced entry into the home, but no clear motive so far. Neighbors stunned to see their block turned crime scene.
It's random. It could happen again, and it could be our house, so, you know, or someone else on this block that we care about.
The district attorney not aware of any other triple homicides in Newton's history. State crime statistics recording only 1 homicide in the last several years. Investigators now asking residents to check home surveillance cameras for anything unusual.
We are asking people if they hear or see something suspicious, please call the Newton police immediately. Don't wait till the morning to report that to us.
An increased police presence with extra officers each shift will patrol the area in search of the suspect or suspects responsible.
We won't rest until we find out who did this and we find justice for the victims that were involved here.
All right, Valerie Castro joins us now live from our Top Story studios. So, Valerie, I know you have some new reporting about a possible connection in this case. And then have we learned anything more about these poor victims?
So, Tom, we should say police are expected to provide an update to their investigation sometime within the hour. We're told they are also investigating an attempted break-in that took place about a half a mile away from these killings that very same day. It is still unclear if those 2 incidents are connected. As for the victims, NBC Boston is reporting that the church where that anniversary vow renewal was supposed to take place will be holding a memorial mass in honor of the victims tomorrow night. Tom.
Okay, Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you. When we come back, the new details in the University of Idaho killings. Prosecutors revealing late today whether or not they will seek the death penalty for suspect Brian Kohberger. Their decision next.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed and new details on the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. According to court documents filed late today, prosecutors will seek the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. He's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder for the killing of 4 students in an off-campus house in November of 2022. His trial set to begin in October. A train derailment in Montana possibly sending hazardous materials into the Yellowstone River. Take a look. A bridge collapse caused as many as 8 cars of a freight train to fall into the water. Officials saying some of the cars were carrying molten sulfur and asphalt, and incoming water to several nearby cities and towns will be shut off until they can ensure there is no contamination. Officials will continue to monitor the site of the derailment. And a dramatic encounter out of Everglades National Park in Florida. Take a look at this. Video posted to social media shows a fisherman cleaning his hands off in the water when a shark bites him and pulled him overboard. He was able to quickly get back on the boat. Officials confirming the Top Story that the man did suffer a bite on his hands and was taken to the hospital, but he is lucky to get back on that boat. Okay, we want to head overseas now to Scotland, where an extradition trial is underway for Nicholas Rossi. Authorities say Rossi is an international fugitive who used multiple identities to evade arrest in the U.S. He's wanted for a rape charge, but the man in jail swears this is a case of mistaken identity. Ellison Barber has all the details.
If you blinked, you could have missed it. A seemingly unassuming man entering a Scottish courthouse today for the beginning of a week-long extradition process. He swears he is Arthur Knight, an Irish orphan, sick and in a wheelchair, unfairly thrust into an international manhunt.
I do not prefer to be called Arthur Knight. I am Arthur Knight.
But U.S. and Scottish authorities say that is an elaborate lie, and he is actually Nicholas Rossi, an international fugitive wanted on a rape charge in Utah under that name, but also known as Nicholas Alverdian in Rhode Island.
Deepest condolences on the passing of Nicholas Alverdian.
A man who thought he could fake his own death, flee the country, and create a new life to avoid prosecution, investigators say.
Was he Arthur Knight, British businessman? Or Nicholas Rossi, American fugitive?
His story recently brought to light by NBC's Dateline. Authorities say they were able to identify him by distinctive tattoos, recognized when he was in the hospital for COVID in late 2021. His identity already in the system for a previous sex crime conviction.
Interpol shared mugshots, photos of his tattoos and fingerprints with local police so they could make an on-the-spot ID.
When the Scottish authorities looked at him in a hospital room in Scotland, they were satisfied that Nicholas Rossi was, in fact, the same person that is wanted in the state of Utah.
But he claimed those tattoos didn't prove anything. Instead, he told a judge in court that someone tattooed him while he was in a coma at the hospital, all in an effort to frame him.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband.
He stuck to his story in an interview with Dateline's Andrea Canning.
I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly.
But efforts to keep the apparent hoax alive didn't work. Last November, a Scottish court ruled there is overwhelming evidence that the man arrested in the Glasgow hospital is the fugitive U.S. authorities were searching for.
By the evidence of fingerprint, photographic and tattoo evidence, that Mr. Knight is indeed Nicholas Rossi.
Rossi's lawyers tried to get the extradition scrapped Monday, citing the need for authorities to question Rossi about another alleged rape in the UK, according to Sky News. But officials threw out the application to defer the case.
I am not Nicholas Alverdian, and I do not know how to make this clear.
The hearing a crucial step in what U.S. authorities hope will be the end of a head-spinning search for justice.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now. Ellison, this is such a weird and bizarre story. How did the U.S. have fingerprints of Nicholas Rossi in the first place to determine that they matched Arthur Knight?
The short answer is he was already in a sex offender registry. Tom, Utah officials say Rossi has used at least 8 names over the years. Police say he was Nicholas Alaverdian, he was Nicholas Rossi, then Arthur Knight. He's been accused of sexually assaulting women in at least 2 states, Ohio and Utah. In 2008, he was convicted of sexual imposition in Ohio. That means having sexual contact with someone against their will or when they're impaired. Because of that conviction from 2008, he was registered as a sex offender, and his fingerprints were in a database that was accessible to investigators. Tom?
Wow. All right. Ellison Barber for us tonight. Ellison, we appreciate that. Coming up, the race against time, the shocking new video showing Good Samaritans in India trying to save a woman trapped inside of a car. Look at that. It was swept into a riverbank because of floods. How they managed to get her out alive. Stay with us. Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And we are back with Top Stories Global Watch. The Swedish government launching an investigation into a deadly roller coaster accident. Officials saying 1 person is dead and 9 others are hurt after that roller coaster derailed, causing riders to plummet to the ground from 25 feet in the air. The incident happened at the country's oldest amusement park in Stockholm. It will be temporarily closed while authorities investigate what exactly went wrong. And a powerful monsoon devastating parts of India. Heart-stopping new video shows people forming a human chain. Look at this. And using ropes to rescue a driver after raging floodwaters swept her car into a riverbank. The driver was eventually pulled to safety. Yesterday marked the first time in more than 60 years that a monsoon reached Delhi and Mumbai on the same exact day. And a frightening encounter with a pod of killer whales off the coast of northern Africa. New video shows the moment an orca nudged a yacht's rudder during a boat race. The crew says at least 3 orcas rammed the boat before eventually swimming away. Luckily, there were no injuries and no damage to the boat. As we've reported here on Top Story, experts say orca attacks are becoming more and more common in that area of the globe. Okay, when we come back, we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival, a gathering of the country's top thinkers and innovators. Tonight, what we learn from those on the front lines of the AI revolution and what they expect for the future. That's next. Back now on Top Story from Aspen tonight and this majestic landscape just behind us. The reason why we're here this week is because every summer a group of the country's top thinkers, writers, journalists, business leaders, tech innovators, and change agents come here to the Rockies for the Aspen Ideas Festival. The concept, in part, that walking and living among all the beauty, the mountains, the rivers, the endless pine trees and wildflowers, one can disconnect and really think and be open to both listening and sharing ideas. NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Ideas Festival. And today, our president of editorial, Rebecca Blumenstein, had a chance to sit down with General Motors chief Mary Barra, doubling down that GM will be fully EV with their light vehicles by 2035. Barra also telling Rebecca, along with their partnership with Tesla over their charging stations, that will stay. And I spoke with a group of business and philanthropic leaders on the economic realities for Latino communities and the impact groups like America on Tech, which help people of color learn digital skills through a year-long program, have in America. Graduates of that program getting hired at jobs paying between $80,000 and $250,000 a year, a company truly making a difference. And today, one of the topics getting a lot of attention here in Aspen is something we've covered a lot on Top Story, the artificial intelligence revolution. Here's a look at what some of the Aspen panelists had to say about how AI will continue to change our everyday lives and society.
It's not the first time we have a powerful technology that is clearly going to displace some significant part of what people spend their time doing. The speed at which it has arrived is new.
How do we do things like ensure the AI that's being deployed is being deployed in a transparent way, so you always know when you're interacting with AI?
In 2024, we're going to have an election, and every side, every grassroots group, and every politician will use generative AI to do harm to their opponents, and it will involve spreading misinformation. The social media companies en masse are not ready ready for this.
You know, if we're not mindful, I think that we will be introducing transformative, powerful technology in which people feel fearful and don't feel excited about.
One of the things that I think we all need to come to grips with is you should be afraid of people, not of AI. The bad actors are us.
Is going to have the type of transformative impact and benefit that we hope it can have, we're going to need to include a lot more people in these conversations that traditionally haven't had a voice in the development of the technology.
Then the computers are going to develop their own language to talk to each other, at which point they become super intelligent. And that language is going to be in a language that we don't understand. What are we going to do then, folks? I propose
disconnect the network.
Somewhat of a doomsday scenario there. One of those panelists you just heard from is Daniel Huttenlocher. He joins us now. Daniel is the inaugural dean of the MIT Schwarzman College of Computing and has written and thought a lot about how AI could change society and our worldview. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. I want to pick up where Eric left off there, right? Because he was talking about where he thinks AI is going, and essentially he delivered the script to Terminator, right? The computers start talking to each other. They speak in a language that we don't speak. And then what happens next? Do you think we'll get to that point?
I'm much less concerned about those science fiction scenarios than I am about how we balance the risks and rewards of AI today. Actually, Eric and I differ on where we think it will end up in the long term. I think that these technologies will get very far, but they don't have many attributes of humans that really set us apart.
Yeah, talk to us about that, because you had a very powerful statement about the main difference between AI and humans. And your argument was AI can simulate everything humans can do, and it possibly will in the future, except love, spirituality. They can simulate it, but it won't be the real thing. But the question is, does that matter?
Well, I think many of us spend a lot of time in simulations, right? In video games, et cetera. But you know, there's a reason that there aren't just non-player characters in a video game. The AI characters, they're also human characters. The kind of interaction that you get interacting with humans live in that fashion, even mediated by a gaming setup, is still something that we don't understand, and that I think, in my view, AI will not capture, that these simulations will not capture.
What's the biggest danger right now with AI, do you think?
So I think the biggest danger actually is one of how we respond to this from a regulatory and sort of controls perspective. One of the things I mentioned there is I worry about the risk of simultaneous over-regulation and under-regulation.
Right.
That there are cases where we pretty clearly should be regulating this use of AI in giving medical advice, for example. I mean, if I pretend to be a doctor, that's not a very good thing.
You can go on ChatGPT, you can ask it for medical advice, you can ask it for legal advice, it will give it back to you. If you ever try to do that without a medical license, you would obviously be put in jail, but no one's going to put the computer in jail.
Right, and so I think we do need to look at this, and I think that there are many avenues for doing that, you know, in the same way that doctors and others are regulated.
On that point, though, something interesting was brought up in your talk, and it was that when the Model T came out, when Ford develops the automobile, right, there was no stop signs, there was no traffic lanes, no stoplights, obviously. The technology came first, and then the regulation came. Is that what's going to happen with AI?
Well, I'm a firm believer, and that's what I worry about, over-regulation. If we try to regulate the broad-based AI technology, sort of like the motor vehicle technology, I think we have a huge risk of over-regulating. I think that what we need to do is focus on specific domains where AI is being used, places like health or legal kinds of advice, but many other places as well. And we have the structures for doing that kind of regulation.
You're at MIT, you're teaching these kids who are so advanced, and you admitted to me sometimes they're more advanced than the professors because they're spending all day with this technology. What are you telling them? Because really the future is in their hands, and this technology, it can be so dangerous.
It is, and one of the things that we've really for the last 4 or 5 years now been doing with the new Schwarzman College of Computing is we've integrated consideration of societal and ethical issues into the kinds of programming assignments and projects that the students have to do. Yeah. One of the things about ethics is we teach it in the abstract. It's very hard. It's sort of like the book learning. You really need to say, gee, I'm training this language model. What text was I really using to train that? What kind of bias might that particular text represent? And how do I correct for that? So those things happen in a way that, in practice, the students learn about them.
Daniel Huttenlocher, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. Thank you for all the work you're doing. You're on the front lines of this AI revolution. There's still so much we want to learn and hear about it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. To learn more about what's happening at the Aspen Ideas Festivals, you can scan the QR code on the screen and you can see their live blog. You can also watch all the conversations we've been talking about on YouTube and other website platforms. We thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas in Aspen for this special edition. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Good evening. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz coming to you from New York. And here are the stories we're watching tonight, starting with that failed armed mutiny in Russia and everything we know about it.
This is just the latest chapter in a book of failure that Putin has written for himself.
And we are going to break down the latest in that Russian rebellion that started marching to Moscow to challenge the Kremlin, only to be mysteriously called off. The man leading it, a mercenary warlord who may not have just been exiled to Belarus. Now, all this has us asking so many questions. First, who is Yevgeny Prigozhin? What is Putin going to do next? And how is this going to impact the war in Ukraine? We're going deep into all of it. Also, severe storms rocked a handful of towns in the Midwest, even leveling some homes and businesses.
Slammed the door at the last minute, locked it, ran in and jumped over my little boy in the bathtub.
And these dogs, they're not letting any snaggle teeth get in the way of their dreams. We're taking you inside the world's ugliest dog competition, which we got to judge for the first time.
When I'm sitting there at the judging sheet, I should put alien, check, hair coming out of the ears, check.
Yeah, teeth going on.
Snaggle teeth? And we start tonight in Russia, where Vladimir Putin has finally spoken out about that mutiny that had Russian mercenaries marching towards Moscow, even shooting down 2 Russian helicopters. Putin saying that those behind the revolt will be brought to justice.
The organizers of this rebellion cannot but understand that they will be brought to justice. Everybody understands that. This is criminal activity, which is aimed at weakening the country, and this was a colossal threat.
Now, we're going to get to some caveats there in just a second, but just to be upfront, the exact details on all of this are extremely hard to pin down, and a lot of it is going to be shrouded in misinformation from 2 of the most experienced disseminators of disinformation of the modern day. We all know Vladimir Putin's history as a KGB operative. The other man in this picture, Yevgeny Prigozhin, among the many things he's done, he's an alleged war criminal, oligarch. He's also the leader of the Wagner mercenary group. And an important note, he was also the man behind all those Russian troll farms that flooded the 2016 U.S. elections with bots and disinformation. All that to say, whatever we're reporting today could change in an instant. It's tough to pin it down. We've got correspondents all over the world covering this story. And here's what they are reporting. Over the weekend, Prigozhin, the leader of one of the largest soldier-for-hire groups in the world, that mercenary Wagner group, claimed that Russia had been firing rockets at Wagner soldiers fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Then suddenly, Prigozhin started moving tens of thousands of his mercenaries back into Russia, taking over Russian military posts and saying he was going to march up to Moscow. Then Prigozhin's loyalists started sweeping through the country towards the Kremlin, and videos like this started coming out showing armed forces marching on without being challenged before Prigozhin called it off. Prigozhin has come out with a statement since as well, saying he wasn't trying to overthrow Putin, but was sending a message to those who he accused of mismanaging that war, and said he was trying to protect his fighters.
We were going to demonstrate our protest and not the toppling of the power regime in the country.
And this is where things get even more murky. Right now, there has been some sort of agreement to let Prigozhin live in Belarus, even though he seems to have directly challenged Putin, and the Wagner group is to be disbanded and some of them absorbed into the Russian army. Ali Velshi is in Kyiv tonight following all of this. Ali, thanks so much for joining us. So now he is said to be in Belarus along with some of his soldiers. Does that mean that there are no more Wagner mercenaries in Ukraine?
That is a good and simple question with a very complicated answer. First of all, to put it in perspective, we're 60 miles from Belarus here in Kyiv. This war essentially started from Belarus. When those tanks came in February of 2022 to Kyiv, they came within 8 miles of where I am, the city center. They came down from Belarus. When a plane takes off from Belarus armed with hypersonic missiles, those missiles can be to where we are in 20 minutes. So Belarus, for the purposes of this war, is Russia. Belarus is a country that has an agreement with Russia that by 2030 they're going to become sort of a unified country. The president of Belarus is a puppet of Vladimir Putin. So there's a real question as to why Belarus is even involved in this thing and why somebody who's taking refuge from Vladimir Putin would be there. As for the troops, they fall into sort of three categories. There were those who rose up in rebellion, who are not anywhere to be found. They are going to Belarus with their leader. There are those who have agreed to join the Russian military, which was how this whole thing started. The Russian military will take them over, which is interesting because the Wagner Group was a much more effective fighting force. They were sort of, think about them as the special forces. The Russian military right now is made up mostly of conscripts, so that's going to happen there. There are still there are many soldiers in Ukraine right now. In fact, there's a tip line that a Russian soldier can call. There's an app if they want to surrender, and they've had, over the course of this war, 10,000 calls from Russians who want to surrender. So it's very unclear what role Wagner Group soldiers have right now. Some of them are becoming Russian soldiers, some of them are dismissed from the army, and some of them are still in Ukraine. But they're not a fighting force under the leadership of Prigozhin anymore in Ukraine.
And when it comes to the deal between Prigozhin and Putin, what are the particulars there? Can you give credence to what we're seeing out there on Telegram and on social media?
It's very hard to. Vladimir Putin gave a speech in which he was visibly angry. He didn't take Prigozhin's name, which is typical, by the way, for Vladimir Putin when talking about an opponent. He has called him some awful things. So it doesn't sound like they're on friendly terms. But that said, if I were trying to get away from Vladimir Putin, I wouldn't go to Belarus. That's not an obvious choice. Belarus is filled with Russian troops. It was a launching pad for this war. Belarus is also a nuclear-armed country. So it's very murky as to what this deal is and what the president of Belarus was doing when cutting this deal. It almost defies belief that such a thing would happen. He's not somebody, the president of Belarus is not somebody with influence. He is subordinate to Vladimir Putin. So we're not quite sure what's going on, but Vladimir Putin is very clear on the fact that they are calling it an armed rebellion. He said that Prigozhin was trying to get Russians to fight with themselves, and he did not succeed. I'm not sure history will bear out that that's true. There's clearly some sort of fight going on in Russia. It seems that Prigozhin, by Saturday afternoon, deemed that he was not getting the support that he would have wanted in an armed rebellion or a coup. He didn't have generals who were coming over to him with their troops, and so he decided to cut and run. But it's not sure, this is not a play that's over yet. We're sort of somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and Putin is all about projecting power. To have Prigozhin start heading towards Moscow and then now end up in Belarus, I mean, what is this going to do to Putin's image in Russia?
Well, so Putin's got an image problem in three places, right? He's got one in Russia, the domestic problem. He's always been a strong man. In 23 years, nothing like this has ever happened. So that's a problem. He's going to have to project power inside Russia. He's got a problem in Ukraine. Because he needs to look strong in his fight with Ukraine. And now the tip of the spear, the fighting force that was most effective in Ukraine, is gone, and their leader is in rebellion of Putin. And number three, Vladimir Putin is the strong man to the world, right? There are lots of dictators and authoritarians around the world who look to him as the model for expansionism and how to, buck world opinion. He now has to prove to various constituencies, and that's not even including NATO and America and the West, that he's actually strong. Remember, they went into this war with us thinking that Russia was the second strongest army in Europe, and the joke goes that Russia's not even the second strongest army in Ukraine. So at this point, we are a little worried about whether or not he's going to do something to reflect that power in Ukraine. He doesn't have the ground fighting force that he needs for that, but he's got missiles and he's got drones. So we're not sure how this plays out for Vladimir Putin. But I will say, watching him earlier today, he was angry, and you typically don't see Vladimir Putin angry. He's generally very measured and in control. He was visibly angry.
And Ali, one more question while you're there. What's happening in Ukraine? What's happening on the front lines?
Well, they are a few weeks into this so-called spring counteroffensive that they were launching. They've taken some ground, irrespective of what just happened with Wagner Group. They've reclaimed about 130 square kilometers. It's not a ton of land. It's about 9 or 10 villages or hamlets. So they were feeling pretty energized. The morale was good before this happened, and now what they see is that their oppressor and their invader there's something wrong. There's some damage there. So generally speaking, the Ukrainians are thinking this is probably good for them. But again, we are worried about if Vladimir Putin needs to project an image of strength or try and reclaim that image of strength, his best chance to do that would be to demonstrate in Ukraine that it's him and his army, not Prigozhin, who are prosecuting this war properly. So everybody's on pins and needles, but generally speaking, Ukrainians are feeling pretty positive about this.
Unpredictable times. Ali Velshi, thanks so much for being out there. Stay safe.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So exactly who is Yevgeny Prigozhin, and how did he become so entrenched in the Russian military complex? Well, according to reports, he started off as a petty criminal, which eventually landed him in jail for 10 years. And then after serving some time, Prigozhin started selling hot dogs with his family, then opened restaurants. Eventually, he started getting these massive contracts for supplying the military and schools with food, which is where he got Putin's attention. And somehow, just a few years later, he started building a mercenary army, recruiting prisoners to become soldiers in exchange for less time locked up. And that was just the beginning. NBC's Richard Engel has more.
A senior U.S. official tells NBC News the best way to understand what's happening now in Russia is a mafia power struggle. Yevgeny Prigozhin is a capo, a mid-level and until recently loyal soldier who has risen through the ranks by doing special tasks for his boss, President Putin. First, it was food. Prigozhin owned a chain of restaurants, including the New Haven in St. Petersburg, which Putin and his early team used as a hangout, earning him the nickname Putin's chef. Over time, he learned to cater to Putin's other needs. Most Americans know Prigozhin from the disinformation on their social media feeds. He founded a bot farm, the internet research agency that, according to the Justice Department, sowed doubts about the legitimacy of the 2016 election, highlighted racial tensions in the United States, and promoted Donald Trump. In 2022, Prigozhin reinvented himself again into a commander of a mercenary army, the Wagner Group, supplementing Russian troops in Ukraine, which were failing on the battlefield. He recruited thousands of convicts, promising pardons in exchange for frontline service. Thousands were sent to their deaths, and according to the few who managed to escape, they were shot if they attempted to retreat. I asked Ukraine's President Zelensky about the group earlier this month.
How do you describe Wagner and what it's doing on the ground here?
They are mercenaries and terrorists. They are just killers, he said. Prigozhin is also rich. He uses his private army to prop up dictators in Africa, in particular the president of the Central African Republic. In exchange, taking gold and blood diamonds worth $500 million a year, according to diplomats. But with money, power, and an armed force, Prigozhin has made enemies. He accuses Russia's defense minister and army chief, driven by jealousy and treason, of denying Wagner fighters ammunition. And now he wants revenge.
And here is a little more context from video being circulated on Russian Telegram channels. Check this out. This is the response Prigozhin got as he was abandoning his march to Moscow and his men were pulling back. Those are people in the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, and it's that kind of support that makes Prigozhin such a threat to Putin's power. NBC News international affairs analyst and former U.S. ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, joins us now. Ambassador McFaul, the EU foreign policy chief, said that Putin created this monster, Prigozhin, and then the monster is biting him. How big of a threat is Prigozhin to Putin?
Well, that's definitely the right analogy. He is the Frankenstein that Putin created, and then he made him even more powerful by invading Ukraine. Remember, had Putin not invaded Ukraine, this crisis would not be happening. That said, I don't see Prigozhin as somebody that's going to overthrow Putin. I think that goes too far. Putin is weaker because of this crisis, and he is not out of it yet. His statement tonight suggests that he needs to find a way to dismantle the Wagner forces. But I don't see Prigozhin at this stage in the crisis as being in a position to overthrow Putin or any other part of the faction of the government, including Mr. Gerasimov, General Gerasimov, the head of the armed forces, Mr. Shoigu, the defense minister, who at one point, just a few days ago, was the aim of Prigozhin's mutiny.
And Putin doesn't come across as the kind of person to let something like this go. We heard very targeted, and yet he didn't say Prigozhin's name in that speech that he gave today, but a targeted attack on those he said were behind this mutiny, and yet he's saying he's going to uphold the deal. So he says they'll be brought to justice, and then we will uphold the deal. It seems like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth there.
Exactly. He's walking this very delicate balancing act between, on the one hand, keeping his word for the deal he did with Prigozhin. He didn't escalate. He didn't go in and take him out. When push came to shove, they played a game of chicken, and they both swerved. But then tonight, he is doubling down to call them traitors, to say that those that were the leaders, the commanders of the Wagner force, were betraying the patriots, the common soldiers, the common mercenaries. And he's trying to drive a wedge between the commanders on the one hand and the thousands of soldiers that are still armed and that haven't taken his deal to join the conventional forces. And so far, I don't think he's achieved that objective yet.
We heard Ali Velshi earlier today reporting a little bit about some app that the Russians were using, or the Russian army was using, to allow for Wagner mercenaries to basically say, hey, we want to be a part of the army, and he cited around 10,000 soldiers. Have you seen those reports? And if that's accurate, what does that say about what's going on?
I've seen very conflicting reports. There's what you just recalled, 10,000, lots are defecting, lots are joining. But Prigozhin himself just this morning said only 1% to 2% of his forces have joined the conventional forces. So I don't know who's right and who's wrong. I have to speculate that Putin would not have given that dramatic speech had they all decided to join up with his forces, because that speech was an appeal to those soldiers to join him and to, basically go against the will and the wishes of the commanders, including Mr. Prigozhin. And I want to be clear. He said the commanders, not just Prigozhin, those that had led you astray, he said. They were deceptive. They told you lies. Come over to my side and distance yourself from those traitors. You don't make that speech if you already have achieved that objective.
Yeah, we're seeing these pictures of people posing with soldiers. A lot of the Wagner soldiers have been recruited from prisons, right? And in fact, I think we have some video of Prigozhin recruiting some for fighting in Ukraine. Let's take a quick look.
Наверное, слышите, ЧВК «Вагнер» называется. Война тяжелая. На всякие там чеченские и так далее близко не похоже. Минимальный возраст, который мы берем, это 22 года. Если моложе, бумажка от ближайших родственников, что они не против. Максимальный возраст условно, это 50 лет, но если крепкий, прямо здесь на собеседовании делаем элементарные тесты, смотрим, насколько крепок, физическая форма крайне необходима. Смотрим, насколько ты крепок, и тогда принимаем решение и берем.
And so he seems to be doing that in exchange for some time off, showing that he's clearly got the blessing of the government. I guess, what happens with the Wagner fighters that are right now switching over to Russia? And are these classically trained soldiers, or a lot of these just people that were in prison a little while ago and are now on the front lines in Ukraine?
It's both, and it's a really good point that you're making. On the one hand, Wagner's been around for many years. They fought in different places around the world, in Africa and Syria, and now they have a lot of experience fighting in Ukraine. There's that soldier, the mercenaries who've been hired guns working for Prigozhin. But as you just showed, because out of desperation that they needed more conscripts, particularly to go to the city of Bakhmut, where they've been fighting for a long, long time, for many, many months, they decided to go and get these other kinds of conscripts, these criminals that joined up with Wagner to fight in Bakhmut. To the best of my knowledge, all of those that took the deal are not going back to jail. They have now the opportunity to either go to Belarus with Mr. Prigozhin or to join the Russian military.
Ambassador, I'm so glad you brought up Bakhmut. I've heard some conversations, some people who haven't been paying a lot of attention to what's going on, seeing this and thinking, oh, look, the enemy of my enemy might be my friend, and not really understanding the intricacies of what's happening in Ukraine. But walk us through what Prigozhin is accused of doing in Ukraine.
Well, he fought in the worst battle so far of this war, the Battle of Bakhmut. It's not the equivalent of the Battle of Stalingrad. That was much worse, but oftentimes it's referred that way for this war. He's known to have killed his own soldiers when they were trying to defect. He's been accused of a lot of things. He's a killer. He's a hired gun to kill people. He's a thug. We should have no illusions that he's some kind of good guy. These are bad guys fighting bad guys, and better that the bad guys are at least, they didn't fight that, for very long, but they did fight. There were casualties. Better that they're taking on each other than taking on the Ukrainians. But we should have no illusions. Just because people want their photo ops in Rostov with this guy, he is not a good guy.
It would also seem as though we're seeing two unpredictable strongmen that are kind of backed into a corner here. Putin politically, Prigozhin, maybe, I don't know, Belarus, but also his life is on the line. Do you see it that way?
Well, if you go back about several days ago, most certainly Prigozhin thought that his days were numbered. The government, the Russian government, said you had till July 1st to disband. They were telling his soldiers to join the Russian army. And then allegedly, we can't confirm it, but he showed photos of it, the Russian army actually attacked one of his camps in Ukraine. And I think he just felt like they were putting the squeeze on him, and he decided to do this audacious march to Moscow to try to get Putin's attention, to underscore his argument that Gerasimov, the general in charge of the armed forces, and Shoigu, the defense minister, were corrupt. And he very deliberately tried to say they were being deceptive towards Mr. Putin. But Putin didn't take that bait. Putin decided, no, you guys are the traitors. And on tonight, when their National Security Council was meeting, Shoigu was there. And that suggests that Prigozhin lost that round.
He lost that round, but he sure succeeded in capturing attention.
That's
Ambassador
for sure.
McFaul, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
And up next, we are on Storm Watch. Millions of Americans are going to see some pretty bad weather tonight, and people in the Midwest are cleaning up the mess after several tornadoes touched down. That is all coming up just ahead, so stay tuned.
Raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. Hey there, welcome back. And here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. 3 San Antonio police officers have been charged with murder. They are accused of killing a woman named Melissa Perez, who was going through an apparent mental health crisis. Now, police say Perez did not listen to their directions to leave her apartment, and one officer opened fire when she threw a candlestick. The rest opened fire when she allegedly started swinging a hammer. And one person is dead and another is hurt after a boat crashed into a ferry near Miami Beach early on Sunday morning. Miami Fire Rescue says the 32-foot boat hit the Fisher Island ferry, which is 146 feet long. And today, a judge sentenced the Club Q mass shooter Anderson Lee Aldrich to life in prison. They pleaded guilty to killing 5 people and hurting 17 others at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs. They were charged with 323 criminal counts, including first-degree murder and bias-motivated crimes. And a jury will decide whether to give the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooter the death penalty. Earlier this month, the same jury found Robert Bowers guilty on all 63 federal charges in the 2018 shooting. He was convicted of killing 11, which is the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. And President Joe Biden has a $42 billion plan to give every American household access to high-speed internet by the end of the decade. And White House officials are comparing the plan to Franklin D. Roosevelt's effort to bring electricity to rural America back in the 1930s. And tonight, yet another American community is sifting through shattered homes destroyed by a tornado. A funnel cloud tore through Indiana, killing at least 1 person. Here's NBC correspondent Emily Akeda with more on the relentless extreme storms.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where 1 person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
And now let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what's in store for the Northeast?
Well, we're wrapping up our severe weather, and then it quiets down the rest of the week, but we still have to get through the next couple hours. We haven't had anything too ominous. You know, that's great, especially compared to the last 2 weeks where it seemed like daily tornadoes across the country. So far, no reports of any tornadoes. We've had some hail. We've had some wind damage. No injuries or anything like that. And the severe weather threat still goes all the way from upstate New York down through the mid-Atlantic into North Carolina and a little sliver there of South Carolina. The strongest storms all day, actually, have been on the Delaware River area, from Pennsylvania, New Jersey. That's where we had a couple tornado warnings. We've had some significant flash flooding. The new storms that we're tracking, and this is the area that we thought we'd probably have some really strong storms, with that D.C. to Richmond corridor. Well, D.C.'s been fine, but Richmond, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. You got some really big storms. And when you start to see the pink on this map and some of the purples, that's where usually we're talking about hail. And we do have the potential of hail large enough to maybe do some dents on a car, maybe break some glass. So hopefully not, but that's the potential in the Richmond area over the next hour. Tomorrow, we're going back into the middle of the country, but just a little sliver here right along the Kansas-Oklahoma border between Wichita and Oklahoma City, mostly wind damage and large hail. So we could go 2 days in a row with hardly any tornadoes, which is, you know, a big change from what we've been dealing with lately.
And talking about Texas, I mean, that big red blob right there, is there going to be any relief to this?
I would love to give them some relief. I mean, Del Rio is on 7 days in a row, a record high each and every day. And they've been keeping records there for over 100 years. Wow. So, I mean, that's like, just no relief whatsoever. And in areas like San Angelo, you've already had 3 days in the last 2 weeks, which would be your all-time hottest temperatures ever recorded. Your 3 hottest days ever have been in the last 2 weeks. And that's not changing. All the little red dots on this map show you where we're going to break record highs. Now, these are daily record highs over the next, 3 days. So that goes from New Orleans to Oklahoma City, all the way back to El Paso and Tucson. So the temperatures right now, Del Rio's at 111. The record high was 109. So they've already done, they broke that again. And Dallas is flirting with 100. May not get there, be close. San Antonio, 103. That's one of the hottest you've been all summer long. And as we go throughout the next 3 days, I mean, not much changes. Dallas goes up to 107 on Wednesday. Del Rio, 108, 108. You cool off to 104 on Thursday. That's not much relief. And even Houston, triple digits. You get the idea here. And as we look towards the extended forecast, this is going to be out through the 4th of July. Still warmer than normal from Florida all the way through Texas. Hundreds are possible in Florida, which is pretty rare for Florida because the oceans are nearby. In the West Coast, to all our friends here, including Gotti's friends, is finally warming up after kind of a gloomy June. Things are looking better as we head towards the 4th.
Clear Los Angeles. That's what we're hoping for. Thanks so much. And coming up, we've got so much news coming up after the break. But first, you got to see this. This is a grandparents' race at Emerald's Downs in Washington State. Oh, my gosh. Are you okay there? That's about 20 Grammys and Grampies giving it their all to make it across that finish line. First, Stephen Butler. That was the man who took the top prize. He says it was his first race in, get this, 50 years. Now, a few people did trip, but don't worry, everyone's okay, and I'm sure they're all getting a ton of love from their grandkids. Way to go, guys. I'll be right back.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey there, welcome back. Let's get you caught up in 30 seconds. For the first time today since the mercenary rebellion in Russia, we are hearing from both Vladimir Putin and Yevgeny Prigozhin. Putin called the rebel leaders traitors and says Russia would have crushed that revolt. And tornadoes soared through the Midwest and the South on Sunday, leaving at least 3 people dead. And the Club Q shooter who killed 5 people in Colorado last year was sentenced to life in prison. Meanwhile, the prosecution in the Idaho murders case is now seeking the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. But Kohberger's lawyers say there is no connection between him and the 4 murdered University of Idaho students. Now, all this is in this court filing. The defense criticizing why authorities zeroed in on Kohberger as a suspect when they say 3 other people's DNA was found at the scene of the crime. But DNA that likely belonged to Kohberger was found on a knife sheath, and he was arrested after a long manhunt and indicted by a grand jury last month. NBC's Nala Charles joins us now. Nala, we're hearing talks of the death penalty. What can you tell us about that?
Well, in Idaho, Gotti, it's incredibly rare. Since 1864 in Idaho, only 29 people have been executed, and even now, there are only 8 people on death row. Now, prosecutors, in justifying their seeking of the death penalty here in this court filing, have listed 5 aggregating factors, and for them that they say appear to be present. And there, that includes that they say that this is a heinous crime and that it shows an utter disregard for human life. Gotti?
And Nala, that court filing, how important is this DNA, this piece of DNA evidence? What kind of role is that going to play in this case?
DNA is proving to be extremely important in this case here, Gotti, because like you said, the defense here for Kohberger, they're saying that there's no connection from him to the victims because they say no victim's DNA was found in his car, his home, or his office. They're also challenging the use of genetic genealogy here by the prosecutors to connect Kohberger to this crime. What we do know is that in a court filing, prosecutors have said they used genetic genealogy by narrowing it down to Kohberger's family, and from there narrowing it down to him because they got a DNA test from him, from his cheek, that they used to connect him to the crime with the DNA that was found on the knife sheath. But his defense has a big problem with that. They have said that in this court filing, saying that rather than seeing it as some sort of complex tree building that led to him, it appears far more like a lineup where the government was already aware of who they wanted to target. And what they're referring to there, Gotti, is prosecutors' use of a private lab and genetic genealogy testing site like 23andMe to create a suspect profile that includes a family tree. So that's what they're pointing to, and it's proving to be controversial from the opinion of the defense. Gotti?
What are experts saying about genetic genealogy and how it plays into criminal investigations? How often do we see it brought into a serial killer case?
Well, experts say it can be incredibly useful. We know that it's been used several times to make convictions, including the Golden State Killer. Now, experts say, although, like I said, it could be useful, they say it does have its limitations. And for that reason, they say it shouldn't be the sole use for evidence when arresting or convicting anyone. So tomorrow in the court hearing, what we expect, Gotti, is for the defense to ask prosecutors for more information on the DNA test that led them to Kohberger, because so far it's been the strongest piece of evidence that prosecutors have submitted. And that's going to be really important in the defense's argument, especially with the stakes incredibly high now, given the fact that the prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Gotti?
Nala Charles, thanks so much. And now to the investigation into the implosion that killed all 5 people on the Titan submersible last week. U.S. and Canadian officials are interviewing the mothership's crew to learn more about what happened. And we are now hearing from the mother of one of those victims. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
At the site of last week's disaster, salvage teams are now collecting the debris from the mini-submersible named Titan that imploded not far from the wreck of the Titanic. Canadian investigators have now boarded the Polar Prince that served as the mothership, retrieving the voyage data recorder and interviewing crew and victims' family members who were on board. Among them, Christine Dawood, who lost her husband Shahzada and their 19-year-old son Suleiman.
When we passed the 96 hours mark, that's when I lost hope.
She told the BBC Suleiman was looking forward to the trip.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
The investigations now underway include Canada's Transportation Safety Board and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as well as a Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation leading the U.S. investigation.
It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Investigators will look at whether now deceased OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush ignored outside warnings that the sub's carbon fiber shell could fail at crushing depths. As for who pays for the search, 13,000 square miles, 11 ships, 4 planes, 5 ROVs. No official cost estimate, but the Coast Guard says it doesn't charge for life-saving operations. That's its job. Anyone missing at sea deserves to be rescued. Gotti?
And heading now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where U.S. Customs and Border Protection says they're seeing about 3,000 crossings every single day. And that Texas backdrop is where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made a campaign stop today. This morning, he unveiled his, quote, no excuses border policy.
You have thousands of illegal aliens that will show up. What does that do for medical care? What does that do for education? What does that do for criminal justice?
Joining us now from Eagle Pass, Texas, is NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, what's in this border policy?
Hi there, Gotti. Well, critics of DeSantis' new border policy rollout say it largely mirrors what the Trump administration had put forward several years ago. But Governor DeSantis and his team say the difference is that former President Trump could not execute his border plan, and they will. Well, among some of the things in this plan is re-implementing the controversial Remain in Mexico policy, ending so-called birthright citizenship, and also setting aside more money to recruit Border Patrol agents, also using the U.S. military, the Navy, the Coast Guard to block shipments of fentanyl-making chemicals from China that go into Mexico, blocking them from those Mexican ports. So also something that drew a lot of attention today, Gotti, is this idea of potentially endorsing the use of deadly force against undocumented immigrants who came into the U.S. and cut through border fences. And that is raising a lot of eyebrows, because how do you tell the difference between a potential drug smuggler and perhaps somebody who isn't a drug smuggler? I asked the governor about that today. He really focused in on this idea of what he calls hostile intent, and he says that law enforcement officials here on the border should be allowed to use a deadly force. So again, an aggressive policy rollout in terms of immigration, what has previously been Donald Trump's signature issue, Gotti.
Now, what's the latest situation on the border there?
Well, look, in the last several days, one official here with the Texas Department of Public Safety says that this area, Eagle Pass and also Del Rio, Texas, has seen an uptick in unauthorized border crossings, that they're seeing more than 1,000 to about 1,200 unauthorized border crossings, border encounters as they're known, each day over the last several days. But another official told us that since the end of that COVID border restriction known as Title 42, there's actually been a decrease in that. But Gotti, this, as you know, this is a topic, an issue that is certain to come up in this GOP primary race, and it already has. It always does, Gotti.
And how is that polling right now? We've got a new NBC News poll that shows DeSantis lagging far behind Trump. What is the strategy, and how does immigration play in?
Right, and look, there's a lot negative in that national poll for Ron DeSantis. He's trailing the front runner, Donald Trump, now by almost 30 points. Now, I asked Governor DeSantis about that, how he has dropped 9 points since his campaign launch. And I asked him what he's telling his supporters, what he's telling donors to convince them that he still has what it takes. Take a listen.
I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there.
So again, Gotti, that's the argument he's trying to make. He's saying that in these early states that he is better positioned to take on Joe Biden than Donald Trump. It remains to be seen. He's really putting a lot of time into places like Iowa, South Carolina. He's heading to New Hampshire tomorrow. The question is, will that really work? And frankly, he's down again, 29 points in this national poll. His campaign trying to make the case it's really about individual states, not the national poll. And then once he does well in those early states, the momentum will carry him to the GOP nomination. We'll wait and see. It's early.
NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. Thanks so much. Could get a big Supreme Court ruling tomorrow on affirmative action. There's a possibility that colleges and universities won't take race into consideration when it comes to admission. So what would that even look like? NBC's Laura Jarrett reports.
For many elite schools, the writing from the nation's high court is on the wall. How worried are you?
I'm extremely worried.
Danielle Hawley is the incoming president of Mount Holyoke College in Western Massachusetts. But this peaceful campus belies an anxious reality. As soon as tomorrow, the Supreme Court will answer the most anticipated question this term. Can colleges and universities look at race in admissions decisions?
Everyone is talking about this case all the time. People from departments that are not in the law school are asking me, what day will we hear?
For decades, the court recognized the educational benefits of a diverse student body and said schools can look at someone's race as one plus factor among many. But the court's current conservative majority may ban it nationwide this time. What will that do to a place like Mount Holyoke?
It will send a very strong message to Black students and to Latina students that they are not welcome.
Not so, say the lawyers who sued Harvard over its admissions plan. Long treated by the court as the gold standard, it's now accused of being obsessed with race, and along with the University of North Carolina, of discriminating against Asian students, which the schools deny but was emphasized during oral arguments.
Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind.
If the court agrees using race violates the law, schools may still look at an applicant's finances, zip code, or even consider essays about overcoming adversity, so-called race-neutral alternatives.
Universities just cannot consider race itself.
Colleges tell NBC News they are prepared to adapt if required, expanding financial aid, scrapping SAT scores, or getting rid of legacy admissions, all potentially on the table. But Hawley says ignoring race would produce a devastating result.
We've seen a track record of them not working.
She points to California, one of 9 states that outlawed affirmative action more than 20 years ago, causing a 50% drop-off in minority admissions, numbers that have never bounced back, as seen by UC Berkeley.
I have struggled to really move the Black number here at Berkeley, and that, again, that's not from a lack of trying.
Femi Ogundele, Berkeley's Dean of Undergrad Admissions, says affirmative action was never perfect, just a Band-Aid.
The fact that there are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same, doesn't make any sense.
For now, schools are bracing for the dawn of a new era, making the task of equalizing the playing field not impossible, but significantly harder. Laura Jarrett, NBC News, South Hadley, Massachusetts.
And coming up, killer whales strike again. This time they attacked a sailing boat during a race. That wild is just ahead, so stay tuned.
You don't have any control anymore over the rudder and the boat, and we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Hey, welcome back. Let's take a look at what's happening around the world in 80 seconds. In North Korea, more than 100,000 people marched in anti-U.S. rallies over the weekend. Now, they vowed to, quote, pulverize the American empire and called for, quote, annihilation of U.S. imperialists. All this is happening on the 73rd anniversary since the Korean War started. In Istanbul, Turkish authorities have detained at least 50 people during Pride celebrations yesterday. According to organizers, anti-LGBTQ hostility is growing in Turkey, including from the president himself. And Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, is recovering from surgery after being diagnosed with breast cancer. The ex-wife of Prince Andrew and the former daughter-in-law of Queen Elizabeth underwent a single mastectomy after a routine mammogram revealed cancer. A rep says her surgery was successful. And music lovers, it is the end of an era for Elton John. The British icon performed at the Glastonbury Festival last night in what was the last UK show of his farewell tour. What a way to go out. According to overnight ratings, his set was watched by a record 7.3 million people live on BBC One, the biggest ever for an overnight audience for a Glastonbury performance. And it's happened once again. Killer whales attacking another boat. This time, they went after a Dutch sailing boat that was racing in the Gibraltar Strait. NBC's Maggie Vespa has more with some incredible video.
The latest deep-sea scare with a trio of orcas targeting this Dutch yacht off the coast of Spain.
They're coming for the rudder?
Watch as the so-called killer whales circle the boat, then repeatedly ram its rudder.
Oh my God. They're gonna get the rudder?
The crew competing in a race Thursday along the Gibraltar Strait dropped their sails, slowing down. After 15 minutes, the orcas leave. No damage or injuries.
It was a scary moment on board because, you don't have any control anymore over the rudders and the boat. And we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
This orca encounter part of a puzzling pattern, with one group near Spain nearly sinking this boat last month. In another video, you can see a whale chewing on a chunk of a boat. Experts say killer whale interactions have been on the rise since 2020, with more than 200 last year. And while Hollywood provides no shortage of stories about oceanic predators taking aim at humans,
you don't consider these attacks.
I don't.
Real-life experts deem this trend a likely fluke.
I think that one individual came into contact with the underside of a sailboat, found it interesting or pleasurable, and other members of the population took up the behavior.
Oh my God.
One theory behind a wave of whale run-ins. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
And usually if someone tells you that you're ugly, you want to curl up and cry. But for these dogs, I don't know. Once you get to know them, ugly is just another word for cute. We're going to introduce you to the world's ugliest dog. He is such a sweetheart. Come back. The world's ugliest dog is Scooter. Scooter, you're going to New York! tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Green. This weekend, Portland, Oregon became the 4th U.S. city to host the Formula E race. It's a lot like the International Formula One competition, but with one major distinction. Formula E cars are 100% electric. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has that story.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E, E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have 2 motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all 4 wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one.
Oh, I'm feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I need a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time. But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone, from the owners to the vendors to the fans, can win.
Julia Palais drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future.
And Thompson, thanks so much. Now, beauty is fur deep, and with that in mind, there is a new top dog in town. We want you to meet Scooter, the world's ugliest dog. And when we say ugly, we really mean a little guy so lovable, it makes us think, what does the word ugly even mean?
For 50 doggone years, Petaluma, California has boasted a certain kind of pedigree.
Can I have a kiss?
It's a lucky town where they crown the world's ugliest dog.
Trying to do the updo.
A place where inner beauty is what really counts.
Look at how cute and ugly you are.
This was my first time as a judge at this year's competition.
Do you think you're ugly? You do think you're ugly.
Fortunately, there is no shortage of pointers from experts in what to look for.
When I'm sitting there at the judging sheet, I should put alien, check, hair coming out of the ears, check.
Yeah, teeth going on.
Snaggle teeth?
And with that, it was time to sniff out the competition. From the lovably loose-tongued prince...
When you saw his face, what'd you think?
I fell in love, first sight.
To the 7-year-old Chinese crested with backward hind legs, aptly named Scooter.
Come on, Scooter, let's show the people what they came for.
Then there was this familiar furry face looking to be top dog.
Where's his head?
Four-time ugliest dog hopeful Wild Thing, who gives ferocious a whole new meaning.
We call him Glugly.
You call him Glugly?
Glugly.
What does Glugly mean?
It means glamorous ugly.
Ah, glamorous and ugly. That is a perfect description.
Finally, with a trip to Studio 1A on the line,
he's wearing a tux.
It was time for one last look at the repugnant pups.
I gotta say, he looks like an alien.
And after some big help from the crowd,
Wild Thing? How about little Scooter?
the decision finally unleashed.
The world's ugliest dog is Scooter. Scooter, you're going to New York.
Oh, we love you, Scooter. That does it for us tonight. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We're going to see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin vowing revenge after surviving the greatest threat to his reign in decades. The anger palpable as the Russian president addressed his nation, calling the mercenaries who tried to march on Moscow a group of traitors. The leader of that private militia now exiled in Belarus. The threat of civil war neutralized for now, but growing fears about what a volatile Putin will do next. Angela Stent, who wrote the book on Putin's world, will join Top Story with her unique insight into Putin's state of mind. Who is Prigozhin? Tonight we'll take a closer look at the man at the heart of the Russian rebellion, how the leader of the Wagner Group started as Putin's chef, then came to be known as Putin's butcher. How did he go from the kitchen to the battlefield, his recruitment of Russian prisoners to kill Ukrainians, and where his brutal campaign is likely to head from here? Back here at home, deadly summer slam, violent tornadoes tearing neighborhoods to shreds in the Midwest. At least one person killed as that system barrels east. 58 million under alert from North Carolina to New York. Plus, extreme heat suffocating the South. Temperatures in Texas pushing 120 degrees. We're covering it all. DeSantis one-on-one. Our Gabe Gutierrez getting a rare pull-aside with the Florida governor. His reaction tonight to the latest NBC News poll that shows him losing ground to Donald Trump, but faring better in a head-to-head matchup against President Biden. And the aggressive immigration plan he's just announced, using deadly force against those who cut through border walls and fences. Breaking news in the Idaho college murder investigation. Prosecutors revealing they will seek the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. The late details just coming in. Plus, the shocking video out of Florida showing the moment a shark pulls a fisherman overboard. What that man told authorities he was doing when he got bit. And tonight, we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival, a gathering of minds discussing critical issues facing the country and the world. From deep in the Rockies, the conversation tonight about artificial intelligence and what we're learning from the industry leaders on the front lines of the AI revolution. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to a special edition of Top Story. You can see just behind me, we are very far from New York City and our studios. These are the beautiful Rocky Mountains behind us, and we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival. We'll have much more on why we're here in Colorado later in the broadcast. But we do want to begin first with that breaking news out of Russia, where an attempted rebellion has rocked an already unstable global superpower. Vladimir Putin seething in a public address late today, vowing to bring a group of mercenaries to justice after they attempted to march on Moscow. So let's take a step back and see how we got to this point. On Saturday morning, the Wagner Group, mercenaries who have fought alongside Russian troops for months, took over the military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, a critical city in the south. Within hours, Putin slamming that maneuver as treasonous, calling for the leader of the group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, to be arrested. But the Wagner Group continuing what they called their march for justice towards Moscow, despite obstacles including massive ditches and abandoned vehicles that suddenly obstructed their path. Then late Saturday night, a stunning and secretive deal was reached. Prigozhin agreeing to stop that advance and take refuge in neighboring Belarus. Prigozhin and his men given a hero's send-off in Rostov-on-Don, some residents even posing for selfies as the armored vehicles left the city. You see it here. Prigozhin going silent for 2 days, fueling wild speculation about what may have happened behind closed doors. But tonight he has broken that silence, posting an audio recording on the social media site Telegram, vowing to continue the work of the Wagner Group from Belarus, insisting he never intended to overthrow Putin's government. Order restored for now in a nation that seemed on the brink of civil war. But major questions remaining tonight about exactly how the deal to end the rebellion was reached. In a moment, we'll have much more on the man who has now positioned himself as Putin's public enemy #1. But first, NBC chief international correspondent Keir Simmons leads us off from Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown, after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night, around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia, not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating 2 Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight. What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
And with that, Keir Simmons and his team who have made it into Russia join us now live here on Top Story. So, Keir, this was the first time Putin addressed Russians directly since the active threat of a civil war. What reaction have you heard on the ground to his speech? I saw you talking to some Russians there towards the end of your report.
Yeah, you speak to Russians here in Moscow, Tom, and they are clearly uncertain what the future holds. Inevitably, when you talk to people here, they can be guarded. That's understandable, but there's clearly nervousness. There is a sense that they just don't know what comes next. You know, it's 2 in the morning here right now, Tom, after, let me put it this way, one hell of a day, one hell of a weekend, and I suspect I will be saying that again and again in the days ahead.
Yeah. And Keir, I'm curious, how popular is Prigozhin in Russia? I mean, is he a name that people know? Do people know exactly who he is before all of this happened?
Oh, they do. Yes, they absolutely do. Now, those pictures of him being cheered and people taking selfies with him, those aren't appearing on Russian state television tonight. He's not being named on Russian television anymore, but people certainly do know about him. And I think an important point, Tom, remember this. Prigozhin is advocating for a more assertive stance on Ukraine. He's not suggesting that Russia should retreat. He's saying that President Putin should double down. He's saying that they should do more. And that gives you a picture of the state of mind in Russia, even after everything that's happened in the past months.
Keir Simmons with a lot of new reporting for us tonight here. Keir, we appreciate that. We do now want to take a deeper look into Yevgeny Prigozhin, the brash leader of the Wagner Group, challenging President Vladimir Putin in a way never seen before. NBC's Raf Sanchez gives us an inside look now at the rise of the mercenary chief who calls himself Putin's butcher.
He was known as Putin's chef, but now Yevgeny Prigozhin has made an enemy of the president he once served, mounting the single greatest challenge to Vladimir Putin's 2 decades of iron-fisted rule, only to call off his rebellion after 24 hours as his troops neared the gates of Moscow.
шли для демонстрации своего протеста, а не для свержения власти в стране.
Brash, brutal, and outspoken, Prigozhin led Russia's largest mercenary army, the Wagner Group, to victory in battles against Ukraine, sometimes at the cost of thousands of his men. He had publicly denied involvement until this video emerged, showing him recruiting convicts to his mercenary ranks. His cutthroat leadership on full display, telling the men, if you serve 6 months, you are free, but coldly warning potential deserters, if you arrive and it's not for you, we'll execute you. But for all his brutality, he became something of a folk hero to his troops, with curse-laden videos criticizing corruption in the most graphic terms. Here, standing next to the bodies of dead soldiers, musing about marching on Moscow, and blasting Russia's top military leaders for not providing enough ammunition, calling them the children of elites, fuming they've allowed the children of others to return home shredded to pieces in coffins. It's an unlikely climb from a 20-year-old who was imprisoned for petty theft, who then scratched and clawed his way into a successful restaurant business, catering to Putin's inner circle, first earning that nickname, Putin's chef. He later took on the role of disinformation enforcer, creating a bot farm and sowing doubts about the 2016 election, roles which led to him being indicted by special counsel Robert Mueller. It was only then that he morphed into his current role, Wagner military chief, stepping into the vacuum when Russia's traditional army stumbled at the beginning of the war. He's managed to build a vast economic empire off the spoils of war, his private army backing African dictators in exchange for hundreds of millions in gold and blood diamonds. Recently, in one of his videos, he mocked his nickname, Putin's chef, saying a better one would be Putin's butcher. The question remaining, what will the unpredictable mercenary chief do next?
And with that, Raf joins us tonight from Kyiv. So, Raf, we've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle, right? It played out over the weekend, and now it's over? Is it really over? Is Prigozhin really just going to go quietly into retirement in Belarus?
Tom, given everything we know about Vladimir Putin, given everything we know about Evgeny Prigozhin, it is very hard to imagine this is over. Putin is not a man known to let bygones be bygones. His enemies have a habit of turning up dead if they cross him, and Putin made very, very clear in his frankly angry address to the nation tonight that he believes Prigozhin is a traitor, even though he didn't use his name. As for Prigozhin, he got to where he is in life by being larger than life, by having a lot of swagger, by being a big character. For months and months and months, he has been leveling this scorching criticism at Russia's military leadership, and it is hard to imagine that he is just going to go quiet now in Belarus.
Right. You don't go from catering to being the most famous mercenary now in the world. I do want to ask, so much of the coverage has been about Russia and about Vladimir Putin, but what does this mean for Ukraine? What do Ukrainian officials take away from all of this?
So Ukrainian officials are looking for every opportunity to try to exploit this to their advantage on the battlefield politically. We spoke to a Ukrainian military officer today. He told us even if this rebellion is over, even if the Russians are not literally shooting at each other, he is convinced that this is going to take a toll on Russian morale. It will affect their performance on the battlefield. He said if you're a Russian soldier, you're sitting in a cold, wet trench in eastern Ukraine right now, you are seeing your leaders squabbling amongst themselves. You may be asking what it is that you're fighting for. Politically, we saw President Zelensky making a surprise visit to troops in the east today. And Tom, the visual contrast between Zelensky taking selfies with his soldiers and Vladimir Putin isolated, remote, behind the walls of the Kremlin, very, very stark. Tom.
Raf Sanchez from Kyiv tonight for us. Raf, we appreciate that. Moscow's still on edge. So what does this mean for the country's volatile leader, Vladimir Putin, and his one-time ally turned opposition, Yevgeny Prigozhin? I want to bring in Angela Stent now to Top Story. She's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest, the definitive account of Putin's inner circle. So first I want to ask you, Angela, why do you think Putin first announced the Wagner Group's advances to Moscow? Why do you think he actually went on state-run television and announced this to the entire country?
Well, I think on Saturday, he didn't really have any choice because the Wagner troops had already moved into Rostov, which was the headquarters of the Russian military that are involved in Ukraine. And people, you know, were posting selfies and posting things on the internet, on the Telegram channel that other Russians could see. So there isn't an information blackout in Russia. I mean, there's a blackout of Western channels, but not of their own Telegram channels. So he had to come on and say something. But the speech they gave Saturday morning was very angry, as was the one today. But he really invoked the specter of the Russian Revolution in 1917 and the civil war that followed thereafter. So really trying to frighten the Russian people.
I get that, Angela, but also the state-run media is controlled by Putin, right? And I get with social media and Telegram, there's just, he couldn't control the entire message, but he can control a lot of it. And he could have bought himself time. But it was strange, in my opinion, that he went out there, he acknowledged this sort of mutiny was happening. Do you think truly he was scared about what was about to happen when the troops arrived to Moscow?
Well, I think he wanted to warn Prigozhin and Wagner in that first speech on Saturday that they were traitors and that they would be prosecuted if they tried. He didn't mention marching on Moscow, but if they tried to foment a civil war in Russia. So I think that state message was also meant as a warning to them. But again, I think he couldn't have not done anything on Saturday morning because enough Russians knew what was going on that they needed to hear from their leader.
You know, obviously, Russia has a very advanced Air Force. They have MiG fighter jets. We were talking about 25,000 mercenary troops, right, with the Wagner group. The Russian military could have easily crushed the columns, right, just with their Air Force. Why do you think they didn't do that? I know there was some interaction, there was fighting with helicopters, but why do you think Putin just instantly didn't crush them?
Well, because I think you have to listen to what he said in his speech today. And he talked about avoiding bloodshed. I mean, I really think that he did want to avoid the semblance of a civil war there. And plus, you know, Wagner, by the way, there weren't 25,000 troops. It was more like 8,000 troops that were actually marching on Moscow, but they were marching on a major highway that runs through the country. And so you would have had, if they'd really been stopped, you would have had much more bloodshed and then the danger of the fighting spreading more broadly in the Russian population. So that's one explanation. You know, the other explanation is some people think that this was all pre-cooked, that there are a lot of things that don't add up about that, about what happened. And so maybe they never intended to stop them because they knew they were going to turn back. There's so much we don't know about what really happened on Saturday. I think we have to be very humble about how we explain things.
I totally agree with you. And the 25,000 I was referring to was really all of the Wagner mercenary soldiers that work with Russia and against Ukraine. What do you think happened with Prigozhin? Do you think he was drunk with power? Do you think he was truly upset at the Russian elite and the military leaders in Russia? Or do you think this is something else at play here?
Well, I think he was definitely very upset about the way that the Russian Ministry of Defense was conducting the war, and that's what he complained about. He put himself forward as a populist character, really, on his Telegram channel, telling Russians, you know, your sons and fathers and brothers are dying, are being slaughtered with not enough equipment and not proper training, and the children of the elite are sitting around on the beaches in the south of France drinking cocktails. So he was, I think, he was upset about the conduct of the war. I think he saw an opportunity to do something about it. I think it was also partly a power play. But having said all of that, he and Putin go back several decades. He started off life, you know, in jail as a thief and a thug, and then eventually rose to become Putin's chef and much more than that, obviously. And he was very careful not to direct his invective against Putin, but only the Ministry of Defense. And I think maybe he thought that he could affect what happened there. And I think the other thing is, I think we have to assume that there were some people in Moscow with whom he was in contact and who supported him.
Angela, you're one of the foremost experts on Vladimir Putin across the globe. What do you think this does? What type of damage does this do to Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think it certainly weakened him. I think the fact that he came out on Saturday morning and said that the traitors will be crushed. Then on Saturday afternoon or evening, he didn't announce this, but his press spokesman said there's a deal done and Prigozhin will go to Belarus, but there won't be any reprisals against him. Now he said something different today in his speech, so he doesn't look particularly resolute. I think if you just look at the body language in the speech today, he was very angry. During that whole period that when this attempted insurrection was going on, none of his colleagues came out and supported him publicly, which is also very interesting. We saw them today for the first time. So I think people have to wonder how much support he really has. But having said that, he does have a National Guard consisting of 300,000 soldiers who are loyal to him, supposedly, even though they didn't come out on the streets either on Saturday.
Yeah, a private army that just there to protect him. Before we go, some Ukrainian military commanders have said they think this might be the beginning of the end of the war in Ukraine, right? You were talking about how much this has damaged Vladimir Putin. Do you believe that to be true?
Well, I would have said until this weekend, Putin thought that he could hold out the West, that in the end, our resolve would crumble. You've got U.S. elections coming up and Republicans saying they don't want to support Ukraine anymore. So I think he thought that he was going to be able to win this war by toughening it out. Maybe he still thinks so. I don't think we see no signs right now that he's going to pull out. But if he wanted to, he could present anything as a victory. He does control the state media, as you said. But I wouldn't expect that to happen anytime soon. Right now, we're still in this Ukrainian counteroffensive phase. It's a grinding, counteroffensive taking its toll on the Ukrainian soldiers and the Russian soldiers, and we don't see any let up in that at the moment.
Angela Stent for us tonight here on Top Story. Angela, we appreciate all of your analysis. We want to bring it back here at home now and turn to the severe weather that continues to strike across the country. Deadly tornadoes ripping through parts of the Midwest and tens of thousands still without power. This as Texas prepares for yet another week of suffocating heat. Emily Aketa has the latest.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
All right, time now for power and politics in the race for the White House. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis unveiling a tough new immigration proposal today from the southern border, promising to crack down on illegal immigration and calling for an end to birthright citizenship. This comes as a new NBC News poll finds DeSantis trailing former President Trump by 29 points, even after Trump's federal indictment. In a head-to-head matchup, the margin tightens a little bit, but Trump still leads DeSantis one-on-one by more than 20 points. Our Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground in Texas tonight, where he spoke with the Florida governor earlier today.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs, you absolutely can use deadly force.
DeSantis has sent hundreds of law enforcement personnel and National Guard members to help patrol the U.S. border. We rode along on a helicopter tour with the Texas Department of Public Safety. The pilot telling us he's seen border crossings drop in recent weeks after the end of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. But he says the situation is still out of control.
What are you seeing now compared to 5 years ago?
Anybody that thinks this is a secure border is delusional. There's nothing secure about this.
This group of mostly Venezuelan migrants blocked from reaching the U.S. by razor wire along the Rio Grande and Eagle Pass.
Are you desperate? ¿Están desesperados?
They tell me, of course they are, and that they just want to come to America and work. DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So, two things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a two-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
Gabe Gutierrez joins Top Story Now live from Eagle Pass, Texas, right there on the border. Gabe, I want to go back to DeSantis' border policy, which he unveiled to you. He says he would be willing to use deadly force, right, lethal force on people who cut out holes in border walls or border fences. I want to make sure we're right on this. You know, at times, sometimes teenagers, kids may try to do this, crossing over from Mexico into the U.S. Is he aware of that, and would that policy still stand, even if it's a teenager or a child?
Yeah, Tom, it's a very tough question, and it's unclear how law enforcement officers would sometimes make that determination. But Governor DeSantis did tell me that he did have some sympathy for some of these immigrants that are coming to the United States, but ultimately said it was about the rule of law. And the phrase that he kept repeating today, both in a press conference and then in his conversation with me, is this idea of, quote, hostile intent. And he wants to make sure, the law enforcement officers to make sure, and when crossing and cutting through that fence has some sort of hostile intent, whether they might be drug smugglers. That's the type of lethal force he's talking about. But still, it raises a lot of questions when you talk about using that type of force, essentially shooting on sight for any immigrant coming through that fence, Tom.
Yeah. Gabe, I want to turn to the politics now. Historically, when candidates see a drop in the polls, their campaigns may decide to make a change. You've been covering Governor Ron DeSantis from the get-go. Have you noticed any change in his campaign strategy and his message?
Well, his campaign tells me that over the last several weeks, they've been touting the governor's record in Florida. And now, moving forward, they're going to switch more towards taking on what they see as the failures of the Biden administration. But also, they're trying to strike that contrast with former President Trump. That's why they announced this aggressive crackdown on immigration, former President Trump's signature issue today. But something interesting we noticed today, Tom, in another event that he had today here in Texas, it was a VFW event. And he spoke about immigration. He spoke with those veterans. But he did not mention the term woke once, and that is the first event that we can remember since his campaign launched several weeks ago that he hasn't used that term. A small shift, but he's heading to New Hampshire tomorrow for another event there, Tom.
Now, a notable observation, though, Gabe. All right, Gabe Gutierrez from the border tonight and the campaign trail. Gabe, we appreciate all that reporting. We now want to break down these new NBC News poll numbers and the big headlines coming out of it. 1,000 registered voters took part of this latest poll with an additional 160 Republican primary voters interviewed. I want to bring in NBC News political analyst Matthew Dowd now. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to polls. Matt, we mentioned these polls when we introduced Gabe's piece there. I want to highlight them one more time. It's the big numbers everyone's talking about. The first, in the Republican primary race, former President Trump polling at 51%, while Governor DeSantis is a little above 21%. You can kind of see the rest of the field there. Former Vice President Mike Pence, Governor Chris Christie, they've inched up a little bit there. But in a head-to-head matchup, Trump beats DeSantis by more than 20 points. So, Matt, when you look at this poll, how do you interpret this? Given me two reasons for this surge, since he's been indicted twice and he's been found liable for sexual assault. Give me two reasons why you think he's now surging in the polls.
Well, I think there are two. I'll give you two reasons. First, we always look at the trend lines, and that's what's most important, the raw numbers on any given day are important, but not as important as the trend line. And the trend line is not good for Ron DeSantis. It is very good for Donald Trump. The fascinating thing is each time he's been indicted, Donald Trump's poll numbers have risen. Each time his poll numbers have risen when you look at the averages of this. What I think that is fundamentally about is, one, the voters love Donald Trump. Republican voters love Donald Trump still. He's got an 80%, 82% plus popularity rating among Republicans. So when somebody they love is attacked, in this case by the federal government, and in Trump's words, by Joe Biden or the Justice Department, they come to Donald Trump's defense. That's, I think, the fundamental thing. The second thing I think this is about is once they come to his defense, I think most Republican voters don't know where to go if they're not with Donald Trump. I think it's easier to stay hooked and rooted in Donald Trump, who they like, than it is to begin to consider the 9, 10, 11 other candidates in this race. It's a safer position for Republican voters to stick with who they've been with for the last 7 years.
And, you know, there is some positive news out of this polling for DeSantis, right? If we dig into the numbers, his favorability rating among voters is high. It's at 60% with an unfavorable rating at 17%. Those are great numbers. Trump is at 63% favorable, 23% unfavorable. And DeSantis is getting the most second choice support. What do you make of these numbers? Can you are you in a good position, Matt, heading into the primaries and into the debates if you're a solid number 2, but there's still a lot of ground to be gained?
Well, you're only in good position if you're a solid number 2 and the leader in front of you is not that far ahead of you that you can't overcome it. The problem Ron DeSantis has is, even though he's popular, and he is, if this was a race without Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis would be the favorite. But the problem is it's a race with Donald Trump in the case. Donald Trump in 2016, Tom, and I think you'll remember this, in 2016 in the Republican nomination that he won, he never led by more than 14 points. Never in that whole process. Even at the end of the process, he led by no more than 14 points. He leads by double that today. That's the fundamental problem. Donald Trump really today, in many respects, is polling like an incumbent president in a Republican primary. It's as if voters see him as the incumbent.
Matt, and before you go, I do want to ask you, you've been on a lot of winning campaigns, and there are reports that DeSantis is having trouble in New Hampshire, the first primary in the nation. Should his campaign be concerned, or is there still a path where he can be successful in Iowa, South Carolina, Nevada, sort of run the table from there? How crucial do you think New Hampshire is going to be?
I think Ron DeSantis' entire campaign is about Iowa and New Hampshire. If he can't break through and show Donald Trump is vulnerable in either Iowa or New Hampshire, or preferably for him both, then his campaign is over. I think fundamentally he can't run a national campaign right now. He has to do well in Iowa. He has to do well in New Hampshire. If he doesn't show Donald Trump can be beaten in either one of those states, it's done.
Matt Dowd, one of our favorites. We appreciate your analysis, my friend. We will talk to you soon. Still ahead tonight, an urgent investigation underway in Massachusetts. 3 victims found dead inside of their home in Newton, while officials there are warning residents to lock their doors and their windows. Plus, fugitive or framed. A man facing rape charges in the U.S. claiming he was framed in his sleep, why prosecutors believe he tried to fake his own death to evade authorities. This is a wild story. And dragged overboard, have you seen this video? The moment a fisherman got pulled into the water by a shark? What he said he was doing moments before. Stay with us. Top story. Just getting started on this Monday night.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Do the summertime.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Back now with a disturbing story out of Massachusetts. A manhunt is now underway after 3 senior citizens were stabbed to death in their Newton home. Investigators believe the attack was random, and they're now warning residents to lock their doors as the search for the killer continues. Valerie Castro has this one.
Tonight, a triple deadly stabbing fueling a manhunt in what's normally a quiet Boston suburb.
It's scary because you always hear about it happening somewhere else and never in your backyard.
The community of Newton, Massachusetts, reeling from the homicides as investigators issue this stern warning.
We are asking people to remain vigilant. This is the night to lock your doors and windows, even if you do not normally do that.
Police say the victims, all family members, were beaten and stabbed. A couple in their 70s and the woman's elderly mother were discovered dead Sunday morning.
I was up all night, but I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. I mean, this neighborhood's usually very, very quiet.
The day was meant to be a joyous occasion for the couple's 50th anniversary. They were expected at church that same day to renew their vows, but they never showed and instead were found by someone who knew them, police say.
As you can imagine, this would be tragic on any day. To have family gathered for this kind of a celebration makes it particularly tragic.
In a letter to the church community obtained by NBC Boston, the parish calling them beloved, longtime members.
Really dedicated, faith-filled, loving Italian-American Catholics.
Police say it may have been a random attack with evidence pointing to signs of forced entry into the home, but no clear motive so far. Neighbors stunned to see their block turned crime scene.
It's random. It could happen again, and it could be our house, so, you know, or someone else on this block that we care about.
The district attorney not aware of any other triple homicides in Newton's history. State crime statistics recording only 1 homicide in the last several years. Investigators now asking residents to check home surveillance cameras for anything unusual.
We are asking people if they hear or see something suspicious, please call the Newton police immediately. Don't wait till the morning to report that to us.
An increased police presence with extra officers each shift will patrol the area in search of the suspect or suspects responsible.
We won't rest until we find out who did this and we find justice for the victims that were involved here.
All right, Valerie Castro joins us now live from our Top Story studios. So, Valerie, I know you have some new reporting about a possible connection in this case. And then have we learned anything more about these poor victims?
So, Tom, we should say police are expected to provide an update to their investigation sometime within the hour. We're told they are also investigating an attempted break-in that took place about a half a mile away from these killings that very same day. It is still unclear if those 2 incidents are connected. As for the victims, NBC Boston is reporting that the church where that anniversary vow renewal was supposed to take place will be holding a memorial mass in honor of the victims tomorrow night. Tom.
Okay, Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you. When we come back, the new details in the University of Idaho killings. Prosecutors revealing late today whether or not they will seek the death penalty for suspect Brian Kohberger. Their decision next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed and new details on the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. According to court documents filed late today, prosecutors will seek the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. He's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder for the killing of 4 students in an off-campus house in November of 2022. His trial set to begin in October. A train derailment in Montana possibly sending hazardous materials into the Yellowstone River. Take a look. A bridge collapse caused as many as 8 cars of a freight train to fall into the water. Officials saying some of the cars were carrying molten sulfur and asphalt, and incoming water to several nearby cities and towns will be shut off until they can ensure there is no contamination. Officials will continue to monitor the site of the derailment. And a dramatic encounter out of Everglades National Park in Florida. Take a look at this. Video posted to social media shows a fisherman cleaning his hands off in the water when a shark bites him and pulled him overboard. He was able to quickly get back on the boat. Officials confirming the top story that the man did suffer a bite on his hands and was taken to the hospital, but he is lucky to get back on that boat. Okay, we want to head overseas now to Scotland, where an extradition trial is underway for Nicholas Rossi. Authorities say Rossi is an international fugitive who used multiple identities to evade arrest in the U.S. He's wanted for a rape charge, but the man in jail swears this is a case of mistaken identity. Ellison Barber has all the details.
If you blinked, you could have missed it. A seemingly unassuming man entering a Scottish courthouse today for the beginning of a week-long extradition process. He swears he is Arthur Knight, an Irish orphan, sick and in a wheelchair, unfairly thrust into an international manhunt.
I do not prefer to be called Arthur Knight. I am Arthur Knight.
But U.S. and Scottish authorities say that is an elaborate lie, and he is actually Nicholas Rossi, an international fugitive wanted on a rape charge in Utah under that name, but also known as Nicholas Alverdian in Rhode Island.
Deepest condolences on the passing of Nicholas Alverdian.
A man who thought he could fake his own death, flee the country, and create a new life to avoid prosecution, investigators say.
Was he Arthur Knight, British businessman? Or Nicholas Rossi, American fugitive?
His story recently brought to light by NBC's Dateline. Authorities say they were able to identify him by distinctive tattoos, recognized when he was in the hospital for COVID in late 2021. His identity already in the system for a previous sex crime conviction.
Interpol shared mugshots, photos of his tattoos and fingerprints with local police so they could make an on-the-spot ID.
When the Scottish authorities looked at him in a hospital room in Scotland, they were satisfied that Nicholas Rossi was, in fact, the same person that is wanted in the state of Utah.
But he claimed those tattoos didn't prove anything. Instead, he told a judge in court that someone tattooed him while he was in a coma at the hospital, all in an effort to frame him.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband.
He stuck to his story in an interview with Dateline's Andrea Canning.
I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly.
But efforts to keep the apparent hoax alive didn't work. Last November, a Scottish court ruled there is overwhelming evidence that the man arrested in the Glasgow hospital is the fugitive U.S. authorities were searching for.
By the evidence of fingerprint, photographic and tattoo evidence, that Mr. Knight is indeed Nicholas Rossi.
Rossi's lawyers tried to get the extradition scrapped Monday, citing the need for authorities to question Rossi about another alleged rape in the UK, according to Sky News. But officials threw out the application to defer the case.
I am not Nicholas Alaverdi, and I do not know how to make this clear.
The hearing, a crucial step in what U.S. authorities hope will be the end of a head-spinning search for justice.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now. Ellison, this is such a weird and bizarre story. How did the U.S. have fingerprints of Nicholas Rossi in the first place to determine that they matched Arthur Knight?
The short answer is he was already in a sex offender registry. Tom, Utah officials say Rossi has used at least 8 names over the years. Police say he was Nicholas Alaverdian, he was Nicholas Rossi, then Arthur Knight. He's been accused of sexually assaulting women in at least 2 states, Ohio and Utah. In 2008, he was convicted of sexual imposition in Ohio. That means having sexual contact with someone against their will or when they're impaired. Because of that conviction from 2008, he was registered as a sex offender, and his fingerprints were in a database that was accessible to investigators. Tom?
Wow. All right, Ellison Barber for us tonight. Ellison, we appreciate that. Coming up, the race against time, the shocking new video showing Good Samaritans in India trying to save a woman trapped inside of a car. Look at that. It was swept into a riverbank because of floods. How they managed to get her out alive. Stay with us.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
do the summertime.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Do the summertime.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
And we are back with Top Stories Global Watch. The Swedish government launching an investigation into a deadly roller coaster accident. Officials saying one person is dead and 9 others are hurt after that roller coaster derailed, causing riders to plummet to the ground from 25 feet in the air. The incident happened at the country's oldest amusement park in Stockholm. It will be temporarily closed while authorities investigate what exactly went wrong. And a powerful monsoon devastating parts of India. Heart-stopping new video shows people forming a human chain, look at this, and using ropes to rescue a driver after raging floodwaters swept her car into a riverbank. The driver was eventually pulled to safety. Yesterday marked the first time in more than 60 years that a monsoon reached Delhi and Mumbai on the same exact day. And a frightening encounter with a pod of killer whales off the coast of northern Africa. New video shows the moment an orca nudged a yacht's rudder during a boat race. The crew says at least 3 orcas rammed the boat before eventually swimming away. Luckily, there were no injuries and no damage to the boat. As we've reported here on Top Story, experts say orca attacks are becoming more and more common in that area of the globe. Okay, when we come back, we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival, a gathering of the country's top thinkers and innovators. Tonight, what we learn from those on the front lines of the AI revolution and what they expect for the future. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Back now on Top Story from Aspen tonight and this majestic landscape just behind us. The reason why we're here this week is because every summer, a group of the country's top thinkers, writers, journalists, business leaders, tech innovators, and change agents come here to the Rockies for the Aspen Ideas Festival. The concept, in part, that walking and living among all the beauty, the mountains, the rivers, the endless pine trees and wildflowers, one can disconnect and really think and be open to both listening and sharing ideas. NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Ideas Festival. And today, our president of editorial, Rebecca Blumenstein, had a chance to sit down with General Motors chief Mary Barra, doubling down that GM will be fully EV with their light vehicles by 2035. Barra also telling Rebecca, along with their partnership with Tesla over their charging stations, that will stay. And I spoke with a group of business and philanthropic leaders on the economic realities for Latino communities and the impact groups like America on Tech, which help people of color learn digital skills through a year-long program, have in America. Graduates of that program getting hired at jobs paying between $80,000 and $250,000 a year, a company truly making a difference. And today, one of the topics getting a lot of attention here in Aspen is something we've covered a lot on Top Story, the artificial intelligence revolution. Here's a look at what some of the Aspen panelists had to say about how AI will continue to change our everyday lives and society.
It's not the first time we have a powerful technology that is clearly going to displace some, significant part of what people spend their time doing. The speed at which it has arrived is new.
How do we do things like ensure the AI that's being deployed is being deployed in a transparent way, so you always know when you're interacting with AI?
In 2024, we're going to have an election, and every side, every grassroots group, and every politician will use generative AI to do harm to their opponents, and it will involve spreading misinformation. The social media companies en masse are not ready for this.
If we're not mindful, I think that we will be introducing transformative, powerful technology in which people feel fearful and don't feel excited about.
One of the things that I think we all need to come to grips with is you should be afraid of people, not of AI. The bad actors are us.
Is going to have the type of transformative impact and benefit that we hope it can have, we're going to need to include a lot more people in these conversations that traditionally haven't had a voice in the development of the technology.
Then the computers are going to develop their own language to talk to each other, at which point they become super intelligent. And that language is going to be in a language that we don't understand. What are we going to do then, folks? I propose
disconnect the network.
Somewhat of a doomsday scenario there. One of those panelists you just heard from is Daniel Huttenlocher. He joins us now. Daniel is the inaugural dean of the MIT Schwarzman College of Computing and has written and thought a lot about how AI could change society and our worldview. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. I want to pick up where Eric left off there, right? Because he was talking about where he thinks AI is going. And essentially, he delivered the script to Terminator, right? The computers start talking to each other. They speak in a language that we don't speak. And then what happens next? Do you think we'll get to that point?
I'm much less concerned about those science fiction scenarios than I am about how we balance the risks and rewards of AI today. Actually, Eric and I differ on where we think it will end up in the long term. I think that these technologies will get very far, but they don't have many attributes of humans that really set us apart.
Yeah, talk to us about that, because you had a very powerful statement about the main difference between AI and humans. And your argument was AI can simulate everything humans can do, and they possibly will in the future, except love, spirituality. They can simulate it, but it won't be the real thing. But the question is, does that matter?
Well, I think many of us spend a lot of time in simulations, right? In video games, et cetera. But there's a reason that there aren't just non-player characters in a video game. The AI characters, they're also human characters. It's a kind of interaction that you get interacting with humans live in that fashion, even mediated by a gaming setup, is still something that we don't understand. And that I think, in my view, AI will not capture, that these simulations will not capture.
What's the biggest danger right now with AI, do you think?
So I think the biggest danger actually is one of how we respond to this from a regulatory and sort of controls perspective. One of the things I mentioned there was I worry about the risk of simultaneous over-regulation and under-regulation.
Right.
That there are cases where we pretty clearly should be regulating this use of AI in giving medical advice, for example. I mean, if I pretend to be a doctor, that's not a very good thing.
You can go on ChatGPT, you can ask it for medical advice, you can ask it for legal advice, it will give it back to you. If you ever try to do that without a medical license, you would obviously be put in jail, but no one's going to put the computer in jail.
Right, and so I think we do need to look at this, and I think that there are many avenues for doing that, in the same way that doctors and others are regulated.
On that point, though, something interesting was brought up in your talk, and it was that when the Model T came out, when Ford develops the automobile, right, there was no stop signs, there was no traffic lanes, no stoplights, obviously. The technology came first, and then the regulation came. Is that what's going to happen with AI?
Well, I'm a firm believer, and that's what I worry about, over-regulation. If we try to regulate the broad-based AI technology, sort of like the motor vehicle technology, I think we have a huge risk of over-regulating. I think that what we need to do is focus on specific domains where AI is being used, places like health or legal kinds of advice, but many other places as well. And we have the structures for doing that kind of regulation.
You're at MIT, you're teaching these kids who are so advanced, and you admitted to me sometimes they're more advanced than professors because they're spending all day with this technology. What are you telling them? Because really the future is in their hands, and this technology, it can be so dangerous.
It is, and one of the things that we've really for the last 4 or 5 years now been doing with the new Schwarzman College of Computing is we've integrated consideration of societal and ethical issues into the kinds of programming assignments and projects that the students have to do. Yeah. One of the things about ethics is we teach it in the abstract. It's very hard. It's sort of like the book learning. You really need to say, gee, I'm training this language model. What text was I really using to train that? What kind of bias might that particular text represent? And how do I correct for that? So those things happen in a way that, in practice, the students learn about them.
Daniel Huttenlocher, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. Thank you for all the work you're doing. You're on the front lines of this AI revolution. There's still so much we want to learn and hear about it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. To learn more about what's happening at the Aspen Ideas Festivals, you can scan the QR code on the screen and you can see their live blog. You can also watch all the conversations we've been talking about on YouTube and other website platforms. We thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas in Aspen for this special edition. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin addresses the nation after that rebellion in Russia. The Russian president calling those responsible traitors, but making no mention of the man behind the revolt who insists tonight he was not trying to topple Putin. All that raising new questions about Putin's leadership amid the conflict in Ukraine. We're in Moscow with details. Tonight, almost 60 million at risk of severe storms after tornadoes ripped through parts of the Midwest, plus relentless heat across the South. The ocean floor searched for debris after a submersible imploded while seeking the Titanic. The new investigation's underway. 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting and killing a woman in her apartment. What her family is telling us. Our one-on-one with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the sharp border contrast he's drawing with former President Trump, and why he is trying to frame a big primary field as a two-man race. The new weight loss drug showing even more dramatic results than the ones out now, when it could be available. How colleges are preparing for a Supreme Court decision that could bar them from using race in admissions. And the ultimate team player jumping in to save the day.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening and welcome from the site of the Aspen Ideas Festival, an annual gathering of thought leaders. More about what brings us here in a bit. But let's start with the rebellion in Russia. And as a measure of just how rapidly events have unfolded there since the weekend, President Putin today publicly thanking members of the Wagner Group, the very same mercenary group that challenged his control of the Russian military. Putin now saying most of the Wagner fighters are patriots who helped avert bloodshed. Putin, in remarks to the Russian people, though, leaving little doubt he will not let bygones be bygones when it comes to the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led what Putin calls a mutiny. Prigozhin also speaking tonight, backtracking on why he marched his troops towards Moscow, and his whereabouts uncertain as the weekend chaos has now turned to lingering trepidation involving a nuclear superpower. We begin with Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown, after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia, not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight. What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
Here, President Putin also offered a public olive branch to some members of the Wagner Group.
That's right, Lester. He thanked those who stopped fighting to avoid bloodshed, saying they could go back to their families, go to Belarus, or join the Russian army. Meanwhile, late tonight here in Moscow, President Putin is meeting with his security services. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow, thanks. Now let's bring in Richard Engel, who has been reporting on the Wagner Group for us for years. Richard, this is not likely to be the last time we hear from Prigozhin.
It certainly doesn't seem so. What we saw today was these two men, without addressing each other by name, spinning counter-narratives, with Prigozhin saying that his fighters are the best, remain the best, that they could have easily marched all the way toward Moscow, that they stopped voluntarily to avoid bloodshed, but that they proved a message how weak the Russian defense establishment remains. And then Putin spinning it the other way, saying that these traitors were stopped because of the unity of the Russian people. And all this creates an enormous opening for the people of Ukraine, the fighters who are on the front line launching a counteroffensive, because you have right now 25,000 of the best Russian fighters off of the battlefield, and Kremlin insiders fighting each other instead of focusing on the war in Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks. Now to the nonstop severe weather causing more destruction and putting 57 million at risk tonight, while Texas suffers through more dangerous heat. Emily Ikeda is following it all for us tonight.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Let's get to that deadly implosion of that submersible near the Titanic. Canadian and U.S. investigators are interviewing the crew of the ship that launched the sub. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, the mother of the 19-year-old who died, is also speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Christine Dogwood lost her husband, Shahzada, and her 19-year-old son, Suleiman. She says the teen wanted to go, so she gave up her seat on the sub. Meanwhile, salvage crews are now working to recover the remains of the sub, while in St. John's, Newfoundland, investigators have interviewed the crew of the mothership and recovered the ship's black box, the voyage data recorder. There are multiple investigations underway here. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. Coast Guard, which has launched a Marine Board of Investigation. That's the most serious level of investigation, which could lead to civil or criminal sanctions, depending on the findings. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. New details tonight on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman in her apartment. Her family says she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Dana Griffin has more, and a warning, some of the video you may find disturbing.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot.
Shoot me. You're not gonna work.
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Tonight, the officers aren't commenting. The police union, however, says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Lester?
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you. Now to a rare one-on-one interview with Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor in Texas, slamming Donald Trump, saying he should have done more to secure the border when he was president. DeSantis speaking to our Gabe Gutierrez.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you got through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in the hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In 60 seconds, the jaw-dropping early results of a new experimental weight loss drug, plus bracing for the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, what it could mean for the future of college students. We're back with the potentially game-changing results of an experimental weight loss drug. It's one of several drugs, several pipeline right now for obese patients as companies eye what could be record-breaking profits. Here's Stephanie Gusk.
In the Eli Lilly labs, the revolution in weight loss drugs races ahead.
This is about pushing the envelope further in this research, right?
Correct. It's using old molecules as the benchmark and trying to make things that are better.
Today, the company announcing data for its newest drug, an injection called retatrutide.
We've been working to harness the body's own mechanisms that tell you when you've eaten, and they get your body prepared to metabolize food and tell you to stop eating.
Chief Medical Officer Dr. Daniel Skavronsky says Eli Lilly is on the verge of a breakthrough.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, obese patients lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks.
I started losing weight within about a month of being on the drug.
Jacynthia Jesse was part of the trial, and while some patients were given a placebo, she believes she was given retatrutide itself.
I have to say, it was life-changing to lose almost 60 pounds, especially someone, again, almost 300 pounds.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
There is certainly a need. Diabetes and obesity are two of the largest health challenges in the U.S. Other drug companies are pursuing new medications as well, including developing a pill.
Those are more easy to make and can be widely distributed around the world more effectively.
But this class of medications, which includes diabetes drug Ozempic, is already changing people's lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
Doctors are hopeful these new drugs will also change perceptions.
I think it's also raised a lot of awareness that obesity is in fact a disease and not some sort of personal failing. So it's been amazing.
With that kind of blessing, pharmaceutical companies are moving full steam ahead. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Indianapolis.
Coming up next, affirmative action fallout, how colleges are preparing for a potential major change and what it could mean for students. Coming up next. A crucial Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action could come tomorrow as colleges and universities grapple with the possibility that race might no longer be a factor in admissions. Laura Jarrett reports.
For many elite schools, the writing from the nation's high court is on the wall.
How worried are you? I'm extremely worried.
Danielle Hawley is the incoming president of Mount Holyoke College in Western Massachusetts. But this peaceful campus belies an anxious reality. As soon as tomorrow, the Supreme Court will answer the most anticipated question this term. Can colleges and universities look at race in admissions decisions?
Everyone is talking about this case all the time. People from departments that are not in the law school are asking me, what day will we hear?
For decades, the court recognized the educational benefits of a diverse student body and said schools can look at someone's race as one plus factor among many. But the court's current conservative majority may ban it nationwide this time.
What will that do to a place like Mount Holyoke? It will send a very strong message to Black students and to Latina students that they are not welcome.
Not so, say the lawyers who sued Harvard over its admissions plan. Long treated by the court as the gold standard, it's now accused of being obsessed with race, and along with the University of North Carolina, of discriminating against Asian students, which the schools deny but was emphasized during oral arguments.
Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind.
If the court agrees using race violates the law, schools may still look at an applicant's finances, zip code, or even consider essays about overcoming adversity, so-called race-neutral alternatives.
Universities just cannot consider race itself.
Colleges tell NBC News they are prepared to adapt if required, expanding financial aid, scrapping SAT scores, or getting rid of legacy admissions, all potentially on the table. But Holly says ignoring race would produce a devastating result.
We've seen a track record of them not working.
She points to California, one of 9 states that outlawed affirmative action more than 20 years ago, causing a 50% drop-off in minority admissions, numbers that have never bounced back, as seen by UC Berkeley.
I have struggled to really move the black number here at Berkeley, and that, again, that's not from a lack of trying.
Femi Ogundele, Berkeley's Dean of Undergrad Admissions, says affirmative action was never perfect, just a Band-Aid.
The fact that there are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same, doesn't make any sense.
For now, schools are bracing for the dawn of a new era, making the task of equalizing the playing field not impossible, but significantly harder. Laura Jarrett, NBC News, South Hadley, Massachusetts.
When we come back, the athlete who lost the race but won our hearts. And finally, the world-class athlete who came in dead last but won all of our hearts after facing some unexpected obstacles. Kristen Dahlgren with her story.
Belgium's track team faced quite a hurdle at the European Championships this weekend. With both the team's hurdlers injured, they were headed to disqualification. Not so fast, said the team's shot putter, who quite literally stepped in at the last minute. 29-year-old Jolien Boomquo carefully clearing each of the 10 obstacles with a smile on her face.
I knew this was a once in a lifetime, so I just wanted to go for it.
At her own admission, becoming a hurdler was a leap.
What's the difference between a shot putter and a hurdler?
I think a better question is, what are the similarities?
At the start, there was no doubt she was different.
And I said, no, that's not a mistake. That's me. I need to run for Belgium.
But she never gave up, even as the field raced away, crossing the finish line a full 19 seconds after anyone else, but absolutely winning the day, not only saving her team's chances.
I don't want to be famous. I just want to be known for my values.
But giving us all a master class in sportsmanship and overcoming obstacles, no matter how high. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
What a team player. That's Nightly News for this Monday. Join us tomorrow night when I sit down exclusively with Liz Cheney here at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news.
sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Summertime. Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here all are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin addresses the nation after that rebellion in Russia. The Russian president calling those responsible traitors, but making no mention of the man behind the revolt, who insists tonight he was not trying to topple Putin. All that raising new questions about Putin's leadership amid the conflict in Ukraine. We're in Moscow with details. Tonight, almost 60 million at risk of severe storms after tornadoes ripped through parts of the Midwest, plus relentless heat across the South. The ocean floor searched for debris after a submersible imploded while seeking the Titanic. The new investigation's underway. 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting and killing a woman in her apartment. What her family is telling us. Our one-on-one with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the sharp border contrast he's drawing with former President Trump, and why he is trying to frame a big primary field as a two-man race. The new weight loss drug showing even more dramatic results than the ones out now, when it could be available. How colleges are preparing for a Supreme Court decision that could bar them from using race in admissions. And the ultimate team player jumping in to save the day.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening and welcome from the site of the Aspen Ideas Festival, an annual gathering of thought leaders. More about what brings us here in a bit. But let's start with the rebellion in Russia. And as a measure of just how rapidly events have unfolded there since the weekend, President Putin today publicly thanking members of the Wagner Group, the very same mercenary group that challenged his control of the Russian military. Putin now saying most of the Wagner fighters are patriots who helped avert bloodshed. Putin, in remarks to the Russian people, though, leaving little doubt he will not let bygones be bygones when it comes to the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led what Putin calls a mutiny. Prigozhin also speaking tonight, backtracking on why he marched his troops towards Moscow, and his whereabouts uncertain as the weekend chaos has now turned to lingering trepidation involving a nuclear superpower. We begin with Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia, not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
Kira, President Putin also offered a public olive branch to some members of the Wagner Group.
That's right, Lester. He thanked those who stopped fighting to avoid bloodshed, saying they could go back to their families, go to Belarus, or join the Russian army. Meanwhile, late tonight here in Moscow, President Putin is meeting with his security services. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thanks. Now let's bring in Richard Engel, who has been reporting on the Wagner Group for us for years. Richard, this is not likely to be the last time we hear from Prigozhin.
It certainly doesn't seem so. What we saw today was these two men, without addressing each other by name, spinning counter-narratives, with Prigozhin saying that his fighters are the best, remain the best, that they could have easily marched all the way toward Moscow, that they stopped voluntarily to avoid bloodshed, but that they proved a message how weak the Russian defense establishment remains. And then Putin spinning it the other way, saying that these traitors were stopped because of the unity of the Russian people. And all this creates an enormous opening for the people of Ukraine, the fighters who are on the front line launching a counteroffensive, because you have right now 25,000 of the best Russian fighters off of the battlefield and Kremlin insiders fighting each other instead of focusing on the war in Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks. Now to the nonstop severe weather causing more destruction and putting 57 million at risk tonight, while Texas suffers through more dangerous heat. Emily Ikeda is following it all for us tonight.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Let's get to the deadly implosion of that submersible near the Titanic. Canadian and U.S. investigators are interviewing the crew of the ship that launched the sub. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, the mother of the 19-year-old who died, is also speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Christine Dogwood lost her husband, Shahzada, and her 19-year-old son, Suleiman. She says the teen wanted to go, so she gave up her seat on the sub. Meanwhile, salvage crews are now working to recover the remains of the sub, while in St. John's, Newfoundland, investigators have interviewed the crew of the mothership and recovered the ship's black box, the voyage data recorder. There are multiple investigations underway here. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. Coast Guard, which has launched a Marine Board of Investigation. That's the most serious level of investigation, which could lead to civil or criminal sanctions, depending on the findings. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. New details tonight on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman in her apartment. Her family says she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Dana Griffin has more, and a warning, some of the video you may find disturbing.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You're not gonna work!
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Tonight, the officers aren't commenting. The police union, however, says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Lester?
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you. Now to a rare one-on-one interview with Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor in Texas, slamming Donald Trump, saying he should have done more to secure the border when he was president. DeSantis speaking to our Gabe Gutierrez.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in a hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In 60 seconds, the jaw-dropping early results of a new experimental weight loss drug, plus bracing for the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, what it could mean for the future of college students. We're back with the potentially game-changing results of an experimental weight loss drug. It's one of several drugs out of a pipeline right now for obese patients as companies eye what could be record-breaking profits. Here's Stephanie Gusk.
In the Eli Lilly labs, the revolution in weight loss drugs races ahead.
This is about pushing the envelope further in this research, right?
Correct. It's using old molecules as the benchmark and trying to make things that are better.
Today, the company announcing data for its newest drug, an injection called retatrutide.
We've been working to harness the body's own mechanisms that tell you when you've eaten, and they get your body prepared to metabolize food and tell you to stop eating.
Chief Medical Officer Dr. Daniel Skowronski says Eli Lilly is on the verge of a breakthrough.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, obese patients lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks.
I started losing weight within about a month of being on the drug.
Jacynthia Jesse was part of the trial, and while some patients were given a placebo, she believes she was given retatrutide itself.
I have to say, it was life-changing to lose almost 60 pounds, especially someone, again, almost 300 pounds.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
There is certainly a need. Diabetes and obesity are two of the largest health challenges in the U.S. Other drug companies are pursuing new medications as well, including developing a pill.
Those are more easy to make and can be widely distributed around the world more effectively.
But this class of medications, which includes diabetes drug Ozempic, is already changing people's lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
Doctors are hopeful these new drugs will also change perceptions.
I think it's also raised a lot of awareness that obesity is in fact a disease and not some sort of personal failing. So it's been amazing.
With that kind of blessing, pharmaceutical companies are moving full steam ahead. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Indianapolis.
Coming up next, affirmative action fallout, how colleges are preparing for a potential major change and what it could mean for students. Coming up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the November 16th.
All right, it just needs to.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin addresses the nation after that rebellion in Russia. The Russian president calling those responsible traitors, but making no mention of the man behind the revolt, who insists tonight he was not trying to topple Putin. All that raising new questions about Putin's leadership amid the conflict in Ukraine. We're in Moscow with details. Tonight, almost 60 million at risk of severe storms after tornadoes ripped through parts of the Midwest, plus relentless heat across the South. The ocean floor searched for debris after a submersible imploded while seeking the Titanic. The new investigation's underway. 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting and killing a woman in her apartment. What her family is telling us. Our one-on-one with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the sharp border contrast he's drawing with former President Trump, and why he is trying to frame a big primary field as a two-man race. The new weight loss drug showing even more dramatic results than the ones out now, when it could be available. How colleges are preparing for a Supreme Court decision that could bar them from using race in admissions. And the ultimate team player jumping in to save the day.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening and welcome from the site of the Aspen Ideas Festival, an annual gathering of thought leaders. More about what brings us here in a bit. But let's start with the rebellion in Russia. And as a measure of just how rapidly events have unfolded there since the weekend, President Putin today publicly thanking members of the Wagner Group, the very same mercenary group that challenged his control of the Russian military. Putin now saying most of the Wagner fighters are patriots who helped avert bloodshed. Putin, in remarks to the Russian people, though, leaving little doubt he will not let bygones be bygones when it comes to the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led what Putin calls a mutiny. Prigozhin also speaking tonight, backtracking on why he marched his troops towards Moscow, and his whereabouts uncertain as the weekend chaos has now turned to lingering trepidation involving a nuclear superpower. We begin with Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia. Not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
Here, President Putin also offered a public olive branch to some members of the Wagner Group.
That's right, Lester. He thanked those who stopped fighting to avoid bloodshed, saying they could go back to their families, go to Belarus, or join the Russian army. Meanwhile, late tonight here in Moscow, President Putin is meeting with his security services. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thanks. Now let's bring in Richard Engel, who has been reporting on the Wagner Group for us for years. Richard, this is not likely to be the last time we hear from Prigozhin.
It certainly doesn't seem so. What we saw today was these two men, without addressing each other by name, spinning counter narratives, with Prigozhin saying that his fighters are the best, remain the best, that they could have easily marched all the way toward Moscow, that they stopped voluntarily to avoid bloodshed, but that they proved a message how weak the Russian defense establishment remains. And then Putin spinning it the other way, saying that these traitors were stopped because of the unity of the Russian people. And all this creates an enormous opening for the people of Ukraine, the fighters who are on the front line launching a counteroffensive, because you have right now 25,000 of the best Russian fighters off of the battlefield, and Kremlin insiders fighting each other instead of focusing on the war in Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks. Now to the nonstop severe weather causing more destruction and putting 57 million at risk tonight, while Texas suffers through more dangerous heat. Emily Ikeda is following it all for us tonight.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped planes in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Let's get to that deadly implosion of that submersible near the Titanic. Canadian and U.S. investigators are interviewing the crew of the ship that launched the sub. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, the mother of the 19-year-old who died, is also speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Christine Dogwood lost her husband, Shahzada, and her 19-year-old son, Suleiman. She says the teen wanted to go, so she gave up her seat on the sub. Meanwhile, salvage crews are now working to recover the remains of the sub, while in St. John's, Newfoundland, investigators have interviewed the crew of the mothership and recovered the ship's black box, the voyage data recorder. There are multiple investigations underway here. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. Coast Guard, which has launched a Marine Board of Investigation. That's the most serious level of investigation, which could lead to civil or criminal sanctions, depending on the findings. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. New details tonight on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman in her apartment. Her family says she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Dana Griffin has more, and a warning, some of the video you may find disturbing.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot.
Shoot me! You're not
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Tonight, the officers aren't commenting. The police union, however, says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Lester?
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you. Now to a rare one-on-one interview with Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor in Texas, slamming Donald Trump, saying he should have done more to secure the border when he was president. DeSantis speaking to our Gabe Gutierrez.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in a hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In 60 seconds, the jaw-dropping early results of a new experimental weight loss drug, plus bracing for the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, what it could mean for the future of college students.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Good evening. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz coming to you from New York. And here are the stories we're watching tonight, starting with that failed armed mutiny in Russia and everything we know about it.
This is just the latest chapter in a book of failure that Putin has written for himself.
And we are going to break down the latest in that Russian rebellion that started marching to Moscow to challenge the Kremlin, only to be mysteriously called off. The man leading it, a mercenary warlord who may not have just been exiled to Belarus. Now, all this has us asking so many questions. First, who is Yevgeny Prigozhin? What is Putin going to do next? And how is this going to impact the war in Ukraine? We're going deep into all of it. Also, severe storms rocked a handful of towns in the Midwest, even leveling some homes and businesses.
Slammed the door at the last minute, locked it, ran in and jumped over my little boy in the bathtub.
And these dogs, they're not letting any snaggle teeth get in the way of their dreams. We're taking you inside the world's ugliest dog competition, which we got to judge for the first time.
When I'm sitting there at the judging sheet, I should put alien, check, hair coming out of the ears, check.
Yeah, teeth going on.
Snaggle teeth? And we start tonight in Russia, where Vladimir Putin has finally spoken out about that mutiny that had Russian mercenaries marching towards Moscow, even shooting down 2 Russian helicopters. Putin saying that those behind the revolt will be brought to justice.
The organizers of this rebellion cannot but understand that they will be brought to justice. Everybody understands that. This is criminal activity, which is aimed at weakening the country, and this was a colossal threat.
Now, we're going to get to some caveats there in just a second, but just to be upfront, the exact details on all of this are extremely hard to pin down, and a lot of it is going to be shrouded in misinformation from 2 of the most experienced disseminators of disinformation of the modern day. We all know Vladimir Putin's history as a KGB operative. The other man in this picture, Yevgeny Prigozhin, among the many things he's done, he's an alleged war criminal, oligarch. He's also the leader of the Wagner mercenary group. And an important note, he was also the man behind all those Russian troll farms that flooded the 2016 U.S. elections with bots and disinformation. All that to say, whatever we're reporting today could change in an instant. It's tough to pin it down. We've got correspondents all over the world covering this story. And here's what they are reporting. Over the weekend, Prigozhin, the leader of one of the largest soldier-for-hire groups in the world, that mercenary Wagner group, claimed that Russia had been firing rockets at Wagner soldiers fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Then suddenly, Prigozhin started moving tens of thousands of his mercenaries back into Russia, taking over Russian military posts and saying he was going to march up to Moscow. Then Prigozhin's loyalists started sweeping through the country towards the Kremlin, and videos like this started coming out showing armed forces marching on without being challenged before Prigozhin called it off. Prigozhin has come out with a statement since as well, saying he wasn't trying to overthrow Putin, but was sending a message to those who he accused of mismanaging that war, and said he was trying to protect his fighters.
We were going to demonstrate our protest and not the toppling of the power regime in the country.
And this is where things get even more murky. Right now, there has been some sort of agreement to let Prigozhin live in Belarus, even though he seems to have directly challenged Putin, and the Wagner group is to be disbanded and some of them absorbed into the Russian army. Ali Velshi is in Kyiv tonight following all of this. Ali, thanks so much for joining us. So now he is said to be in Belarus along with some of his soldiers. Does that mean that there are no more Wagner mercenaries in Ukraine?
That is a good and simple question with a very complicated answer. First of all, to put it in perspective, we're 60 miles from Belarus here in Kyiv. This war essentially started from Belarus. When those tanks came in February of 2022 to Kyiv, they came within 8 miles of where I am, the city center. They came down from Belarus. When a plane takes off from Belarus armed with hypersonic missiles, those missiles can be to where we are in 20 minutes. So Belarus, for the purposes of this war, is Russia. Belarus is a country that has an agreement with Russia that by 2030 they're going to become sort of a unified country. The president of Belarus is a puppet of Vladimir Putin. So there's a real question as to why Belarus is even involved in this thing and why somebody who's taking refuge from Vladimir Putin would be there. As for the troops, they fall into sort of 3 categories. There were those who rose up in rebellion, who are not anywhere to be found. They are going to Belarus with their leader. There are those who have agreed to join the Russian military, which was how this whole thing started. The Russian military will take them over, which is interesting because the Wagner group was a much more effective fighting force. They were sort of, think about them as the special forces. The Russian military right now is made up mostly of conscripts. So that's going to happen there. There are still there are many soldiers in Ukraine right now. In fact, there's a tip line that a Russian soldier can call. There's an app if they want to surrender. And they've had, over the course of this war, 10,000 calls from Russians who want to surrender. So it's very unclear what role Wagner Group soldiers have right now. Some of them are becoming Russian soldiers. Some of them are dismissed from the army, and some of them are still in Ukraine. But they're not a fighting force under the leadership of Prigozhin anymore in Ukraine.
And when it comes to the deal between Prigozhin and Putin, what are the particulars there? Can you give credence to what we're seeing out there on Telegram and on social media?
It's very hard to. Vladimir Putin gave a speech in which he was visibly angry. He didn't take Prigozhin's name, which is typical, by the way, for Vladimir Putin when talking about an opponent. He has called him some awful things. So it doesn't sound like they're on friendly terms. But that said, if I were trying to get away from Vladimir Putin, I wouldn't go to Belarus. That's not an obvious choice. Belarus is filled with Russian troops. It was a launching pad for this war. Belarus is also a nuclear-armed country. So it's very murky as to what this deal is and what the president of Belarus was doing when cutting this deal. It almost defies belief that such a thing would happen. He's not somebody, the president of Belarus is not somebody with influence. He is subordinate to Vladimir Putin. So we're not quite sure what's going on, but Vladimir Putin is very clear on the fact that they are calling it an armed rebellion. He said that Prigozhin was trying to get Russians to fight with themselves, and he did not succeed. I'm not sure history will bear out that that's true. There's clearly some sort of fight going on in Russia. It seems that Prigozhin, by Saturday afternoon, deemed that he was not getting the support that he would have wanted in an armed rebellion or a coup. He didn't have generals who were coming over to him with their troops, and so he decided to cut and run. But it's not sure, you know, this is not a play that's over yet. We're sort of somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and Putin is all about projecting power. To have Prigozhin start heading towards Moscow and then now end up in Belarus, I mean, what is this going to do to Putin's image in Russia?
Well, so Putin's got an image problem in 3 places, right? He's got one in Russia, the domestic problem. He's always been a strong man. In 23 years, nothing like this has ever happened. So that's a problem. He's going to have to project power inside Russia. He's got a problem in Ukraine. Because he needs to look strong in his fight with Ukraine. And now the tip of the spear, the fighting force that was most effective in Ukraine, is gone, and their leader is in rebellion of Putin. And number 3, Vladimir Putin is the strong man to the world, right? There are lots of dictators and authoritarians around the world who look to him as the model for expansionism and how to, you know, buck world opinion. He now has to prove to various constituencies, and that's not even including NATO and America and the West, that he's actually strong. Remember, they went into this war with us thinking that Russia was the second strongest army in Europe, and the joke goes that Russia's not even the second strongest army in Ukraine. So at this point, we are a little worried about whether or not he's going to do something to reflect that power in Ukraine. He doesn't have the ground fighting force that he needs for that, but he's got missiles and he's got drones. So we're not sure how this plays out for Vladimir Putin. But I will say, watching him earlier today, he was angry, and you typically don't see Vladimir Putin angry. He's generally very measured and in control. He was visibly angry.
And Ali, one more question while you're there. What's happening in Ukraine? What's happening on the front lines?
Well, they are a few weeks into this so-called spring counteroffensive that they were launching. They've taken some ground, irrespective of what just happened with Wagner Group. They've reclaimed about 130 square kilometers. It's not a ton of land. It's about 9 or 10 villages or hamlets. So they were feeling pretty energized. The morale was good before this happened, and now what they see is that their oppressor and their invader there's something wrong. There's some damage there. So generally speaking, the Ukrainians are thinking this is probably good for them. But again, we are worried about if Vladimir Putin needs to project an image of strength or try and reclaim that image of strength, his best chance to do that would be to demonstrate in Ukraine that it's him and his army, not Prigozhin, who are prosecuting this war properly. So everybody's on pins and needles, but generally speaking, Ukrainians are feeling pretty positive about this.
Unpredictable times. Ali Velshi, thanks so much for being out there. Stay safe.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So exactly who is Yevgeny Prigozhin, and how did he become so entrenched in the Russian military complex? Well, according to reports, he started off as a petty criminal, which eventually landed him in jail for 10 years. And then after serving some time, Prigozhin started selling hot dogs with his family, then opened restaurants. Eventually, he started getting these massive contracts for supplying the military and schools with food, which is where he got Putin's attention. And somehow, just a few years later, he started building a mercenary army, recruiting prisoners to become soldiers in exchange for less time locked up. And that was just the beginning. NBC's Richard Engel has more.
A senior U.S. official tells NBC News the best way to understand what's happening now in Russia is a mafia power struggle. Yevgeny Prigozhin is a capo, a mid-level and until recently loyal soldier who has risen through the ranks by doing special tasks for his boss, President Putin. First, it was food. Prigozhin owned a chain of restaurants, including the New Haven in St. Petersburg, which Putin and his early team used as a hangout, earning him the nickname Putin's chef. Over time, he learned to cater to Putin's other needs. Most Americans know Prigozhin from the disinformation on their social media feeds. He founded a bot farm, the Internet Research Agency that, according to the Justice Department, sowed doubts about the legitimacy of the 2016 election, highlighted racial tensions in the United States, and promoted Donald Trump. In 2022, Prigozhin reinvented himself again into a commander of a mercenary army, the Wagner Group, supplementing Russian troops in Ukraine, which were failing on the battlefield. He recruited thousands of convicts, promising pardons in exchange for frontline service. Thousands were sent to their deaths, and according to the few who managed to escape, they were shot if they attempted to retreat. I asked Ukraine's President Zelensky about the group earlier this month.
How do you describe Wagner and what it's doing on the ground here?
They are mercenaries and terrorists. They are just killers, he said. Prigozhin is also rich. He uses his private army to prop up dictators in Africa, in particular the president of the Central African Republic. In exchange, taking gold and blood diamonds worth $500 million a year, according to diplomats. But with money, power, and an armed force, Prigozhin has made enemies. He accuses Russia's defense minister and army chief, driven by jealousy and treason, of denying Wagner fighters ammunition. And now he wants revenge.
And here is a little more context from a video being circulated on Russian Telegram channels. Check this out. This is the response Prigozhin got as he was abandoning his march to Moscow and his men were pulling back. Those are people in the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, and it's that kind of support that makes Prigozhin such a threat to Putin's power. NBC News international affairs analyst and former U.S. ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, joins us now. Ambassador McFaul, the EU foreign policy chief, said that Putin created this monster, Prigozhin, and then the monster is biting him. How big of a threat is Prigozhin to Putin?
Well, that's definitely the right analogy. He is the Frankenstein that Putin created, and then he made him even more powerful by invading Ukraine. Remember, had Putin not invaded Ukraine, this crisis would not be happening. That said, I don't see Prigozhin as somebody that's going to overthrow Putin. I think that goes too far. Putin is weaker because of this crisis, and he is not out of it yet. His statement tonight suggests that he needs to find a way to dismantle the Wagner forces. But I don't see Prigozhin at this stage in the crisis as being in a position to overthrow Putin or any other part of the faction of the government, including Mr. Gerasimov, General Gerasimov, the head of the armed forces, Mr. Shoigu, the defense minister, who at one point, just a few days ago, was the aim of Prigozhin's mutiny.
Putin doesn't come across as the kind of person to let something like this go. We heard very targeted, and yet he didn't say Prigozhin's name in that speech that he gave today, but a targeted attack on those he said were behind this mutiny, and yet he's saying he's going to uphold the deal. So he says they'll be brought to justice, and then we will uphold the deal. It seems like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth there.
Exactly. He's walking this very delicate balancing act between, on the one hand, keeping his word for the deal he did with Prigozhin. He didn't escalate. He didn't go in and take him out. When push came to shove, they played a game of chicken, and they both swerved. But then tonight, he is doubling down to call them traitors, to say that those that were the leaders, the commanders of the Wagner force, were betraying the patriots, the common soldiers, the common mercenaries. And he's trying to drive a wedge between the commanders on the one hand and the thousands of soldiers that are still armed and that haven't taken his deal to join the conventional forces. And so far, I don't think he's achieved that objective yet.
We heard Ali Velshi earlier today reporting a little bit about some app that the Russians were using, or the Russian army was using, to allow for Wagner mercenaries to basically say, hey, we want to be a part of the army, and he cited around 10,000 soldiers. Have you seen those reports? And if that's accurate, what does that say about what's going on?
You know, I've seen very conflicting reports. There's what you just recalled, 10,000, lots are defecting, lots are joining. But Prigozhin himself just this morning said only 1% to 2% of his forces have joined the conventional forces. So I don't know who's right and who's wrong. I have to speculate that Putin would not have given that dramatic speech had they all decided to join up with his forces, because that speech was an appeal to those soldiers to join him and to, you know, basically go against the will and the wishes of the commanders, including Mr. Prigozhin. I want to be clear. He said the commanders, not just Prigozhin, those that had led you astray, he said. They were deceptive. They told you lies. Now come over to my side and distance yourself from those traitors. You don't make that speech if you already have achieved that objective.
Yeah, we're seeing these pictures of people posing with soldiers. A lot of the Wagner soldiers have been recruited from prisons, right? And in fact, I think we have some video of Prigozhin recruiting some for fighting in Ukraine. Let's take a quick look.
Наверное, слышали, ЧВК «Вагнер» называется. Война тяжелая. На всякие там чеченские и так далее близко не похоже. Минимальный возраст, который мы берем, это 22 года. Если моложе, бумажка от ближайших родственников, что они не против. Максимальный возраст условно, это 50 лет, но если крепкий, прямо здесь на собеседовании делаем элементарные тесты, смотрим, насколько крепок, физическая форма крайне необходима. Смотрим, насколько ты крепок, и тогда принимаем решение и берем.
And so he seems to be doing that in exchange for some time off, showing that he's clearly got the blessing of the government. I guess, what happens with the Wagner fighters that are right now switching over to Russia? And are these classically trained soldiers, or a lot of these just people that were in prison a little while ago and are now on the front lines in Ukraine?
It's both, and it's a really good point that you're making. On the one hand, Wagner's been around for many years. They fought in different places around the world, in Africa and Syria, and now they have a lot of experience fighting in Ukraine. There's that soldier, the mercenaries who've been hired guns working for Prigozhin. But as you just showed, because out of desperation that they needed more conscripts, particularly to go to the city of Bakhmut, where they've been fighting for a long, long time, for many, many months, they decided to go and get these other kinds of conscripts, these criminals, that joined up with Wagner to fight in Bakhmut. To the best of my knowledge, all of those that took the deal are not going back to jail. They have now the opportunity to either go to Belarus with Mr. Prigozhin or to join the Russian military.
Ambassador, I'm so glad you brought up Bakhmut. I've heard some conversations, some people who haven't been paying a lot of attention to what's going on, seeing this and thinking, oh, look, the enemy of my enemy might be my friend, and not really understanding the intricacies of what's happening in Ukraine. But walk us through what Prigozhin is accused of doing in Ukraine.
Well, he fought in the worst battle so far of this war, the Battle of Bakhmut. It's not the equivalent of the Battle of Stalingrad. That was much worse, but oftentimes it's referred that way for this war. He's known to have killed his own soldiers when they were trying to defect. He's been accused of a lot of things. He's a killer. He's a hired gun to kill people. He's a thug. We should have no illusions that he's some kind of good guy. These are bad guys fighting bad guys, and better that the bad guys are at least, they didn't fight that, for very long, but they did fight. There were casualties. Better that they're taking on each other than taking on the Ukrainians. But we should have no illusions. Just because people want their photo ops in Rostov with this guy, he is not a good guy.
It would also seem as though we're seeing two unpredictable strongmen that are kind of backed into a corner here. Putin politically, Prigozhin, maybe, I don't know, Belarus, but also his life is on the line. Do you see it that way?
Well, if you go back about several days ago, most certainly Prigozhin thought that his days were numbered. The government, the Russian government, said you had till July 1st to disband. They were telling his soldiers to join the Russian army. And then allegedly, we can't confirm it, but he showed photos of it, the Russian army actually attacked one of his camps in Ukraine. And I think he just felt like they were putting the squeeze on him, and he decided to do this audacious, march to Moscow to try to get Putin's attention, to underscore his argument that Gerasimov, the general in charge of the armed forces, and Shoigu, the defense minister, were corrupt. And he very deliberately tried to say they were being deceptive towards Mr. Putin. But Putin didn't take that bait. Putin decided, no, you guys are the traitors. And on tonight, when their National Security Council was meeting, Shoigu was there. And that suggests that Prigozhin lost that round.
He lost that round, but he sure succeeded in capturing attention.
That's
Ambassador
for sure.
McFaul, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
And up next, we are on Storm Watch. Millions of Americans are going to see some pretty bad weather tonight, and people in the Midwest are cleaning up the mess after several tornadoes touched down. That is all coming up just ahead, so stay tuned.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Hey there, welcome back. And here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. 3 San Antonio police officers have been charged with murder. They are accused of killing a woman named Melissa Perez, who was going through an apparent mental health crisis. Now, police say Perez did not listen to their directions to leave her apartment, and one officer opened fire when she threw a candlestick. The rest opened fire when she allegedly started swinging a hammer. And one person is dead and another is hurt after a boat crashed into a ferry near Miami Beach early on Sunday morning. Miami Fire Rescue says the 32-foot boat hit the Fisher Island ferry, which is 146 feet long. Today, a judge sentenced the Club Q mass shooter Anderson Lee Aldrich to life in prison. They pleaded guilty to killing 5 people and hurting 17 others at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs. They were charged with 323 criminal counts, including first-degree murder and bias-motivated crimes. And a jury will decide whether to give the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooter the death penalty. Earlier this month, the same jury found Robert Bowers guilty on all 63 federal charges in the 2018 shooting. He was convicted of killing 11, which is the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. And President Joe Biden has a $42 billion plan to give every American household access to high-speed internet by the end of the decade. And White House officials are comparing the plan to Franklin D. Roosevelt's effort to bring electricity to rural America back in the 1930s. And tonight, yet another American community is sifting through shattered homes destroyed by a tornado. A funnel cloud tore through Indiana, killing at least one person. Here's NBC correspondent Emily Akeda with more on the relentless extreme storms.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
And now let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what's in store for the Northeast?
Well, we're wrapping up our severe weather, and then it quiets down the rest of the week, but we still have to get through the next couple hours. We haven't had anything too ominous. You know, that's great, especially compared to the last 2 weeks where it seemed like daily tornadoes across the country. So far, no reports of any tornadoes. We've had some hail. We've had some wind damage. No injuries or anything like that. And the severe weather threat still goes all the way from upstate New York down through the mid-Atlantic into North Carolina and a little sliver there of South Carolina. The strongest storms all day, actually, have been on the Delaware River area, right from Pennsylvania, New Jersey. That's where we had a couple tornado warnings. We've had some significant flash flooding. The new storms that we're tracking, and this is the area that we thought we'd probably have some really strong storms with that D.C. to Richmond corridor. Well, D.C.'s been fine, but Richmond, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. You got some really big storms. And when you start to see the pink on this map and some of the purples, that's where usually we're talking about hail. And we do have the potential of hail large enough to maybe do some dents on a car, maybe break some glass. So hopefully not, but that's the potential in the Richmond area over the next hour. Tomorrow, we're going back into the middle of the country, but just a little sliver here right along the Kansas-Oklahoma border between Wichita and Oklahoma City, mostly wind damage and large hail. So we could go 2 days in a row with hardly any tornadoes, which is, you know, a big change from what we've been dealing with lately.
And talking about Texas, I mean, that big red blob right there, is there going to be any relief to this?
I would love to give them some relief. I mean, Del Rio was on 7 days in a row, a record high each and every day. And they've been keeping records there for over 100 years. Wow. So, I mean, that's like, you know, just no relief whatsoever. And in areas like San Angelo, you've already had 3 days in the last 2 weeks, which would be your all-time hottest temperatures ever recorded. Your 3 hottest days ever have been in the last 2 weeks. And that's not changing. All the little red dots on this map show you where we're going to break record highs. Now, these are daily record highs over the next, 3 days. So that goes from New Orleans to Oklahoma City, all the way back to El Paso and Tucson. So the temperatures right now, Del Rio is at 111. Their record high was 109. So they've already done, they broke that again. And Dallas is flirting with 100. May not get there, be close. San Antonio, 103. That's one of the hottest you've been all summer long. And as we go throughout the next 3 days, I mean, not much changes. Dallas goes up to 107 on Wednesday. Del Rio, 108. You cool off to 104 on Thursday. That's not much relief. And even Houston, triple digits. You get the idea here. And as we look towards the extended forecast, this is going to be out through the 4th of July. Still warmer than normal from Florida all the way through Texas. Hundreds are possible in Florida, which is pretty rare for Florida because the oceans are nearby. In the West Coast, to all our friends here, including Gotti's friends, is finally warming up after kind of a gloomy June. Things are looking better as we head towards the 4th.
Clear Los Angeles. That's what we're hoping for. Thanks so much. And coming up, we've got so much news coming up after the break. But first, you got to see this. This is a grandparents' race at Emerald's Downs in Washington State. Oh, my gosh. Are you okay there? That's about 20 Grammys and Grampies giving it their all to make it across that finish line. First, Stephen Butler. That was the man who took the top prize. He says it was his first race in, get this, 50 years. Now, a few people did trip, but don't worry, everyone's okay, and I'm sure they're all getting a ton of love from their grandkids. Way to go, guys. I'll be right back.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. Breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, welcome back. Let's get you caught up in 30 seconds. For the first time today since the mercenary rebellion in Russia, we are hearing from both Vladimir Putin and Yevgeny Prigozhin. Putin called the rebel leaders traitors and said Russia would have crushed the revolt. The tornadoes tore through the Midwest and South on Sunday, leaving at least 3 people dead. And the Club Q shooter who killed 5 people in Colorado last year was sentenced to life in prison. Meanwhile, the prosecution in the Idaho murders case is now seeking the death penalty for Bryan Kohberger. But Kohberger's lawyers say there is no connection between him and the 4 murdered University of Idaho students. Now, all this is in this court filing, the defense criticizing why authorities zeroed in on Kohberger as a suspect when they say 3 other people's DNA was found at the scene of the crime. But DNA that likely belonged to Kohberger was found on a knife sheath, and he was arrested after a long manhunt and indicted by a grand jury last month. NBC's Nala Charles joins us now. Nala, we're hearing talks of the death penalty. What can you tell us about that?
Well, in Idaho, Gotti, it's incredibly rare. Since 1864 in Idaho, only 29 people have been executed, and even now, there are only 8 people on death row. Now, prosecutors, in justifying their seeking of the death penalty here in this court filing, have listed 5 aggregating factors, and for them that they say appear to be present. And there, that includes that they say that this is a heinous crime and that it shows an utter disregard for human life. Gotti?
And Nyla, that court filing, how important is this DNA, this piece of DNA evidence? What kind of role is that going to play in this case?
DNA is proving to be extremely important in this case here, Gotti, because like you said, the defense here for Kohberger, they're saying that there's no connection from him to the victims because they say no victim's DNA was found in his car, his home, or his office. They're also challenging the use of genetic genealogy here by the prosecutors to connect Kohberger to this crime. What we do know is that in a court filing, prosecutors have said they used genetic genealogy by narrowing it down to Kohberger's family, and from there narrowing it down to him because they got a DNA test from him, from his cheek, that they used to connect him to the crime with the DNA that was found on the knife sheath. But his defense has a big problem with that. They have said that in this court filing, saying that rather than seeing it as some sort of complex tree building that led to him, it appears far more like a lineup where the government was already aware of who they wanted to target. And what they're referring to there, Gotti, is prosecutors prosecutors' use of a private lab and genetic genealogy testing site like 23andMe to create a suspect profile that includes a family tree. So that's what they're pointing to, and it's proving to be controversial from the opinion of the defense. Gotti?
What are experts saying about genetic genealogy and how it plays into criminal investigations? How often do we see it brought into a serial killer case?
Well, experts say it can be incredibly useful. We know that it's been used several times to make convictions, including the Golden State Killer. Now, experts say, although, like I said, it could be useful, they say it does have its limitations. And for that reason, they say it shouldn't be the sole use for evidence when arresting or convicting anyone. So tomorrow in the court hearing, what we expect, Gotti, is for the defense to ask prosecutors for more information on the DNA test that led them to Kohberger, because so far it's been the strongest piece of evidence that prosecutors have submitted. And that's going to be really important in the defense's argument, especially with the stakes incredibly high now, given the fact that the prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Gotti?
Nyla Charles, thanks so much. And now to the investigation into the implosion that killed all 5 people on the Titan submersible last week. U.S. and Canadian officials are interviewing the mothership's crew to learn more about what happened. And we are now hearing from the mother of one of those victims. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
At the site of last week's disaster, salvage teams are now collecting the debris from the mini-submersible named Titan that imploded not far from the wreck of the Titanic. Canadian investigators have now boarded the Polar Prince that served as the mothership, retrieving the voyage data recorder and interviewing crew and victims' family members who were on board. Among them, Christine Dawood, who lost her husband Shahzada and their 19-year-old son Suleiman.
When we passed the 96 hours mark, that's when I lost hope.
She told the BBC Suleiman was looking forward to the trip.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
The investigations now underway include Canada's Transportation Safety Board and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as well as a Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation leading the U.S. investigation.
It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Investigators will look at whether now deceased OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush ignored outside warnings that the sub's carbon fiber shell could fail at crushing depths. As for who pays for the search, 13,000 square miles, 11 ships, 4 planes, 5 ROVs. No official cost estimate, but the Coast Guard says it doesn't charge for life-saving operations. That's its job. Anyone missing at sea deserves to be rescued. Gotti?
And heading now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where U.S. Customs and Border Protection says they're seeing about 3,000 crossings every single day. And that Texas backdrop is where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made a campaign stop today. This morning, he unveiled his, quote, no excuses border policy.
You have thousands of illegal aliens that will show up. What does that do for medical care? What does that do for education? What does that do for criminal justice?
Joining us now from Eagle Pass, Texas, is NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, what's in this border policy?
Hi there, Gotti. Well, critics of DeSantis' new border policy rollout say it largely mirrors what the Trump administration had put forward several years ago. But Governor DeSantis and his team say the difference is that former President Trump could not execute his border plan, and they will. Well, among some of the things in this plan is re-implementing the controversial Remain in Mexico policy, ending so-called birthright citizenship, and also setting aside more money to recruit Border Patrol agents, also using the U.S. military, the Navy, the Coast Guard to block shipments of fentanyl-making chemicals from China that go into Mexico, blocking them from those Mexican ports. So also something that drew a lot of attention today, Gotti, is this idea of potentially endorsing the use of deadly force against undocumented immigrants who came into the U.S. and cut through border fences. And that is raising a lot of eyebrows, because how do you tell the difference between a potential potential drug smuggler and perhaps somebody who isn't a drug smuggler. I asked the governor about that today. He really focused in on this idea of what he calls hostile intent, and he says that law enforcement officials here on the border should be allowed to use a deadly force. So again, an aggressive policy rollout in terms of immigration, what has previously been Donald Trump's signature issue, Gotti.
Now, what's the latest situation on the border there?
Well, look, in the last several days, one official here with the Texas Department of Public Safety says that this area, Eagle Pass and also Del Rio, Texas, has seen an uptick in unauthorized border crossings, that they're seeing more than 1,000 to about 1,200 unauthorized border crossings, border encounters as they're known, each day over the last several days. But another official told us that since the end of that COVID border restriction known as Title 42, there's actually been a decrease in that. But Gotti, this, as you know, this is a topic, an issue that is certain to come up in this GOP primary race, and it already has. It always does, Gotti.
And how is that polling right now? We've got a new NBC News poll that shows DeSantis lagging far behind Trump. What is the strategy, and how does immigration play in?
Right, and look, there's a lot negative in that national poll for Ron DeSantis. He's trailing the front runner, Donald Trump, now by almost 30 points. Now, I asked Governor DeSantis about that, how he has dropped 9 points since his campaign launch. And I asked him what he's telling his supporters, what he's telling donors to convince them that he still has what it takes. Take a listen.
I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there.
So again, Gotti, that's the argument he's trying to make. He's saying that in these early states that he is better positioned to take on Joe Biden than Donald Trump. It remains to be seen. He's really putting a lot of time into places like Iowa, South Carolina. He's heading to New Hampshire tomorrow. The question is, will that really work? And frankly, he's down again, 29 points in this national poll. His campaign trying to make the case it's really about individual states, not the national poll. And then once he does well in those early states, the momentum will carry him to the GOP nomination. We'll wait and see. It's early.
NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. Thanks so much. Could get a big Supreme Court ruling tomorrow on affirmative action. There's a possibility that colleges and universities won't take race into consideration when it comes to admission. So what would that even look like? NBC's Laura Jarrett reports.
For many elite schools, the writing from the nation's high court is on the wall.
How worried are you?
I'm extremely worried. Danielle Hawley is the incoming president of Mount Holyoke College in Western Massachusetts. But this peaceful campus belies an anxious reality. As soon as tomorrow, the Supreme Court will answer the most anticipated question this term. Can colleges and universities look at race in admissions decisions?
Everyone is talking about this case all the time. People from departments that are not in the law school are asking me, what day will we hear?
For decades, the court recognized the educational benefits of a diverse student body and said schools can look at someone's race as one plus factor among many. But the court's current conservative majority may ban it nationwide this time.
What will that do to a place like Mount Holyoke? It will send a very strong message to Black students and to Latina students that they are not welcome.
Not so, say the lawyers who sued Harvard over its admissions plan. Long treated by the court as the gold standard, it's now accused of being obsessed with race, and along with the University of North Carolina, of discriminating against Asian students, which the schools deny but was emphasized during oral arguments.
Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind.
If the court agrees using race violates the law, schools may still look at an applicant's finances, zip code, or even consider essays about overcoming adversity, so-called race-neutral alternatives.
Universities just cannot consider race itself.
Colleges tell NBC News they are prepared to adapt if required, expanding financial aid, scrapping SAT scores, or getting rid of legacy admissions, all potentially on the table. But Hawley says ignoring race would produce a devastating result.
We've seen a track record of them not working.
She points to California, one of 9 states that outlawed affirmative action more than 20 years ago, causing a 50% drop-off in minority admissions, numbers that have never bounced back, as seen by UC Berkeley.
I have struggled to really move the black number here at Berkeley, and that, again, that's not from a lack of trying.
Femi Ogundele, Berkeley's Dean of Undergrad Admissions, says affirmative action was never perfect, just a Band-Aid.
The fact that there are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same, doesn't make any sense.
For now, schools are bracing for the dawn of a new era, making the task of equalizing the playing field not impossible, but significantly harder. Laura Jarrett, NBC News, South Hadley, Massachusetts.
And coming up, killer whales strike again. This time they attacked a sailing boat during a race. That wild is just ahead, so stay tuned.
You don't have any control anymore over the rudder and the boat, and we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Do the summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, welcome back. Let's take a look at what's happening around the world in 80 seconds. In North Korea, more than 100,000 people marched in anti-U.S. rallies over the weekend. Now, they vowed to, quote, pulverize the American empire and called for, quote, annihilation of U.S. imperialists. All this is happening on the 73rd anniversary since the Korean War started. In Istanbul, Turkish authorities have detained at least 50 people during Pride celebrations yesterday. According to organizers, anti-LGBTQ hostility is growing in Turkey, including from the president himself. And Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, is recovering from surgery after being diagnosed with breast cancer. The ex-wife of Prince Andrew and the former daughter-in-law of Queen Elizabeth underwent a single mastectomy after a routine mammogram revealed cancer. A rep says her surgery was successful. And music lovers, it is the end of an era for Elton John. The British icon performed at the Glastonbury Festival last night in what was the last UK show of his farewell tour. What a way to go out. According to overnight ratings, his set was watched by a record 7.3 million people live on BBC One, the biggest ever for an overnight audience for a Glastonbury performance. And it's happened once again. Killer whales attacking another boat. This time, they went after a Dutch sailing boat that was racing in the Gibraltar Strait. NBC's Maggie Vespa has more with some incredible video.
The latest deep-sea scare with a trio of orcas targeting this Dutch yacht off the coast of Spain.
They're coming for the rudder?
Watch as the so-called killer whales circle the boat. then repeatedly ram its rudder.
Oh my God. They're gonna get the rudder?
The crew competing in a race Thursday along the Gibraltar Strait dropped their sails, slowing down. After 15 minutes, the orcas leave. No damage or injuries.
It was a scary moment on board because, like, you don't have any control anymore over the rudders and the boat. And we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
This orca encounter part of a puzzling pattern, with one group near Spain nearly sinking this boat last month. In another video, you can see a whale chewing on a chunk of a boat. Experts say killer whale interactions have been on the rise since 2020, with more than 200 last year. And while Hollywood provides no shortage of stories about oceanic predators taking aim at humans, you don't consider these attacks.
I don't.
Real-life experts deem this trend a likely fluke.
I think that one individual came into contact with the underside of a sailboat, found it interesting or pleasurable, and other members of the population took up the behavior.
Oh my God.
One theory behind a wave of whale run-ins. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
And usually if someone tells you that you're ugly, you want to curl up and cry. But for these dogs, I don't know, once you get to know them, ugly is just another word for cute. We're going to introduce you to the world's ugliest dog. He is such a sweetheart. Come back. The world's ugliest dog is Scooter. Scooter, you're going to New York!
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
And race car driving goes green. This weekend, Portland, Oregon became the 4th U.S. city to host the Formula E race. Now, that's a lot like the International Formula One competition, but with one major distinction. Formula E cars are 100% electric. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has that story.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E. E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Cilaberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one around
I'm
here.
feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I need a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time. But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone, from the owners to the vendors to the fans, can win.
Julia Palais drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future.
And Thompson, thanks so much. Now, beauty is fur deep, and with that in mind, there is a new top dog in town. We want you to meet Scooter, the world's ugliest dog. And when we say ugly, we really mean a little guy so lovable, it makes us think, what does the word ugly even mean?
For 50 doggone years, Petaluma, California has boasted a certain kind of pedigree.
Can I have a kiss?
It's a lucky town where they crowned the world's ugliest dog.
You're trying to do the updo.
A place where inner beauty is what really counts.
Look at how cute and ugly you are.
This was my first time as a judge at this year's competition.
Do you think you're ugly? You do think you're ugly.
Fortunately, there is no shortage of pointers from experts in what to look for.
When I'm sitting there at the judging sheet, I should put alien, check, hair coming out of the ears, check.
Yeah, teeth going on.
Snaggle teeth?
And with that, it was time to sniff out the competition. From the lovably loose-tongued Prince.
When you saw his face, what'd you think?
I fell in love, first sight.
To the 7-year-old Chinese crested with backward hind legs, aptly named Scooter.
Come on, Scooter, let's show the people what they came for.
Then there was this familiar furry face looking to be top dog.
Where's his head?
4-time ugliest dog hopeful Wild Thing, who gives ferocious a whole new meaning.
We call him Glugly.
You call him Glugly?
Glugly.
What does Glugly mean?
It means glamorous ugly.
Ah, glamorous and ugly. That is a perfect description.
Finally, with a trip to Studio 1A on the line,
he's wearing a tux.
It was time for one last look at the repugnant pups.
I gotta say, it looks like an alien.
And after some big help from the crowd,
Wild Thing? How about little Scooter?
the decision finally unleashed.
The world's ugliest dog is Scooter. Scooter, you're going to New York. Oh, we love you, Scooter. That does it for us tonight. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We're going to see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin vowing revenge after surviving the greatest threat to his reign in decades. The anger palpable as the Russian president addressed his nation, calling the mercenaries who tried to march on Moscow a group of traitors. the leader of that private militia now exiled in Belarus. The threat of civil war neutralized for now, but growing fears about what a volatile Putin will do next. Angela Stent, who wrote the book on Putin's world, will join Top Story with her unique insight into Putin's state of mind. Who is Prigozhin? Tonight we'll take a closer look at the man at the heart of the Russian rebellion, how the leader of the Wagner Group started as Putin's chef, then came to be known as Putin's butcher. How did he go from the kitchen to the battlefield? His recruitment of Russian prisoners to kill Ukrainians, and where his brutal campaign is likely to head from here. Back here at home, deadly summer slam, violent tornadoes tearing neighborhoods to shreds in the Midwest. At least one person killed as that system barrels east. 58 million under alert from North Carolina to New York. Plus, extreme heat suffocating the South. Temperatures in Texas pushing 120 degrees. We're covering it all. DeSantis one-on-one. Our Gabe Gutierrez getting a rare pull-aside with the Florida governor. His reaction tonight to the latest NBC News poll that shows him losing ground to Donald Trump, but faring better in a head-to-head matchup against President Biden. And the aggressive immigration plan he's just announced, using deadly force against those who cut through border walls and fences. Breaking news in the Idaho College murder investigation. Prosecutors revealing they will seek the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. The late details just coming in. Plus, the shocking video out of Florida showing the moment a shark pulls a fisherman overboard. What that man told authorities he was doing when he got bit. And tonight, we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival, a gathering of minds discussing critical issues facing the country and the world. From deep in the Rockies, the conversation tonight about artificial intelligence and what we're learning from the industry leaders on the front lines of the AI revolution. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to a special edition of Top Story. You can see just behind me, we are very far from New York City and our studios. These are the beautiful Rocky Mountains behind us, and we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival. We'll have much more on why we're here in Colorado later in the broadcast. But we do want to begin first with that breaking news out of Russia, where an attempted rebellion has rocked an already unstable global superpower. Vladimir Putin seething in a public address late today, vowing to bring a group of mercenaries to justice after they attempted to march on Moscow. So let's take a step back and see how we got to this point. On Saturday morning, the Wagner Group, mercenaries who have fought alongside Russian troops for months, took over the military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, a critical city in the south. Within hours, Putin slamming that maneuver as treasonous, calling for the leader of the group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, to be arrested. But the Wagner Group continuing what they called their march for justice towards Moscow, despite obstacles including massive ditches and abandoned vehicles that suddenly obstructed their path. Then late Saturday night, a stunning and secretive deal was reached. Prigozhin agreeing to stop that advance and take refuge in neighboring Belarus. Prigozhin and his men given a hero's send-off in Rostov-on-Don, some residents even posing for selfies as the armored vehicles left the city. You see it here. Prigozhin going silent for 2 days, fueling wild speculation about what may have happened behind closed doors. But tonight, he has broken that silence, posting an audio recording on the social media site Telegram, vowing to continue the work of the Wagner Group from Belarus, insisting he never intended to overthrow Putin's government. Order restored for now in a nation that seemed on the brink of civil war. But major questions remaining tonight about exactly how the deal to end the rebellion was reached. In a moment, we'll have much more on the man who has now positioned himself as Putin's public enemy number one. But first, NBC chief international correspondent Keir Simmons leads us off from Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night, around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia. Not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight. What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
And with that, Keir Simmons and his team who have made it into Russia join us now live here on Top Story. So, Keir, this was the first time Putin addressed Russians directly since the active threat of a civil war. What reaction have you heard on the ground to his speech? I saw you talking to some Russians there towards the end of your report.
Yeah, you speak to Russians here in Moscow, Tom, and they are clearly uncertain what the future holds. Inevitably, when you talk to people here, they can be guarded. That's understandable, but there's clearly nervousness. There is a sense that they just don't know what comes next. You know, it's 2 in the morning here right now, Tom, after, let me put it this way, one hell of a day, one hell of a weekend, and I suspect I will be saying that again and again in the days ahead.
Yeah. And Keir, I'm curious, how popular is Prigozhin in Russia? I mean, is he a name that people know? Do people know exactly who he is before all of this happened?
Oh, they do. Yes, they absolutely do. Now, those pictures of him being cheered and people taking selfies with him, those aren't appearing on Russian state television tonight. He's not being named on Russian television anymore, but people certainly do know about him. And I think an important point, Tom, remember this. Prigozhin is advocating for a more assertive stance on Ukraine. He's not suggesting that Russia should retreat. He's saying that President Putin should double down. He's saying that they should do more. And that gives you a picture of the state of mind in Russia, even after everything that's happened in the past months.
Keir Simmons with a lot of new reporting for us tonight here. Keir, we appreciate that. We do now want to take a deeper look into Yevgeny Prigozhin, the brash leader of the Wagner Group, challenging President Vladimir Putin in a way never seen before. NBC's Raf Sanchez gives us an inside look now at the rise of the mercenary chief who calls himself Putin's butcher.
He was known as Putin's chef, but now Yevgeny Prigozhin has made an enemy of the president he once served, mounting the single greatest challenge to Vladimir Putin's 2 decades of iron-fisted rule, only to call off his rebellion after 24 hours as his troops neared the gates of Moscow.
Мы шли для демонстрации своего протеста, а не для свержения власти в стране.
Brash, brutal, and outspoken, Prigozhin led Russia's largest mercenary army, the Wagner Group, to victory in battles against Ukraine, sometimes at the cost of thousands of his men. He had publicly denied involvement until this video emerged, showing him recruiting convicts to his mercenary ranks. His cutthroat leadership on full display, telling the men, if you serve 6 months, you are free. But coldly warning potential deserters, if you arrive and it's not for you, we'll execute you. But for all his brutality, he became something of a folk hero to his troops, with curse-laden videos criticizing corruption in the most graphic terms. Here, standing next to the bodies of dead soldiers, musing about marching on Moscow.
мысль интересная, но не думали.
And blasting Russia's top military leaders for not providing enough ammunition, calling them the children of elites, fuming they've allowed the children of others to return home shredded to pieces in coffins. It's an unlikely climb from a 20-year-old who was imprisoned for petty theft, who then scratched and clawed his way into a successful restaurant business, catering to Putin's inner circle, first earning that nickname, Putin's chef. He later took on the role of disinformation enforcer, creating a bot farm and sowing doubts about the 2016 election, roles which led to him being indicted by special counsel Robert Mueller. It was only then that he morphed into his current role, Wagner military chief, stepping into the vacuum when Russia's traditional army stumbled at the beginning of the war. He's managed to build a vast economic empire off the spoils of war, his private army backing African dictators in exchange for hundreds of millions in gold and blood diamonds. Recently, in one of his videos, he mocked his nickname, Putin's chef, saying a better one would be Putin's butcher. The question remaining, what will the unpredictable mercenary chief do next?
And with that, Raf joins us tonight from Kyiv. So, Raf, we've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle, right? It played out over the weekend, and now it's over? Is it really over? Is Prigozhin really just going to go quietly into retirement in Belarus?
Tom, given everything we know about Vladimir Putin, given everything we know about Evgeny Prigozhin, it is very hard to imagine this is over. Putin is not a man known to let bygones be bygones. His enemies have a habit of turning up dead if they cross him, and Putin made very, very clear in his frankly angry address to the nation tonight that he believes Prigozhin is a traitor, even though he didn't use his name. As for Prigozhin, he got to where he is in life by being larger than life, by having a lot of swagger, by being a big character. For months and months and months, he has been leveling this scorching criticism at Russia's military leadership, and it is hard to imagine that he is just going to go quiet now in Belarus.
Right. You don't go from catering to being the most famous mercenary now in the world. I do want to ask, so much of the coverage has been about Russia and about Vladimir Putin, but what does this mean for Ukraine? What do Ukrainian officials take away from all of this?
So Ukrainian officials are looking for every opportunity to try to exploit this to their advantage on the battlefield politically. We spoke to a Ukrainian military officer today. He told us even if this rebellion is over, even if the Russians are not literally shooting at each other, he is convinced that this is going to take a toll on Russian morale. It will affect their performance on the battlefield. He said if you're a Russian soldier, you're sitting in a cold, wet trench in eastern Ukraine right now, you are seeing your leaders squabbling amongst themselves. You may be asking what it is that you're fighting for. Politically, we saw President Zelensky making a surprise visit to troops in the east today. And Tom, the visual contrast between Zelensky taking selfies with his soldiers and Vladimir Putin isolated, remote, behind the walls of the Kremlin, very, very stark. Tom.
Raf Sanchez from Kyiv tonight for us. Raf, we appreciate that. Moscow's still on edge. So what does this mean for the country's volatile leader, Vladimir Putin, and his one-time ally turned opposition, Yevgeny Prigozhin? I want to bring in Angela Stent now to Top Story. She's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest, the definitive account of Putin's inner circle. So first I want to ask you, Angela, why do you think Putin first announced the Wagner Group's advances to Moscow? Why do you think he actually went on state-run television and announced this to the entire country?
Well, I think on Saturday, he didn't really have any choice because the Wagner troops had already moved into Rostov, which was the headquarters of the Russian military that are involved in Ukraine. And people, were posting selfies and posting things on the internet, on the Telegram channel that other Russians could see. So there isn't an information blackout in Russia. I mean, there's a blackout of Western channels, but not of the own Telegram channels. So he had to come on and say something. But the speech that he gave Saturday morning was very angry, as was the one today. But he really invoked the specter of the Russian Revolution in 1917 and the civil war that followed thereafter. So really trying to frighten the Russian people.
I get that, Angela, but also the state-run media is controlled by Putin, right? And I get with social media and Telegram, he couldn't control the entire message, but he can control a lot of it, and he could have bought himself time. But it was strange, in my opinion, that he went out there, he acknowledged the sort of mutiny was happening. Do you think truly he was scared about what was about to happen when the troops arrived to Moscow?
Well, I think he wanted to warn Prigozhin and Wagner in that first speech on Saturday that they were traitors and that they would be prosecuted if they tried. He didn't mention marching on Moscow, but if they tried to foment a civil war in Russia. So I think that state message was also meant as a warning to them. But again, I think he couldn't have not done anything on Saturday morning because enough Russians knew what was going on that they needed to hear from their leader.
You know, obviously, Russia has a very advanced Air Force. They have MiG fighter jets. We were talking about 25,000 mercenary troops, right, with the Wagner Group. The Russian military could have easily crushed the columns, right, just with their Air Force. Why do you think they didn't do that? I know there was some interaction, there was fighting with helicopters, but why do you think Putin just instantly didn't crush them?
Well, because I think you have to listen to what he said in his speech today. And he talked about avoiding bloodshed. I mean, I really think that he did want to avoid the semblance of a civil war there. And plus, you know, Wagner, by the way, there weren't 25,000 troops. It was more like 8,000 troops that were actually marching on Moscow, but they were marching on a major highway that runs through the country. And so you would have had, if they'd really been stopped, you would have had much more bloodshed and then the danger of the fighting spreading more broadly in the Russian population. So that's one explanation. You know, the other explanation is some people think that this was all pre-cooked, that there are a lot of things that don't add up about that, about what happened. And so maybe they never intended to stop them because they knew they were going to turn back. There's so much we don't know about what really happened on Saturday. I think we have to be very humble about how we explain things.
I totally agree with you. And the 25,000 I was referring to was really all of the Wagner mercenary soldiers that work with Russia and against Ukraine. What do you think happened with Prigozhin? Do you think he was drunk with power? Do you think he was truly upset at the Russian elite and the military leaders in Russia? Or do you think this is something else at play here?
Well, I think he was definitely very upset about the way that the Russian Ministry of Defense was conducting the war, and that's what he complained about. He put himself forward as a populist character, really, on his Telegram channel, telling Russians, you know, your sons and fathers and brothers are dying, are being slaughtered with not enough equipment and not proper training, and the children of the elite are sitting around on the beaches in the south of France drinking cocktails. So he was, I think, he was upset about the conduct of the war. I think he saw an opportunity to do something about it. I think it was also partly a power play. But having said all of that, he and Putin go back several decades. He started off life, you know, in jail as a thief and a thug, and then eventually rose to become Putin's chef and much more than that, obviously. And he was very careful not to direct his invective against Putin, but only the Ministry of Defense. And I think maybe he thought that he could affect what happened there. And I think the other thing is, I think we have to assume that there were some people in Moscow with whom he was in contact and who supported him.
Angela, you're one of the foremost experts on Vladimir Putin across the globe. What do you think this does? What type of damage does this do to Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think it certainly weakened him. I think the fact that he came out on Saturday morning and said that the traitors will be crushed. Then on Saturday afternoon or evening, he didn't announce this, but his press spokesman said there's a deal done and Prigozhin will go to Belarus, but there won't be any reprisals against him. Now he said something different today in his speech, so he doesn't look particularly resolute. I think if you just look at the body language in the speech today, he was very angry. During that whole period that when this attempted insurrection was going on, none of his colleagues came out and supported him publicly, which is also very interesting. We saw them today for the first time. So I think people have to wonder how much support he really has. But having said that, he does have a National Guard consisting of 300,000 soldiers who are loyal to him, supposedly, even though they didn't come out on the streets either on Saturday.
Yeah, a private army that just there to protect him. Before we go, some Ukrainian military commanders have said they think this might be the beginning of the end of the war in Ukraine, right? You were talking about how much this has damaged Vladimir Putin. Do you believe that to be true?
Well, I would have said until this weekend, Putin thought that he could hold out the West, that in the end our resolve would crumble. You've got U.S. elections coming up and Republicans saying they don't want to support Ukraine anymore. So I think he thought that he was going to be able to win this war by toughening it out. Maybe he still thinks so. I don't think we see no signs right now that he's going to pull out. But if he wanted to, he could present anything as a victory. He does control the state media, as you said. But I wouldn't expect that to happen anytime soon. Right now, we're still in this Ukrainian counteroffensive phase. It's a grinding, counteroffensive taking its toll on the Ukrainian soldiers and the Russian soldiers, and we don't see any let up in that at the moment.
Angela Stent for us tonight here on Top Story. Angela, we appreciate all of your analysis. We want to bring it back here at home now and turn to the severe weather that continues to strike across the country. Deadly tornadoes ripping through parts of the Midwest and tens of thousands still without power. This as Texas prepares for yet another week of suffocating heat. Emily Aketa has the latest.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
All right, time now for power and politics in the race for the White House. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis unveiling a tough new immigration proposal today from the southern border, promising to crack down on illegal immigration and calling for an end to birthright citizenship. This comes as a new NBC News poll finds DeSantis trailing former President Trump by 29 points, even after Trump's federal indictment. In a head-to-head matchup, the margin tightens a little bit, but Trump still leads DeSantis one-on-one by more than 20 points. Our Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground in Texas tonight, where he spoke with the Florida governor earlier today.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
DeSantis has sent hundreds of law enforcement personnel and National Guard members to help patrol the U.S. border. We rode along on a helicopter tour with the Texas Department of Public Safety, the pilot telling us he's seen border crossings drop in recent weeks after the end of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. But he says the situation is still out of control.
What are you seeing now compared to 5 years ago?
Anybody that thinks this is a secure border is delusional. There's nothing secure about this.
This group of mostly Venezuelan migrants blocked from reaching the U.S. by razor wire along the Rio Grande and Eagle Pass.
Are you desperate? ¿Están desesperados?
They tell me of course they are, and that they just want to come to America and work. DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points? So, two things. One, I think if you look the swing states,
Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a two-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
Gabe Gutierrez joins Top Story Now live from Eagle Pass, Texas, right there on the border. Gabe, I want to go back to DeSantis' border policy, which he unveiled to you. He says he would be willing to use deadly force, right, lethal force on people who cut out holes in border walls or border fences. I want to make sure we're right on this. You know, at times, sometimes teenagers, kids may try to do this crossing over from Mexico into the U.S. Is he aware of that? And would that policy still stand, even if it's a teenager or a child?
Yeah, Tom, it's a very tough question, and it's unclear how law enforcement officers would sometimes make that determination. But Governor DeSantis did tell me that he did have some sympathy for some of these immigrants that are coming to the United States, but ultimately said it was about the rule of law. And the phrase that he kept repeating today, both in a press conference and then in his conversation with me, is this idea of, quote, hostile intent. And he wants to make sure, the law enforcement officers to make sure, anyone crossing and cutting through that fence has some sort of hostile intent, whether they might be drug smugglers. That's the type of lethal force he's talking about, but still raises a lot of questions when you talk about using that type of force, essentially shooting on sight for any immigrant coming through that fence, Tom.
Yeah. Gabe, I want to turn to the politics now. Historically, when candidates see a drop in the polls, their campaigns may decide to make a change. You've been covering Governor Ron DeSantis from the get-go. Have you noticed any change in his campaign strategy and his message?
Well, his campaign tells me that over the last several weeks, they've been touting the governor's record in Florida. And now, moving forward, they're going to switch more towards taking on what they see as the failures of the Biden administration. But also, they're trying to strike that contrast with former President Trump. That's why they announced this aggressive crackdown on immigration, former President Trump's signature issue today. But something interesting we noticed today, Tom, in another event that he had today here in Texas, it was a VFW event. And he spoke about immigration. He spoke with those veterans. But he did not mention the term woke once, and that is the first event that we can remember since his campaign launched several weeks ago that he hasn't used that term. A small shift, but he's heading to New Hampshire tomorrow for another event there, Tom.
Now, a notable observation, though, Gabe. All right, Gabe Gutierrez from the border tonight and the campaign trail. Gabe, we appreciate all that reporting. We now want to break down these new NBC News poll numbers and the big headlines coming out of it. 1,000 registered voters took part in this latest poll, with an additional 160 Republican primary voters interviewed. I want to bring in NBC News political analyst Matthew Dowd now. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to polls. Matt, we mentioned these polls when we introduced Gabe's piece there. I want to highlight them one more time. It's the big numbers everyone's talking about. The first in the Republican primary race, former President Trump polling at 51%, while Governor DeSantis is a little above 21%. You can kind of see the rest of the field there. Former Vice President Mike Pence, Governor Chris Christie, they've inched up a little bit there. But in a head-to-head matchup, Trump beats DeSantis by more than 20 points. So, Matt, when you look at this poll, how do you interpret this? Giving me two reasons for this surge, since he's been indicted twice and he's been found liable for sexual assault. Give me two reasons why you think he's now surging in the polls.
Well, I think there are two. I'll give you two reasons. First, we always look at the trend lines, and that's what's most important. The raw numbers on any given day are important, but not as important the trend line. And the trend line is not good for Ron DeSantis. It is very good for Donald Trump. The fascinating thing is each time he's been indicted, Donald Trump's poll numbers have risen. Each time his poll numbers have risen when you look at the averages of this. What I think that is fundamentally about is, one, the voters love Donald Trump. Republican voters love Donald Trump still. He's got an 80%, 82% plus popularity rating among Republicans. So when somebody they love is attacked, in this case by the federal government, and in Trump's words, by Joe Biden or the Justice Department, they come to Donald Trump's defense. That's, I think, the fundamental thing. The second thing I think this is about is, once they come to his defense, I think most Republican voters don't know where to go if they're not with Donald Trump. I think it's easier to stay hooked and rooted in Donald Trump, who they like, than it is to begin to consider the 9, 10, 11 other candidates in this race. It's a safer position for Republican voters to stick with who they've been with for the last 7 years.
And, you know, There is some positive news out of this polling for DeSantis, right? If we dig into the numbers, his favorability rating among voters is high. It's at 60% with an unfavorable rating at 17%. Those are great numbers. Trump is at 63% favorable, 23% unfavorable. And DeSantis is getting the most second choice support. What do you make of these numbers? Can you are you in a good position, Matt, heading into the primaries and into the debates if you're a solid number 2, but there's still a lot of ground to be gained?
Well, you're only in good position if you're a solid number 2 and the leader in front of you is not that far ahead of you that you can't overcome it. The problem Ron DeSantis has is, even though he's popular, and he is, if this was a race without Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis would be the favorite. But the problem is it's a race with Donald Trump in the case. Donald Trump in 2016, Tom, and I think you'll remember this, in 2016 in the Republican nomination that he won, he never led by more than 14 points. Never in that whole process. Even at the end of the process, he led by no more than 14 points. He leads by double that today. That's the fundamental problem. Donald Trump really today, in many respects, is polling like an incumbent president in a Republican primary. It's as if voters see him as the incumbent.
Matt, and before you go, I do want to ask you, you've been on a lot of winning campaigns, and there are reports that DeSantis is having trouble in New Hampshire, the first primary in the nation. Should his campaign be concerned, or is there still a path where he can be successful in Iowa, South Carolina, Nevada, sort of run the table from there? How crucial do you think New Hampshire is going to be?
I think Ron DeSantis' entire campaign is about Iowa and New Hampshire. If he can't break through and show Donald Trump is vulnerable in either Iowa or New Hampshire, or preferably for him both, then his campaign is over. I think fundamentally he can't run a national campaign right now. He has to do well in Iowa. He has to do well in New Hampshire. If he doesn't show Donald Trump can be beaten in either one of those states, it's done.
Matt Dowd, one of our favorites. We appreciate your analysis, my friend. We will talk to you soon. Still ahead tonight, an urgent investigation underway in Massachusetts. 3 victims found dead inside of their home in Newton, while officials there are warning residents to lock their doors and their windows. Plus, fugitive or framed. A man facing rape charges in the U.S. claiming he was framed in his sleep. Why prosecutors believe he tried to fake his own death to evade authorities. This is a wild story. And dragged overboard, have you seen this video? The moment a fisherman got pulled into the water by a shark? What he said he was doing moments before. Stay with us. Top story. Just getting started on this Monday night.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do the summertime.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Back now with a disturbing story out of Massachusetts. A manhunt is now underway after 3 senior citizens were stabbed to death in their Newton home. Investigators believe the attack was random, and they're now warning residents to lock their doors as the search for the killer continues. Valerie Castro has this one.
Tonight, a triple deadly stabbing fueling a manhunt in what's normally a quiet Boston suburb.
It's scary because you always hear about it happening somewhere else and never in your backyard.
The community of Newton, Massachusetts, reeling from the homicides as investigators issue this stern warning.
We are asking people to remain vigilant. This is the night to lock your doors and windows, even if you do not normally do that.
Police say the victims, all family members, were beaten and stabbed. A couple in their 70s and the woman's elderly mother were discovered dead Sunday morning.
I was up all night, but I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. I mean, this neighborhood's usually very, very quiet.
The day was meant to be a joyous occasion for the couple's 50th anniversary. They were expected at church that same day to renew their vows, but they never showed and instead were found by someone who knew them, police say.
As you can imagine, this would be tragic on any day. To have family gathered for this kind of a celebration makes it particularly tragic.
In a letter to the church community obtained by NBC Boston, the parish calling them beloved, longtime members.
Really dedicated, faith-filled, loving Italian-American Catholics.
Police say it may have been a random attack with evidence pointing to signs of forced entry into the home, but no clear motive so far. Neighbors stunned to see their block turned crime scene.
It's random. It could happen again, and it could be our house, so, you know, or someone else on this block that we care about.
The district attorney not aware of any other triple homicides in Newton's history. State crime statistics recording only 1 homicide in the last several years. Investigators now asking residents to check home surveillance cameras for anything unusual.
We are asking people if they hear or see something suspicious, please call the Newton police immediately. Don't wait till the morning to report that to us.
An increased police presence with extra officers each shift will patrol the area in search of the suspect or suspects responsible.
We won't rest until we find out who did this and we find justice for the victims that were involved here.
All right, Valerie Castro joins us now live from our Top Story studios. So, Valerie, I know you have some new reporting about a possible connection in this case. And then have we learned anything more about these poor victims?
So, Tom, we should say police are expected to provide an update to their investigation sometime within the hour. We're told they are also investigating an attempted break-in that took place about a half a mile away from these killings that very same day. It is still unclear if those 2 incidents are connected. As for the victims, NBC Boston is reporting that the church where that anniversary vow renewal was supposed to take place will be holding a memorial mass in honor of the victims tomorrow night. Tom.
Okay, Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you. When we come back, the new details in the University of Idaho killings. Prosecutors revealing late today whether or not they will seek the death penalty for suspect Brian Kohberger. Their decision next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories newsfeed and new details on the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. According to court documents filed late today, prosecutors will seek the death penalty for Brian Kohberger. He's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder for the killing of 4 students in an off-campus house in November of 2022. His trial set to begin in October. A train derailment in Montana possibly sending hazardous materials into the Yellowstone River. Take a look. A bridge collapse caused as many as 8 cars of a freight train to fall into the water. Officials saying some of the cars were carrying molten sulfur and asphalt, and incoming water to several nearby cities and towns will be shut off until they can ensure there is no contamination. Officials will continue to monitor the site of the derailment. And a dramatic encounter out of Everglades National Park in Florida. Take a look at this. Video posted to social media shows a fisherman cleaning his hands off in the water when a shark bites him and pulled him overboard. He was able to quickly get back on the boat. Officials confirming the top story that the man did suffer a bite on his hands and was taken to the hospital, but he is lucky to get back on that boat. Okay, we want to head overseas now to Scotland, where an extradition trial is underway for Nicholas Rossi. Authorities say Rossi is an international fugitive who used multiple identities to evade arrest in the U.S. He's wanted for a rape charge, but the man in jail swears this is a case of mistaken identity. Ellison Barber has all the details.
If you blinked, you could have missed it. A seemingly unassuming man entering a Scottish courthouse today for the beginning of a week-long extradition process. He swears he is Arthur Knight, an Irish orphan, sick and in a wheelchair, unfairly thrust into an international manhunt.
I do not prefer to be called Arthur Knight. I am Arthur Knight.
But U.S. and Scottish authorities say that is an elaborate lie, and he is actually Nicholas Rossi, an international fugitive wanted on a rape charge in Utah under that name, but also known as Nicholas Alverdian in Rhode Island.
Deepest condolences on the passing of Nicholas Alverdian.
A man who thought he could fake his own death, flee the country, and create a new life to avoid prosecution, investigators say.
Was he Arthur Knight, British businessman? Or Nicholas Rossi, American fugitive?
His story recently brought to light by NBC's Dateline. Authorities say they were able to identify him by distinctive tattoos, recognized when he was in the hospital for COVID in late 2021. His identity already in the system for a previous sex crime conviction.
Interpol shared mugshots, photos of his tattoos and fingerprints with local police so they could make an on-the-spot ID.
When the Scottish authorities looked at him in a hospital room in Scotland, they were satisfied that Nicholas Rossi was, in fact, the same person that is wanted in the state of Utah.
But he claimed those tattoos didn't prove anything. Instead, he told a judge in court that someone tattooed him while he was in a coma at the hospital, all in an effort to frame him.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband.
He stuck to his story in an interview with Dateline's Andrea Canning.
I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly.
But efforts to keep the apparent hoax alive didn't work. Last November, a Scottish court ruled there is overwhelming evidence that the man arrested in the Glasgow hospital is the fugitive U.S. authorities were searching for.
By the evidence of fingerprint, photographic and tattoo evidence, that Mr. Knight is indeed Nicholas Rossi.
Rossi's lawyers tried to get the extradition scrapped Monday, citing the need for authorities to question Rossi about another alleged rape in the UK, according to Sky News. But officials threw out the application to defer the case.
I am not Nicholas Allenverdi, and I do not know how to make this clearer.
The hearing, a crucial step in what U.S. authorities hope will be the end of a head-spinning search for justice.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now. Ellison, this is such a weird and bizarre story. How did the U.S. have fingerprints of Nicholas Rossi in the first place to determine that they matched Arthur Knight?
The short answer is he was already in a sex offender registry. Tom, Utah officials say Rossi has used at least 8 names over the years. Police say he was Nicholas Allenverdian, he was Nicholas Rossi, then Arthur Knight. He's been accused of sexually assaulting women in at least 2 states, Ohio and Utah. In 2008, he was convicted of sexual imposition in Ohio. That means having sexual contact with someone against their will or when they're impaired. Because of that conviction from 2008, he was registered as a sex offender, and his fingerprints were in a database that was accessible to investigators. Tom?
Wow. All right, Ellison Barber for us tonight. Ellison, we appreciate that. Coming up, the race against time, the shocking new video showing Good Samaritans in India trying to save a woman trapped inside of a car. Look at that. It was swept into a riverbank because of floods. How they managed to get her out alive. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
And we are back with Top Stories Global Watch. The Swedish government launching an investigation into a deadly roller coaster accident. Officials saying one person is dead and 9 others are hurt after that roller coaster derailed, causing riders to plummet to the ground from 25 feet in the air. The incident happened at the country's oldest amusement park in Stockholm. It will be temporarily closed while authorities investigate what exactly went wrong. And a powerful monsoon devastating parts of India. Heart-stopping new video shows people forming a human chain, look at this, and using ropes to rescue a driver after raging floodwaters swept her car into a riverbank. The driver was eventually pulled to safety. Yesterday marked the first time in more than 60 years that a monsoon reached Delhi and Mumbai on the same exact day. And a frightening encounter with a pod of killer whales off the coast of northern Africa. New video shows the moment an orca nudged a yacht's rudder during a boat race. The crew says at least 3 orcas rammed the boat before eventually swimming away. Luckily, there were no injuries and no damage to the boat. As we've reported here on Top Story, experts say orca attacks are becoming more and more common in that area of the globe. Okay, when we come back, we are live from the Aspen Ideas Festival, a gathering of the country's top thinkers and innovators. Tonight, what we learn from those on the front lines of the AI revolution and what they expect for the future. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Back now on Top Story from Aspen tonight and this majestic landscape just behind us. The reason why we're here this week is because every summer a group of the country's top thinkers, writers, journalists, business leaders, tech innovators, and change agents come here to the Rockies for the Aspen Ideas Festival. The concept, in part, that walking and living among all the beauty, the mountains, the rivers, the endless pine trees and wildflowers, one can disconnect and really think and be open to both listening and sharing ideas. NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Ideas Festival. And today, our president of editorial, Rebecca Blumenstein, had a chance to sit down with General Motors chief Mary Barra, doubling down that GM will be fully EV with their light vehicles by 2035. Barra also telling Rebecca, along with their partnership with Tesla over their charging stations, that will stay. And I spoke with a group of business and philanthropic leaders on the economic realities for Latino communities and the impact groups like America on Tech, which help people of color learn digital skills through a year-long program, have in America. Graduates of that program getting hired at jobs paying between $80,000 and $250,000 a year, a company truly making a difference. And today, one of the topics getting a lot of attention here in Aspen is something we've covered a lot on Top Story, the artificial intelligence revolution. Here's a look at what some of the Aspen panelists had to say about how AI will continue to change our everyday lives and society.
It's not the first time we have a powerful technology that is clearly going to displace some, significant part of what people spend their time doing. The speed at which it has arrived is new.
How do we do things like ensure the AI that's being deployed is being deployed in a transparent way, so you always know when you're interacting with AI?
In 2024, we're going to have an election, and every side, every grassroots group, and every politician will use generative AI to do harm to their opponents, and it will involve spreading misinformation. The social media companies en masse are not ready for this.
If we're not mindful, I think that we will be introducing transformative, powerful technology in which people feel fearful and don't feel excited about.
One of the things that I think we all need to come to grips with is you should be afraid of people, not of AI. The bad actors are us.
Is going to have the type of transformative impact and benefit that we hope it can have, we're going to need to include a lot more people in these conversations that traditionally haven't had a voice in the development of the technology.
Then the computers are going to develop their own language to talk to each other, at which point they become super intelligent. And that language is going to be in a language that we don't understand. What are we going to do then, folks? I propose
disconnect the network.
Somewhat of a doomsday scenario there. One of those panelists you just heard from is Daniel Huttenlocher. He joins us now. Daniel is the inaugural dean of the MIT Schwarzman College of Computing and has written and thought a lot about how AI could change society and our worldview. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. I want to pick up where Eric left off there, right? Because he was talking about where he thinks AI is going, and essentially he delivered the script to Terminator, right? The computers start talking to each other. They speak in a language that we don't speak. And then what happens next? Do you think we'll get to that point?
I'm much less concerned about those science fiction scenarios than I am about how we balance the risks and rewards of AI today. Actually, Eric and I differ on where we think it will end up in the long term. I think that these technologies will get very far, but they don't have many attributes of humans that really set us apart.
Yeah, talk to us about that, because you had a very powerful statement about the main difference between AI and humans. And your argument was AI can simulate everything humans can do, and it possibly will in the future, except love, spirituality. They can simulate it, but it won't be the real thing. But the question is, does that matter?
Well, I think many of us spend a lot of time in simulations, right? In video games, et cetera. But there's a reason that there aren't just non-player characters in a video game. The AI characters, they're also human characters. The kind of interaction that you get interacting with humans live in that fashion, even mediated by a gaming setup, is still something that we don't understand. And that I think, in my view, AI will not capture, that these simulations will not capture.
What's the biggest danger right now with AI, do you think?
So I think the biggest danger actually is one of how we respond to this from a regulatory and sort of controls perspective. One of the things I mentioned there was I worry about the risk of simultaneous over-regulation and under-regulation.
Right.
That there are cases where we pretty clearly should be regulating this use of AI in giving medical advice, for example. I mean, if I pretend to be a doctor, that's not a very good thing.
You can go on ChatGPT, you can ask it for medical advice, you can ask it for legal advice, it will give it back to you. If you ever try to do that without a medical license, you would obviously be put in jail, but no one's going to put the computer in jail.
Right, and so I think we do need to look at this, and I think that there are many avenues for doing that, in the same way that doctors and others are regulated.
On that point, though, something interesting was brought up in your talk, and it was that when the Model T came out, when Ford develops the automobile, right, there was no stop signs, there was no traffic lanes, no stoplights, obviously. The technology came first, and then the regulation came. Is that what's going to happen with AI?
Well, I'm a firm believer, and that's what I worry about, over-regulation. If we try to regulate the broad-based AI technology, sort of like the motor vehicle technology, I think we have a huge risk of over-regulating. I think that what we need to do is focus on specific domains where AI is being used, places like health or legal kinds of advice, but many other places as well. And we have the structures for doing that kind of regulation.
You're at MIT, you're teaching these kids who are so advanced, and you admitted to me sometimes they're more advanced than the professors because they're spending all day with this technology. What are you telling them? Because really the future is in their hands, and this technology, it can be so dangerous.
It is, and one of the things that we've really for the last 4 or 5 years now been doing with the new Schwarzman College of Computing is we've integrated consideration of societal and ethical issues into the kinds of programming assignments and projects that the students have to do. Yeah. One of the things about ethics is we teach it in the abstract. It's very hard. It's sort of like the book learning. You really need to say, gee, I'm training this language model. What text was I really using to train that? What kind of bias might that particular text represent? And how do I correct for that? So those things happen in a way that in practice, the students learn about them.
Daniel Huttenlocker, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. Thank you for all the work you're doing. You're on the front lines of this AI revolution. There's still so much we want to learn and hear about it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, to learn more about what's happening at the Aspen Ideas Festivals, you can scan the QR code on the screen and you can see their live blog. You can also watch all the conversations we've been talking about on YouTube and other website platforms. We thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas in Aspen for this special edition. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin addresses the nation after that rebellion in Russia. The Russian president calling those responsible traitors, but making no mention of the man behind the revolt who insists tonight he was not trying to topple Putin. All that raising new questions about Putin's leadership amid the conflict in Ukraine. We're in Moscow with details. Tonight, almost 60 million at risk of severe storms after tornadoes rip through parts of the Midwest, plus relentless heat across the South. The ocean floor search for debris after a submersible imploded while seeking the Titanic. The new investigation's underway. 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting and killing a woman in her apartment. What her family is telling us. Our one-on-one with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the sharp border contrast he's drawing with former President Trump, and why he is trying to frame a big primary field as a two-man race. The new weight loss drug showing even more dramatic results than the ones out now, when it could be available. How colleges are preparing for a Supreme Court decision that could bar them from using race in admissions. And the ultimate team player jumping in to save the day.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening and welcome from the site of the Aspen Ideas Festival, an annual gathering of thought leaders. More about what brings us here in a bit. But let's start with the rebellion in Russia. And as a measure of just how rapidly events have unfolded there since the weekend, President Putin today publicly thanking members of the Wagner Group, the very same mercenary group that challenged his control of the Russian military. Putin now saying most of the Wagner fighters are patriots who helped avert bloodshed. Putin, in remarks to the Russian people, though, leaving little doubt he will not let bygones be bygones when it comes to the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led what Putin calls a mutiny. Prigozhin also speaking tonight, backtracking on why he marched his troops towards Moscow, and his whereabouts uncertain as the weekend chaos has now turned to lingering trepidation involving a nuclear superpower. We begin with Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown, after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia. Not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
Here, President Putin also offered a public olive branch to some members of the Wagner Group.
That's right, Lester. He thanked those who stopped fighting to avoid bloodshed, saying they could go back to their families, go to Belarus, or join the Russian army. Meanwhile, late tonight here in Moscow, President Putin is meeting with his security services. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thanks. Now let's bring in Richard Engel, who has been reporting on the Wagner Group for us for years. Richard, this is not likely to be the last time we hear from Prigozhin.
It certainly doesn't seem so. What we saw today was these two men, without addressing each other by name, spinning counter-narratives, with Prigozhin saying that his fighters are the best, remain the best, that they could have easily marched all the way toward Moscow, that they stopped voluntarily to avoid bloodshed, but that they proved a message how weak the Russian defense establishment remains. And then Putin spinning it the other way, saying that these traitors were stopped because of the unity of the Russian people. And all this creates an enormous opening for the people of Ukraine, the fighters who are on the front line launching a counteroffensive, because you have right now 25,000 of the best Russian fighters off of the battlefield and Kremlin insiders fighting each other instead of focusing on the war in Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks. Now to the nonstop severe weather causing more destruction and putting 57 million at risk tonight, while Texas suffers through more dangerous heat. Emily Ikeda is following it all for us tonight.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Let's get to that deadly implosion of that submersible near the Titanic. Canadian and U.S. investigators are interviewing the crew of the ship that launched the sub. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, the mother of the 19-year-old who died, is also speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Christine Dogwood lost her husband, Shahzada, and her 19-year-old son, Suleiman. She says the teen wanted to go, so she gave up her seat on the sub. Meanwhile, salvage crews are now working to recover the remains of the sub, while in St. John's, Newfoundland, investigators have interviewed the crew of the mothership and recovered the ship's black box, the voyage data recorder. There are multiple investigations underway here. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. Coast Guard, which has launched a Marine Board of Investigation. That's the most serious level of investigation, which could lead to civil or criminal sanctions, depending on the findings. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. New details tonight on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman in her apartment. Her family says she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Dana Griffin has more, and a warning, some of the video you may find disturbing.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot.
Shoot me. You're not gonna work.
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Tonight, the officers aren't commenting. The police union, however, says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Lester?
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you. Now to a rare one-on-one interview with Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor in Texas, slamming Donald Trump, saying he should have done more to secure the border when he was president. DeSantis speaking to our Gabe Gutierrez.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in a hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In 60 seconds, the jaw-dropping early results of a new experimental weight loss drug, plus bracing for the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, what it could mean for the future of college students. We're back with the potentially game-changing results of an experimental weight loss drug. It's one of several drugs, several pipeline right now for obese patients as companies eye what could be record-breaking profits. Here's Stephanie Gusk.
In the Eli Lilly labs, the revolution in weight loss drugs races ahead.
This is about pushing the envelope further in this research, right?
Correct. It's using old molecules as the benchmark and trying to make things that are better.
Today, the company announcing data for its newest drug, an injection called retatrutide.
We've been working to harness the body's own mechanisms that tell you when you've eaten, and they get your body prepared to metabolize food and tell you to stop eating.
Chief Medical Officer Dr. Daniel Skowronski says Eli Lilly is on the verge of a breakthrough.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, obese patients lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks.
I started losing weight within about a month of being on a drug.
Jacynthia Jesse was part of the trial, and while some patients were given a placebo, she believes she was given retatrutide itself.
I have to say, it was life-changing to lose almost 60 pounds, especially someone, again, almost 300 pounds.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
There is certainly a need. Diabetes and obesity are two of the largest health challenges in the U.S. Other drug companies are pursuing new medications as well, including developing a pill.
Those are more easy to make and can be widely distributed around the world more effectively.
But this class of medications, which includes diabetes drug Ozempic, is already changing people's lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
Doctors are hopeful these new drugs will also change perceptions.
I think it's also raised a lot of awareness that obesity is in fact a disease and not some sort of personal failing. So it's been amazing.
With that kind of blessing, pharmaceutical companies are moving full steam ahead. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Indianapolis.
Coming up next, affirmative action fallout, how colleges are preparing for a potential major change and what it could mean for students. Coming up next. A crucial Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action could come tomorrow as colleges and universities grapple with the possibility that race might no longer be a factor in admissions. Laura Jarrett reports.
For many elite schools, the writing from the nation's high court is on the wall.
How worried are you? I'm extremely worried.
Danielle Hawley is the incoming president of Mount Holyoke College in Western Massachusetts. But this peaceful campus belies an anxious reality. As soon as tomorrow, the Supreme Court will answer the most anticipated question this term. Can colleges and universities look at race in admissions decisions?
Everyone is talking about this case all the time. People from departments that are not in the law school are asking me, what day will we hear?
For decades, the court recognized the educational benefits of a diverse student body and said schools can look at someone's race as one plus factor among many. But the court's current conservative majority may ban it nationwide this time.
What will that do to a place like Mount Holyoke? It will send a very strong message to Black students and to Latina students that they are not welcome.
Not so, say the lawyers who sued Harvard over its admissions plan. Long treated by the court as the gold standard, it's now accused of being obsessed with race, and along with the University of North Carolina, of discriminating against Asian students, which the schools deny but was emphasized during oral arguments.
Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind.
If the court agrees using race violates the law,
schools may still look at an applicant's finances, zip code, or even consider essays about overcoming adversity, so-called race-neutral alternatives.
Universities just cannot consider race itself.
Colleges tell NBC News they are prepared to adapt if required, expanding financial aid, scrapping SAT scores, or getting rid of legacy admissions, all potentially on the table. But Holly says ignoring race would produce a devastating result.
We've seen a track record of them not working.
She points to California, one of 9 states that outlawed affirmative action more than 20 years ago, causing a 50% drop-off in minority admissions, numbers that have never bounced back, as seen by UC Berkeley.
I have struggled to really move the black number here at Berkeley, and that, again, that's not from a lack of trying.
Femi Ogundele, Berkeley's Dean of Undergrad Admissions, says affirmative action was never perfect, just a Band-Aid.
The fact that there are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same, doesn't make any sense.
For now, schools are bracing for the dawn of a new era, making the task of equalizing the playing field not impossible, but significantly harder. Laura Jarrett, NBC News, South Hadley, Massachusetts.
When we come back, the athlete who lost the race but won our hearts. And finally, the world-class athlete who came in dead last but won all of our hearts after facing some unexpected obstacles. Kristen Dahlgren with her story.
Belgium's track team faced quite a hurdle at the European Championships this weekend. With both the team's hurdlers injured, they were headed to disqualification. Not so fast, said the team's shot putter, who quite literally stepped in at the last minute. 29-year-old Jolien Boomquo carefully clearing each of the 10 obstacles with a smile on her face.
I knew this was a once in a lifetime, so I just wanted to go for it.
At her own admission, becoming a hurdler was a leap.
What's the difference between a shot putter and a hurdler?
I think a better question is, what are the similarities?
At the start, there was no doubt she was different.
And I said, no, that's not a mistake. That's me. I need to run for Belgium.
But she never gave up, even as the field raced away, crossing the finish line a full 19 seconds after anyone else, but absolutely winning the day, not only saving her team's chances.
I don't want to be famous. I just want to be known for my values.
But giving us all a master class in sportsmanship and overcoming obstacles, no matter how high. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
What a team player. That's Nightly News for this Monday. Join us tomorrow night when I sit down exclusively with Liz Cheney here at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who deliberates.
All right, it just me too.
Do the summertime.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin addresses the nation after that rebellion in Russia. The Russian president calling those responsible traitors, but making no mention of the man behind the revolt who insists tonight he was not trying to topple Putin. All that raising new questions about Putin's leadership amid the conflict in Ukraine. We're in Moscow with details. Tonight, almost 60 million at risk of severe storms after tornadoes ripped through parts of the Midwest, plus relentless heat across the South. The ocean floor searched for debris after a submersible imploded while seeking the Titanic. The new investigation's underway. 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting and killing a woman in her apartment. What her family is telling us. Our one-on-one with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the sharp border contrast he's drawing with former President Trump, and why he is trying to frame a big primary field as a two-man race. The new weight loss drug showing even more dramatic results than the ones out now, when it could be available. How colleges are preparing for a Supreme Court decision that could bar them from using race in admissions. And the ultimate team player jumping in to save the day.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening and welcome from the site of the Aspen Ideas Festival, an annual gathering of thought leaders. More about what brings us here in a bit. But let's start with the rebellion in Russia. And as a measure of just how rapidly events have unfolded there since the weekend, President Putin today publicly thanking members of the Wagner Group, the very same mercenary group that challenged his control of the Russian military. Putin now saying most of the Wagner fighters are patriots who helped avert bloodshed. Putin, in remarks to the Russian people, though, leaving little doubt he will not let bygones be bygones when it comes to the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led what Putin calls a mutiny. Prigozhin also speaking tonight, backtracking on why he marched his troops towards Moscow, and his whereabouts uncertain as the weekend chaos has now turned to lingering trepidation involving a nuclear superpower. We begin with Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia, not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight. What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
Kiev President Putin also offered a public olive branch to some members of the Wagner Group.
That's right, Lester. He thanked those who stopped fighting to avoid bloodshed, saying they could go back to their families, go to Belarus, or join the Russian army. Meanwhile, late tonight here in Moscow, President Putin is meeting with his security services. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow, thanks. Now let's bring in Richard Engel, who has been reporting on the Wagner Group for us for years. Richard, this is not likely to be the last time we hear from Prigozhin.
It certainly doesn't seem so. What we saw today was these two men, without addressing each other by name, spinning counter-narratives, with Prigozhin saying that his fighters are the best, remain the best, that they could have easily marched all the way toward Moscow, that they stopped voluntarily to avoid bloodshed, but that they proved a message how weak the Russian defense establishment remains. And then Putin spinning it the other way, saying that these traitors were stopped because of the unity of the Russian people. And all this creates an enormous opening for the people of Ukraine, the fighters who are on the front line launching a counteroffensive, because you have right now 25,000 of the best Russian fighters off of the battlefield, and Kremlin insiders fighting each other instead of focusing on the war in Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks. Now to the nonstop severe weather causing more destruction and putting 57 million at risk tonight, while Texas suffers through more dangerous heat. Emily Ikeda is following it all for us tonight.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Let's get to that deadly implosion of that submersible near the Titanic. Canadian and U.S. investigators are interviewing the crew of the ship that launched the sub. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, the mother of the 19-year-old who died, is also speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Christine Dobwood lost her husband, Shahzada, and her 19-year-old son, Suleiman. She says the teen wanted to go, so she gave up her seat on the sub. Meanwhile, salvage crews are now working to recover the remains of the sub, while in St. John's, Newfoundland, investigators have interviewed the crew of the mothership and recovered the ship's black box, the voyage data recorder. There are multiple investigations underway here. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. Coast Guard, which has launched a Marine Board of Investigation. That's the most serious level of investigation, which could lead to civil or criminal sanctions, depending on the findings. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. New details tonight on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman in her apartment. Her family says she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Dana Griffin has more, and a warning, some of the video you may find disturbing.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You're not
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Tonight, the officers aren't commenting. The police union, however, says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Lester?
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you. Now to a rare one-on-one interview with Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor in Texas, slamming Donald Trump, saying he should have done more to secure the border when he was president. DeSantis speaking to our Gabe Gutierrez.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings. That includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in a hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In 60 seconds, the jaw-dropping early results of a new experimental weight loss drug, plus bracing for the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, what it could mean for the future of college students. We're back with the potentially game-changing results of an experimental weight loss drug. It's one of several drugs out of a pipeline right now for obese patients as companies eye what could be record-breaking profits. Here's Stephanie Gusk.
In the Eli Lilly labs, the revolution in weight loss drugs races ahead.
This is about pushing the envelope further in this research, right?
Correct. It's using old molecules as the benchmark and trying to make things that are better.
Today, the company announcing data for its newest drug, an injection called retatrutide.
We've been working to harness the body's own mechanisms that tell you when you've eaten, and they get your body prepared to metabolize food and tell you to stop eating.
Chief Medical Officer Dr. Daniel Skavronsky says Eli Lilly is on the verge of a breakthrough.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, obese patients lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks.
I started losing weight within about a month of being on a drug.
Jacynthia Jesse was part of the trial, and while some patients were given a placebo, she believes she was given retatrutide itself.
I have to say, it was life-changing to lose almost 60 pounds, especially someone, again, almost 300 pounds.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
There is certainly a need. Diabetes and obesity are two of the largest health challenges in the U.S. Other drug companies are pursuing new medications as well, including developing a pill.
Those are more easy to make and can be widely distributed around the world more effectively.
But this class of medications, which includes diabetes drug Ozempic, is already changing people's lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
Doctors are hopeful these new drugs will also change perceptions.
I think it's also raised a lot of awareness that obesity is in fact a disease and not some sort of personal failing. So it's been amazing.
With that kind of blessing, pharmaceutical companies are moving full steam ahead. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Indianapolis.
Coming up next, affirmative action fallout, how colleges are preparing for a potential major change and what it could mean for students. Coming up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Tonight, Vladimir Putin addresses the nation after that rebellion in Russia. The Russian president calling those responsible traitors, but making no mention of the man behind the revolt who insists tonight he was not trying to topple Putin. All that raising new questions about Putin's leadership amid the conflict in Ukraine. We're in Moscow with details. Tonight, almost 60 million at risk of severe storms after tornadoes ripped through parts of the Midwest, plus relentless heat across the South. The ocean floor searched for debris after a submersible imploded while seeking the Titanic. The new investigation's underway. 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting and killing a woman in her apartment. What her family is telling us. Our one-on-one with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the sharp border contrast he's drawing with former President Trump, and why he is trying to frame a big primary field as a two-man race. The new weight loss drug showing even more dramatic results than the ones out now, when it could be available. How colleges are preparing for a Supreme Court decision that could bar them from using race in admissions. And the ultimate team player jumping in to save the day.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Aspen, Colorado.
Good evening and welcome from the site of the Aspen Ideas Festival, an annual gathering of thought leaders. More about what brings us here in a bit. But let's start with the rebellion in Russia. And as a measure of just how rapidly events have unfolded there since the weekend, President Putin today publicly thanking members of the Wagner Group, the very same mercenary group that challenged his control of the Russian military. Putin now saying most of the Wagner fighters are patriots who helped avert bloodshed. Putin, in remarks to the Russian people, though, leaving little doubt he will not let bygones be bygones when it comes to the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led what Putin calls a mutiny. Prigozhin also speaking tonight, backtracking on why he marched his troops towards Moscow, and his whereabouts uncertain as the weekend chaos has now turned to lingering trepidation involving a nuclear superpower. We begin with Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow.
Tonight, President Vladimir Putin addressing a nation, but focusing on one man, while never mentioning militia commander Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny committed by traitors. All after that defiant new message from Prigozhin, whose rebellion rocked Russia, insisting he did not try to topple President Putin, but was protesting how his Wagner Group troops were being treated. Prigozhin last seen last Saturday night in the back of an SUV, cheered by crowds, his whereabouts still unknown, after a deal to end the rebellion. Prigozhin has been in a fierce power struggle with the Russian defense minister Shoigu, who he accuses of trying to undermine Wagner troops in Ukraine. Russia releasing this short video of Shoigu today with no indication when or where it was recorded. An extraordinary 72 hours that all began Friday night around 10:30 local time. Prigozhin calling for a march for justice into Russia, not a coup, he insisted. By 7:30 Saturday morning, Prigozhin, facing little resistance, takes over Russia's military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, berating two Russian senior commanders, demanding they hand over Shoigu. President Putin then going on national television, accusing Prigozhin of treason, vowing to put down the uprising. By Saturday afternoon, Wagner troops are on the move to Moscow. At one point, video showing them just 289 miles from the capital. But on Saturday night, that mysterious deal is made. Prigozhin's march to Moscow is dramatically halted. A former Russian deputy foreign minister telling us it highlights Russian action in Ukraine.
The people are asking more and more the questions, why it's so long, why it's so long.
We spoke to Russians in Moscow tonight.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And late today, President Biden on his message to Russia.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
Here, President Putin also offered a public olive branch to some members of the Wagner Group.
That's right, Lester. He thanked those who stopped fighting to avoid bloodshed, saying they could go back to their families, go to Belarus, or join the Russian army. Meanwhile, late tonight here in Moscow, President Putin is meeting with his security services. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thanks. Now let's bring in Richard Engel, who has been reporting on the Wagner Group for us for years. Richard, this is not likely to be the last time we hear from Prigozhin.
It certainly doesn't seem so. What we saw today was these two men, without addressing each other by name, spinning counter-narratives, with Prigozhin saying that his fighters are the best, remain the best, that they could have easily marched all the way toward Moscow, that they stopped voluntarily to avoid bloodshed, but that they proved a message how weak the Russian defense establishment remains. And then Putin spinning it the other way, saying that these traitors were stopped because of the unity of the Russian people. And all this creates an enormous opening for the people of Ukraine, the fighters who are on the front line launching a counteroffensive, because you have right now 25,000 of the best Russian fighters off of the battlefield, and Kremlin insiders fighting each other instead of focusing on the war in Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks. Now to the nonstop severe weather causing more destruction and putting 57 million at risk tonight, while Texas suffers through more dangerous heat. Emily Ikeda is following it all for us tonight.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, tonight more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
Today, a tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen overnight. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Let's get to that deadly implosion of that submersible near the Titanic. Canadian and U.S. investigators are interviewing the crew of the ship that launched the sub. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, the mother of the 19-year-old who died, is also speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Christine Dogwood lost her husband, Shahzada, and her 19-year-old son, Suleiman. She says the teen wanted to go, so she gave up her seat on the sub. Meanwhile, salvage crews are now working to recover the remains of the sub, while in St. John's, Newfoundland, investigators have interviewed the crew of the mothership and recovered the ship's black box, the voyage data recorder. There are multiple investigations underway here. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. Coast Guard, which has launched a Marine Board of Investigation. That's the most serious level of investigation, which could lead to civil or criminal sanctions, depending on the findings. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. New details tonight on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman in her apartment. Her family says she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Dana Griffin has more, and a warning, some of the video you may find disturbing.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot.
Shoot me. You're not
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Tonight, the officers aren't commenting. The police union, however, says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Lester?
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you. Now to a rare one-on-one interview with Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor in Texas, slamming Donald Trump, saying he should have done more to secure the border when he was president. DeSantis speaking to our Gabe Gutierrez.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in the hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In 60 seconds, the jaw-dropping early results of a new experimental weight loss drug, plus bracing for the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, what it could mean for the future of college students.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Summertime.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just made it too.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just made it too. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
My mother called and says, Michelle's dead. How is that possible?
A young mother found brutally murdered. Her little girl left to wander in her mother's blood. Police had a suspect, and they say he had a motive.
We had an intimate relationship. We ended up having sex.
But could they prove he was the killer?
It was a circumstantial case.
Except for that witness, the girl who left those footprints.
We will never know what Cassidy saw and what she didn't see.
Maybe she couldn't tell detectives who the killer was, but maybe she didn't have to.
The fact that Cassidy was spared, would that mean anything to a jury?
The person that killed the mother cared about Cassidy.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Keith Morrison with Silent Witness.
I think I paused for a second. I had to take a deep breath, and just the reality of what was going on sank in.
Those who saw the footprints will not forget them. They were tiny, and they were bloody.
I had to get my composure to finish searching this house to make sure there was nobody else in the house.
It was the 3rd of November, 2006, early afternoon. Scott Earp was the Wake County Sheriff's deputy dispatched to a quiet and leafy neighborhood called Enchanted Oaks, the outskirts of Raleigh, North Carolina. Here because of the 911 call from this place on Birchleaf Drive.
I think my sister's dead.
Here, tell me what happened, ma'am.
I have no idea. Oh my God.
The caller was Meredith Fisher. She had just discovered, on the floor of the master bedroom, the savagely beaten body of her elder sister, 29-year-old Michelle Young, a woman who, in death, was about to be famous.
Listen to me, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what to do, but you need to calm down so we can help her. You said there's blood everywhere?
Yes.
Listen to me, ma'am.
I'm listening.
Is she breathing?
I don't think so.
Have you checked?
Michelle? She's cold.
Okay.
As she spoke, Meredith was cradling her 2.5-year-old niece, Cassidy, who had crawled out from under the bedclothes on her parents' bed, just feet from where her mother lay. Cassidy's voice, chattering to her aunt, was caught on the recorded call. Had Cassidy witnessed the murder, or wakened alone to find this?
You know, you just picture a small child walking around in this blood and tracking it across the hallway over into the bathroom.
By now, Wake County investigators were descending on the house, and having secured the crime scene, Earp's job was done. But on his way out, he saw Cassidy again. She was still in her pink pajamas, still in Meredith's arms. He asked Meredith a question.
I looked over the child, I didn't see any blood, so I asked her, "Did you clean the child?" And her response was no. I thought it was kind of odd because I was expecting her to say yes, I guess.
Somebody did.
Yeah, somebody did.
But who? Was it the same person who murdered the little girl's mother? On this November day, all they had were questions. Richard Spivey, then a sergeant with the Wake County Sheriff's Office, probably knows the case better than anyone.
I mean, this was just a brutal, vicious beating. There was a lot of time and energy invested into this assault.
Why do you say a lot of time and energy?
I think the medical examiner told us there was over 30 blows with some sort of a blunt object.
So detectives started investigating the victim and everyone else around her. Michelle Young was born and raised on Long Island, New York.
She was smiling all the time, and she was the life of the party.
Stacia Grossman knew her from childhood.
She didn't like being the center of attention, but she liked creating a great atmosphere for everyone to have a good time.
Michelle was a cheerleader in high school and a straight-A student. Jennifer Powers felt drawn to her.
She had this kind of bookworm side to her where she was very studious and goal-oriented. I mean, she was also just a great person to be around, a fun, happy spirit, and, you know, someone that I wanted to spend a lot of time with.
Lots of people did. And when she chose a college far from home, North Carolina State, she was soon surrounded again by an admiring group of women friends, best friends, buddies. Fiona Childs was her sorority big sister.
There's this one picture, and it's like, it just came out beautiful, and we liked it because we thought we kind of looked like Charlie's Angels pose without intentionally doing that.
It was sometime in 2001 when friends started hearing about Michelle's new guy. A fellow student named Jason Young heard how he'd grown up in the North Carolina mountains, how he loved to camp, how he was the life of tailgate parties. Michelle fell hard and fast.
They seemed like a good couple. He was different from other men that she had dated in the past. He wasn't as serious about a career as she was. He was a little bit less sophisticated than Michelle was, but she seemed to be very happy with him.
Michelle and Jason married in October 2003. The day after the wedding, they shared their big secret. Michelle was pregnant. Their daughter Cassidy was born early the next year.
I love you too, Cassidy.
Twinkle, twinkle.
And when she came along, it was love at first sight. Michelle was an enthusiastic mother. By all accounts, Jason was a good dad.
He was a great playmate. He knew how to sit on the floor and play with his daughter, you know.
The Youngs moved into the big fine house on Birchleaf in 2005. Both of them worked, he a salesman, she a financial specialist. In the summer of 2006, Michelle got pregnant again. They kept the news to themselves, but it was clear something good was happening.
The comment he said to me was, he's excited to have another baby. Not implying that she was pregnant, but that he was excited at the prospect of it.
But just a few months later, Michelle was dead. Jason was 170 miles away in Virginia on a business trip the night of the murder. He heard the news the next afternoon and returned to Raleigh. Stacia Grossman got word from her mother.
My mother called and says, Michelle's dead. And I said, Michelle who? Some celebrity? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, how is that possible? What happened?
The very questions that Wake County investigators were asking themselves.
When we come back, a security camera provides a critical clue. It's not what it caught on tape, it's what it missed and why.
There was a camera there that had been unplugged.
Who had something to hide? When Dateline continues. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
The facts were stark and ugly. One night in November 2006, while her husband was away on business, Michelle Young was attacked in her own bedroom and brutally beaten to death. Her body discovered the next day by her sister, Meredith, along with her 2.5-year-old daughter, Cassidy, who'd been left to wander in her blood. For the investigators who set out to find her killer, No way to get those little footprints out of their minds. Sergeant Richard Spivey, lead investigator.
Those of us that work in law enforcement, this is our profession, but we're also parents. That certainly strikes a different note with you when you see something like that.
Michelle's husband, Jason, a medical software salesman, was 170 miles away the night of the murder. Even so, investigators had to look at him.
We know that he was the last person to talk to Michelle that night, and he was also the reason why she was found. He called Meredith Fisher to go to the house.
Jason Young's business trip that night was routine. Security tape showed him getting gas about 7:30 p.m. as he left Raleigh. 2 hours later, he was seen on tape at a Cracker Barrel restaurant in Greensboro. Later, he checked into this Hampton Inn in Hillsville, Virginia. This is him, front desk, about 11 p.m. And him again at midnight. He also made a phone call around midnight, and that was the last time anybody heard from Jason Young until he made another call at 7:40 the next morning. A normal person would look at this and say, well, he was 170 miles away. He's got an alibi.
That sounds like a great distance, you know? But 170 miles, you can get between the crime scene and the hotel in about 2.5 hours.
Perhaps, but there were curious anomalies at the crime scene. Couldn't explain them. A jewelry box was missing 2 drawers. So was it a bungled burglary? Then there were footprints near the body that seemed to eliminate Jason. An obvious print on a pillow was a size 10, but Jason wore a size 12. But this was weird. There was another partial footprint. It defied easy identification, so they began calling in shoe experts. And now they wondered, were there 2 attackers? Of course, investigators discovered early on that Michelle and Jason's marriage was strained. And in the last weeks of Michelle's life, things were not good.
At our friend Shelley's wedding, he was so drunk. I'm just really out of it. When we got to the wedding, our friends were letting us know that Michelle and Jason were fighting, and they were referring to it as World War III.
Jennifer Powers told investigators about another fight that October. Michelle wanted her mother to stay with them for the holidays. And Jason, who had a tense relationship with his mother-in-law, wanted to limit her stay, and said so in an email, along with another nugget.
He wrote, "Our marriage has seen better days and I don't see it trending up." And I remember that really striking a chord with me because I didn't know that their marriage had seen better days.
So, of course, investigators wanted to interview Jason Young. Maybe he could tell them something, but he refused to talk to them.
He talked to the lawyer, and then, under the advice of counsel, he declined to speak with us at all.
Didn't ask about it. Didn't ask how his wife died?
No.
Perhaps, investigators thought, that business trip deserved a second look. So they went to the hotel, poked around, and discovered some odd activities that night in a stairwell near an exit.
There was a camera there that had been unplugged.
Really?
Yes. It was one of the side exits of the hotel. One of the, the fire stairs that go down to the first floor.
Was there any other tampering done in there?
Well, the door that was adjacent to where this camera was located, that door also had been propped open that night.
How do you know that?
The gentleman that was working as the clerk that night found a rock that had been placed in the door to keep the door from closing. Well, then they plugged the camera back in, so it's now working again. And at about 6:35 that morning, suddenly that camera's pointing straight at the ceiling.
Same camera?
Same camera, and it's tampered with yet again.
If that was Jason Young's work, is it possible he did make the 340-mile round trip? Could he have killed his wife and cleaned up his daughter all in 7.5 hours without ever being seen? To find out, investigators played a hunch. They visited every gas station along the route, showed Jason's photo, talked to the night clerks, and came across a woman named Gracie Doms in a tiny place called King, North Carolina. She took one look at that photograph and recognized it instantly. He was the foul-mouthed customer, she said, who came storming into the store to complain that the pumps were locked. And what time was it? 5:30 a.m., morning of the murder.
there was actually an altercation between the two of them. So you have a reason why she would remember him as opposed to any other customer that may have just happened into the store.
If that attendant was right, investigators may have undercut Jason's alibi. Still, it wasn't enough. So they plodded ahead. Painstaking work took time. And then, years after the murder, they finally got a match for that partial footprint.
The State Bureau of Investigation and the FBI were able to eventually identify that shoe as a Hush Puppy orbital shoe. And it was a size 12, which was the same size that he wore.
Throughout the investigation, Jason steadfastly maintained his silence. And rather than face a legal battle where he'd be asked some tough questions, Spivey said, he even gave Michelle's family custody of his daughter.
Everyone that we spoke with, all of them talked about how much he loved Cassidy and what a great dad he was. To just turn over primary custody, that was very surprising.
Investigators had heard enough. They believed they had a case. Circumstantial, but a case. And 3 years after Michelle Young's body was found on the bedroom floor, Jason Young was charged with her murder. Investigators and prosecutors knew that very little pointed directly toward Jason Young, but so far, nothing pointed away.
Coming up, the case against Jason Young as an alleged killer and as a cheating husband.
We had an intimate relationship for the 2 days that he was there.
We ended up having sex.
He never settled down.
When Dateline continues.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
we've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Jason Young went on trial for the murder of his pregnant wife, Michelle, in June 2011. By then, he'd spent 18 months in a jail cell. The guy who lived for tailgates, the guy who loved to party, that guy was long gone. Becky Holt was the prosecutor who opened for the state.
The defendant had a plan. His plan was to murder his wife. His plan was to get away with it.
With no murder weapon found, the prosecution's case was built on that partial shoe print. They knew now that Jason once owned a pair of hush puppies like these that matched the print. They were now missing. They also told jurors about that early morning visit to the gas station and the suspicious activity at the hotel. But the thrust of their case was this. Jason Young was trying in the most violent possible way to get out of a troubled marriage.
Were you aware of tensions in that marriage?
Yeah, I was well aware.
Meredith Fisher, Michelle's sister, lived near the couple, and for a period was Cassidy's nanny. As the Youngs' fights intensified, she took on the role of a marriage counselor, too.
What would you say were the main issues?
Michelle's main issues were Jason being more responsible, understanding her more, and his main concern was their lack of sex life.
Prosecutors called friends to the stand to paint a picture of a marriage that was unraveling, out loud and in public.
Jason made it very well known that, he was upset about the lack of sex in the relationship.
And at parties, said Fiona Childs, Jason's X-rated tricks were famously over the top.
I never observed it myself. I would just hear about it and, he would expose himself and do what he thought was these funny tricks. And I was always just rather embarrassed for Michelle.
He never settled down. It was as if he was still living the single life, and he never bought into the marriage and what all that meant.
In October 2006, when Michelle was 4 months pregnant, Jason became deeply involved with another woman. And not just any woman. Michelle Money was one of Michelle Young's close friends from college, one of those Charlie's Angels. In early October, days before his third wedding anniversary, Jason flew to Florida to see Michelle Money. She testified they both knew it was wrong.
We basically just hung out at the house, and we had an intimate relationship for the 2 days that he was there.
Jason was crazy about her, his friend Josh Jolton said.
He basically told me that he thought he was in love with her.
Michelle's mother, Linda Fisher, testified that in the final weeks of Michelle's life, she could see the toll the failing marriage was taking on her pregnant daughter.
She had her head on my lap, and she was lying out, and I was stroking her hair. And she was empty.
And what did she tell you?
Things weren't working out with Jason.
2 days before she was murdered, Michelle phoned her sister Meredith to report yet another blow-up with Jason.
She was just, I've had it. She said that, more than one time. I can't do this anymore.
Jason was telling one of his close friends the same thing. And prosecutors said just days before Michelle was murdered, he indulged in one last transgression. A casual hookup with an old friend named Carol Ann Sowerby in his own living room. Michelle was away at the time.
Cassidy was put down to bed, and
had a couple drinks, just were talking, and we ended up having sex.
But divorce was apparently not an option for Jason.
He had made a statement at one time that if he was afraid that if he ever got a divorce, that Michelle would take Cassidy and move back to New York.
And did he indicate to you that he would have some concerns about ever being able to see Cassidy again?
Correct.
Still, one big question remained. Was a good-time guy like Jason Young even capable of murder? Genevieve Cargill was engaged to Jason in 1999, before he met Michelle. And she took the stand to testify about a fight they'd had.
That's right.
Over Jason's excessive drinking.
He became agitated. He said something to the effect of, if I'm going to make such a terrible husband, then give me my ring back.
Did you give it to the defendant?
No. He began trying to pull the ring off, and it wouldn't come off. He was throwing me from one bed to the other and jumping on me with all his weight and pinning my arms, both of them, behind me.
Prosecutors hoped to convince the jury it all added up to a motive for murder. So how would the defense counterattack? With a witness who could refute every charge.
Coming up, Jason Young finally breaks his silence as he takes the stand to testify.
Did you kill your wife, Michelle?
No, sir.
Were you there when it happened?
No, sir.
When Dateline continues.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private man and everything.
All right, it just me too.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What the prosecution didn't tell you, there's an art to the business of criminal defense, and it would take a true artist to repaint the prosecution's dark portrait of Jason Young. So, what could defense attorney Mike Klinkeson do? Well, to begin with, as he told the jury, he agreed with the prosecution. Jason Young was not a good husband.
He acted at times like an immature jerk, but that does not make him a killer.
The defense was not about to make any more concessions, mind you. That jewelry box in the bedroom, there was DNA on it. Didn't match either Michelle or Jason. The suspicious activity at the hotel? There was a fingerprint on that camera, and it wasn't Jason Young's. And there wasn't any forensic evidence that tied Jason to the crime scene. And there was no blood in his car. There was not a scratch on him.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Lynn Young did not murder his wife. He did not murder their unborn son. And this case has not been solved.
Who better to make that argument than Jason Young himself? But so far, remember, he had never said a word to anyone about that November night, an almost 5 years silence.
It's always a big decision for defense attorneys whether or not to call their clients.
Beth Karras is a former prosecutor and legal analyst. She covered the trial.
This is a case that really begged for Jason Young to testify. If he's innocent,
after all this time.
Right, and if he's truly innocent, get on the stand and tell the story.
We call Jason Young. All right, Mr. Young, come around.
With his mother sitting in the front row, Jason Young prepared to do just that. Defense attorney Brian Collins hit it hard off the top.
Did you kill your wife, Michelle?
No, sir.
Were you there when it happened?
No, sir.
But what about Jason's missing hush puppies that matched the partial shoe print? He no longer owned them, he said.
Are those the shoes that you had on November the 2nd?
No, sir.
They were all ratty, he said. Told Michelle to give them to Goodwill. And as for the night of the murder, after he checked into the hotel, Jason testified, he left his room twice. The first time to get a power cord for his laptop.
I was going over the sales call that I had the next day.
The second trip, he testified, was to smoke a cigar.
I had to go outside to smoke the cigar. And I also wanted to look at some sports schedules and some standings, and so I wanted to see if I could pick up the USA Today as well.
That newspaper run explained why he was seen at the front desk, he said, around midnight.
So between the time you smoked the cigar and went back upstairs and went to sleep, did you leave that room until the next morning?
No, sir.
Next morning, after his sales call, Jason testified, he realized he'd left some eBay printouts sitting on the computer printer at home. They showed purses. He was thinking of buying one for Michelle as a belated anniversary present.
And I realized I didn't bring those papers. And
Why was it important to you that somebody get those papers?
Because I wanted it to be a surprise. A surprise to Michelle means so much more than anything.
So around noon November 3rd, he called his sister-in-law Meredith from the car to ask if she'd go to the house and get those eBay papers.
Friday, November 3rd.
He left Meredith a voicemail.
If you could do me a huge favor and go over there and see if you can find it sitting there on the computer.
Then he headed to his mother's place in the mountains nearby. And it was there, he testified hours later, that he learned Michelle had been murdered.
I just fell. I broke on the inside. I just broke and I didn't believe it.
Family members drove him back to Raleigh. During the drive, he said, his friends called.
Ryan and Josh had said that The investigators were asking really ugly questions and pointing their finger at me and doing things like that. And they said, you don't need to talk to anybody. You need to get a lawyer before you talk to anybody.
And then the explanation for his long silence.
The lawyer that I got after talking with him, he actually advised me to not go talk to the police.
And did you take that advice?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he also tell you not to talk to anybody about it?
That's actually exactly what he said. He said, don't talk to anybody about anything.
The defense also addressed the motives prosecutors had laid out, that Jason wanted to escape a bad marriage and keep custody of Cassidy and spend time with his new love.
Did you have any designs in your own mind of leaving Michelle Young for Michelle Money?
No, sir.
All right, describe why not.
I think we both knew it was wrong. I don't think either one dreamed that it would ever be found out.
Pushing me around.
As for that violent episode with his ex-fiancée, Jason had an explanation for it.
Did you throw her around on the bed like she said?
No, sir. What I did was wrong. I did pin her down and I took the ring.
Okay. What was your level of intoxication at that time?
I was very intoxicated, but I don't feel like that's an excuse for what I did.
And they questioned him about the most important woman in his life.
Did you want to stay married to Michelle?
Yes, I did. I wanted to have another baby, and I wanted the family to grow.
He also explained why he gave up custody of his daughter without a fight.
Were you able to afford a lawyer for a full-blown custody battle?
No, sir. I had, due to the media and some of the internet website, the job that I had, I lost it.
His testimony lasted 3 hours.
Jason Young was a very good witness. He understood what he had to do when he was on the stand.
So he didn't come off as contrived or phony, like he had put this together very carefully in order to account for all the evidence that they had.
He had access to police reports, all the discovery. He knew the state's vulnerabilities, and so he could arguably tailor his testimony to fit with an innocent explanation.
How did Jason Young do? 12 jurors were about to decide.
Coming up.
Were you working on your marriage when you were having sex with Caroline Sowerby in your home?
When Dateline continues.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Summertime.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was riveting. Almost 5 years of silence about his wife's murder.
I went back to my room.
Broken here in this courtroom.
I loved Cassidy, and I loved Michelle.
And then he went to murder his wife.
Now prosecutor Becky Holt began pulling apart a story she had just heard for the first time.
Were you working on your marriage when you were having sex with Caroline Sowerby in your home less than 2 weeks before your wife was murdered?
No, ma'am, that was not the way to work on a marriage. That was very detrimental.
Were you working on your marriage when you called Michelle money?
Michelle and I confided a lot in each other, and we talked about my issues with my wife, and she talked about her issues with her husband.
So is the answer yes when you had an affair with Michelle Money, that you were working on your marriage?
No, ma'am. Having the sexual intercourse and having the intimacy was very detrimental to that.
The cross-examination lasted a full hour, and the next day, the case went to the jury.
Retired to the jury deliberation room.
It soon became clear jurors were having trouble.
Plaintiff indicated that y'all have not yet reached a unanimous decision.
The jurors were split 6-6. The judge sent them back to try to make it unanimous.
Watch everybody else remain. Let the jurors leave first. Thank you.
But hours later, they were back, and courtroom 3C was still.
It appears that they are hopelessly deadlocked at this point.
8 jurors had voted for acquittal. 4 voted guilty. Judge Stevens declared a mistrial.
Was serious consideration given to dropping the case?
I think there was serious consideration as to, is there more we can do?
So the prosecutors decided they would try again. But this time with the one thing they didn't have the first time, Jason's own story.
The second trial began in February 2012. This time, Howard Cummings led the prosecution, hoping to use Jason's own words to convict him.
Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
But first, prosecutors called that night clerk at the gas station, Gracie, who remembered Jason complaining about the locked pumps.
When he came in to pay, he started cussing and raising Cain.
And what time did this happen?
That was about 5:30 in the morning.
A time when Jason said he was at the hotel.
Call your next witness.
Then prosecutors had new witnesses and new testimony. They wanted jurors to hear about Cassidy, whose bloody footprints, they contended, made her a silent witness to murder.
When I got to Cassidy, I said, "What are you doing?"
Daycare worker Ashley Palmentier took the stand.
I noticed what she was doing.
She told jurors she watched Cassidy playing alone. days after her mother was murdered.
She had the chair and the doll in her hand together, and then the mommy doll in the other hand, and she just hit him.
As unsettling as it was, the prosecutors wanted jurors to know the killer had left a silent witness behind, a witness he would never harm.
The fact that Cassidy was spared, did that mean anything to you, or would that mean anything to a jury?
Certainly, it meant that the person that killed the mother, we felt, cared about Cassidy.
I do. Thank you. Maybe see it.
Fiona Childs took the stand. Prosecutors pressed her about a life insurance policy Jason arranged.
It did raise a red flag to me.
And Michelle had questioned.
That she brought up specifically her life insurance. She brought it up several times, asking me, didn't I think that $1 million was too much, and did they really need that?
After Michelle died, Fiona found out the true amount of the policy was actually $4 million.
I was just like in total shock. Like that is incredibly excessive.
And prosecutors also told the jury about civil lawsuits against Jason brought by Michelle's mother and sister. One was a wrongful death case filed in 2008, a year before he was charged with murder. Over the defense's objection, court clerk Lauren Freeman testified about that lawsuit.
There is an alleged paragraph 6, again reading verbatim from the record. In the early morning hours of November 3rd, 2006, Jason Young brutally murdered Michelle Young at their residence.
Freeman went on to testify that Jason never responded to the allegations, and that led to a default judgment against him. That judgment said Jason killed his wife.
A default judgment does not mean the facts alleged in the civil complaint are true. It does not mean he's guilty. And the judge at the criminal trial told the jury that in his instructions. However, when you hear the statement, Jason Young brutally murdered his wife, but that doesn't mean he's guilty, folks. Hello, you know?
And the prosecutor made sure the jury heard just who signed that ruling.
I'm reading from this judgment, which is signed actually by Judge Stevens.
Judge Stevens, the very judge sitting before them in this trial.
The jury hearing it, it's just something that's going to carry a lot of weight.
This is the complaint that was filed in December seeking custody of Cassidy.
Prosecutors also called the attorney involved in that custody case over her daughter Cassidy, and those same allegations were repeated yet again.
The jury heard several times through these two civil complaints that Jason Young brutally murdered Michelle Fisher Young.
But the headline act came when prosecutors played Jason Young's entire testimony from the first trial.
I wanted her to have that.
And began to rip it apart.
I don't remember.
Prosecutors tried to show that Jason's call to Meredith to pick up those eBay printouts was merely a ploy to get her to discover the body and find Cassidy. Why else would he print an eBay auction ad and leave it on the printer and then hit the road where he couldn't bid during the actual auction? They called Sergeant Spivey to the stand.
That auction was going to end 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And what day was that?
That was on November the 2nd, 2006.
Okay.
Just hours before the murder. Now prosecutors tried to prove Jason lied about his reasons for leaving the hotel room.
I didn't pull the door all the way to
In his original testimony, he told the court he left the first time to get a power cord for his laptop.
Why was it that you wanted to look on your laptop?
I was going over the sales call that I had the next day.
But Special Agent Mike Smith took the stand to say Young didn't use his laptop for work that night.
It's an internet site dedicated to sports.
Jason said he went out a second time to smoke a cigar. But prosecutors contended Jason was a fierce anti-smoker, and the weather that night was freezing, windy.
Can you tell me whether or not there was ever any substantial outerwear that the defendant either had in his luggage or was wearing?
No, so there was, I think, a suit jacket.
Okay.
That was the only outerwear that I'm aware of.
Jason chose not to testify this time, but the defense fought back, of course. They argued the gas station attendant's memory couldn't be trusted because of a childhood brain injury.
I've had memory problems since '06 because I've been through a lot with myself and my kids, and my ex-husband.
The defense also argued the case really wasn't solved, that there was no physical evidence to prove Jason was the killer,
There wasn't one scratch on Mr. Young. No.
that he would never have had time to make that trip and commit murder, that he didn't have the mindset of a killer. And that cigar? They showed that Jason Young actually owned a humidor, and he'd once made a purchase at a cigar store.
You have ample evidence before you that Jason Young is not guilty.
And then it was over again. And time for another jury to consider whether Jason Young would go to jail or walk out of court a free man.
Coming up, the verdict, take two.
The jury by unanimous verdict found the defendant Jason Lynn Young to be.
When Dateline continues.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For more than 5 years, Michelle Young's family and friends had been waiting for answers. Who killed their pretty pregnant Michelle? Many thought they knew.
It was him. You know, I didn't know all the evidence. I didn't know half the things I know now, but I felt that way.
One jury failed to decide, and now attorneys were making their final arguments to a second jury.
Be mad at him, hate him if you want to, but when you look at the physical evidence in this case, it does not match up. It does not match up to Jason having killed his wife and unborn son.
30 blows? That's not from a stranger. That is a mad, mad domestic abuser.
Soon, that jury was behind closed doors in the Wake County Superior Court. After 2 days, they were back with a verdict.
We, the jury, by unanimous verdict, find the defendant Jason Lynn Young to be guilty of first-degree murder of Michelle.
Guilty, first-degree murder. Jason Young didn't flinch. Behind him, his mother was equally stoic. On the other side of the court, Michelle Young's bereaved mother and sister wept. Fiona, at home, got the news from a friend.
She said he's guilty. I was like, what? What?
Jason Young received a life sentence, chose not to address the court. Even as the bailiffs led him away, he remained expressionless. The prosecutors were, they told us, relieved.
It's very emotional. Have family members there who you've been working with for 5.5 years. And they finally have justice, you know.
You know, we've been telling them for years, just trust. Just trust that it'll be the right result.
But was it? A year and a half ticked by, and then this.
Attorneys for Jason Young demanding a new trial, saying the trial that led to his conviction had significant errors.
December 2013, Jason Young's new attorney launched his appeal.
Who is the killer? Is Jason Young the person responsible for Miss Young's death? And, you know, it seems fundamentally unfair.
What was fundamentally unfair? Remember, during the trial, the attorney pointed out, the prosecution introduced testimony about those civil cases against Jason brought by Michelle's family. They accused Jason of murder.
Jason Young brutally murdered Michelle Young.
The defendant brutally murdered Michelle Marie Fisher Young.
Way out of bounds, said the attorney. The jury should not have been allowed to hear about any of that. Outside the court, Michelle's sister Meredith predicted the appeal would be thrown out.
And the jury came to the right verdict, and we're confident it'll stay.
But she was wrong.
A Raleigh man is getting a third trial in the death of his pregnant wife.
In April 2014, the judges ruled unanimously that testimony about those civil cases prejudiced the jury. And they took particular exception to the fact the prosecutor was allowed to tell the jurors it was their trial judge who signed the civil judgment against Jason, which said that he killed his wife. In fact, said the appeals court, introducing evidence about the civil cases was a violation of North Carolina law.
And that law says you cannot use a civil complaint, a civil allegation, as proof in a criminal case.
But a year later, the state Supreme Court reversed the appeals court decision. And in 2017, yet another attempt by Jason Young to get a third trial, this time on grounds his defense team was ineffective, was also denied.
I love you too, Cassidy.
But children know little of the arcane world of motions and appeals. Cassidy has grown. Her father, her mother, snatches of memory, ever farther away.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Nobody's seen her, nobody heard from her. She's really missing.
They were friends out to scare up some Halloween fun.
We couldn't wait to go to this Halloween party.
She had a poison ivy costume, bright lipstick, a wig on.
But one of them was stalked by real evil.
He remembers two subjects harassing a female in the parking lot. She was yelling for help.
So you went back out to the parking lot and the vehicle that you put her in was gone and hurt you.
Chelsea was missing and somebody was lying.
I did not do anything to that girl. Did not. Did you take that girl and do harm to her?
No. Did you have anything to do with her disappearing at all, or? No.
Adding to the mystery where it all began.
You're in the middle of nowhere, it's pitch black, you have the majority of people in costumes, disguised. A worst case scenario to start an investigation.
So many dead ends. One big question, was Chelsea still alive?
I had to find her.
She says, "Oh my God, Brian, that's her shoe."
A Halloween mystery that will leave you chilled to the bone.
What did you think when you saw that?
The hair on the back of your neck kind of stands up.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Keith Morrison with The Halloween Party.
In a quiet rural township in southeastern Michigan, as October chilled into autumn, two young women prepared for the social event of the season.
It's going to be great. There's going to be so many people.
Or so they imagined, so they hoped. In their sunny naivete, they and so many others of a particular demographic on the farms and in the small towns around Monroe County.
It was like a build-up that whole summer that couldn't wait to go to this Halloween party.
Halloween. Becky Brinson and her friend Chelsea Bruck just loved dressing up for Halloween. Chelsea and Becky worked together at a restaurant called Olga's Kitchen in Monroe. And as they served their customers, they talked endlessly about what was coming. This wasn't going to be just any Halloween party. It was Big Mike's annual Halloween Bash of 2014.
Everyone knew Big Mike has the biggest Halloween party.
And after all, their friends were going, and there'd be bands and noise and excitement, and who knew what all there'd be?
We're definitely going to be there.
Big Mike had made quite a name for himself with his heavy metal music and his epic parties here at his mother's farm. The girls had been to some of those parties before, and nothing bad ever happened, so really, why should they worry as they dreamt up their costumes, their clever impersonations of evil?
We're both going to be Batman villains.
Chelsea would be the essence of evil, Batman's nemesis, Poison Ivy.
She looked beautiful in her costume.
Yeah, I bet.
I'll never forget.
Chelsea made it herself, spent weeks bent over a needle and thread, and by hand sewed on each leaf of artificial ivy.
I didn't even know she could do that.
And she found a wig, just the right thing, maroon, with tips of red, like blood, like the wine jug she carried, like the bright red of her poisoned lips. She must have been very proud of it.
She was.
Did they imagine, even for a moment, as they prepared, that true evil would find them here on this sleepy country road? Not just the pretend kind. No, not as they tingled with excitement that Saturday, October 25th, 2014, and blended into the wild bacchanalian scene inside, two giant tents Big Mike had set up for the occasion. And the revelers poured in. 600, 700 people, hundreds more maybe, who knew? A parade of 8 heavy metal rock bands blasted their shockwaves into the night. One of them, Big Mike's very own band, Pickaxe Preacher. That's him singing. The band had dressed up as Ninja Turtles for Halloween. And somewhere out there in that crowd were Becky and Chelsea and their friend Penny Watkins.
Me and Chelsea kind of attached at the hip.
Penny was a decade older than Chelsea, had 4 growing kids. But that night at the party,
We're walking around and being goofy, like two little schoolgirls just laughing and giggling and drinking a little bit. I felt 21 again when I was hanging out with her.
Chelsea was 22, grew up in a tiny, safe place called Maybe. She was the youngest of 5 children, still lived at home with her parents.
She was nice, she was friendly, kind of wholesome, just this girl that, came from the country and was ready to meet new people and do new things and have some fun. Happy to start her life, happy to adventure and explore and do new experiences.
Just after midnight, the last band stopped playing, and Big Mike lit up a huge bonfire, flames up to 15, 20 feet high.
We actually walked over there together. That's when she bumped her nose.
Chelsea, that is, bumped her nose on a tent pole, had to hurt. Was it bleeding or anything?
It wasn't bleeding. There was a mark where she had hit it, and she was holding her face. We were kind of laughing at her because, she's clumsy sometimes.
It hurt. When you hit your nose, it kind of stings.
Sure.
I kind of babied her a little bit, like, oh, you're going to be okay. She wanted to go home right then. I'm like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Just drink a little bit. It'll go away, And after a minute or two, she was fine, and she was back enjoying the party.
Then, about 1 a.m., It was time to go home. Earlier, Chelsea had asked Penny for a ride home, but sometime during the bonfire, they lost sight of each other. And Penny's sister had to work the next morning and so had to leave right then.
And she had to be up at 6, so it was time to go.
Such confusion. By then, Becky was holding Chelsea's phone because Chelsea had no pockets in her poison ivy getup. But Becky couldn't find Chelsea either.
And I was like, what do I do? Like, do I find a different ride? Do I get stuck here? Like, go find Chelsea?
I assumed that, she knew other people and someone would give her a ride home. I felt like she was there with people in the community, people that knew her, so I didn't have a reason to be concerned that anything bad would happen.
So they left, Penny and Becky, who still had Chelsea's phone.
Probably the biggest regret of my life.
In hindsight, it's probably the worst mistake I've ever made, was not looking out for her better than I did. There was so much I could have done to help protect her, and I didn't.
Later, much later, someone would report seeing Chelsea as the party wound down, in the dark, alone, seemed to be crying. And then, nothing. Chelsea Bruck simply vanished into the cold night air.
Where was Chelsea? Certainly she'd turn up by the next day. When we return.
At the time, I guess, there was a hope that maybe something silly happened.
But that hope faded fast.
There were probably about 15 people here. They're all searching through the field. And that's when it started getting more alarming.
This is real.
Yeah.
When Dateline continues.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it at night.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues.
Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
The day after Big Mike's Halloween party 2014 was a Sunday, Recovery Day.
I remember just telling my dad how much fun it was and how happy I was to get out of the house and, you know, just all good things.
Penny Watkins and Becky Brinson failed to understand just yet it was going to be second-guessing day, too. Becky, through the haze in her morning after head, called Chelsea's mom, left a message that she had Chelsea's cell phone.
And whenever Chelsea woke up that day, she could come get it because I'd be home all day.
Did you hear anything back?
I didn't hear anything until late that night.
When Chelsea's sister sent Becky a message on Facebook saying Chelsea hadn't come home, so Becky responded.
She's probably at a friend's house. She's probably, you know, maybe still sleeping. Who knows? Maybe got up 8 and went back to bed. You know, who knows?
Who indeed? By Monday, when Chelsea had still not turned up at home, or called, or sent word, her worried family contacted whoever they could think of. Friends, the police, Big Mike.
I was sitting at breakfast.
This is Big Mike, the party guy. His real name is Mike Williams, and this is his mother's farm, where he's lived pretty much all his life.
I got a couple of Facebook messages. You see Chelsea, you know where Chelsea's at? And I'm like, I didn't even know who they were talking about at first.
It was Chelsea's sister who messaged Big Mike. The family was worried, very worried now.
People were like messaging me, Mike, go look through your field, you know, go look, take a walk, you know. I'm like, all right.
But look for what? A body? Surely not. Anyway, look he did.
I took my dog with me. We went walking. I went hiking through the field, probably hiked a couple miles, and then my dog stumbled on a fox trap.
So Mike took his injured and bleeding dog back to his house, and there encountered Chelsea's mom, who he said gave him a chilly reception. He excused himself, took his dog to the vet.
And then I came back here. You know, there were probably about 15 people here. They're all searching through the field. And that's when it started getting more alarming.
This is real.
Yeah, this is real. She's missing.
Chelsea's family was frantic, did not waste time. They set up camp here.
Yeah, they did. They kind of like, this was like their base for a little bit.
Did they actually put up a tent or something?
Put up a tent, had a generator, porta potty, and I talked to my attorney and how we should handle it, and he said just leave them alone for now, and eventually they'll go away. And we took that advice, and we just kind of let them do their thing. And
did they say, do you mind if we set up here? Or
they actually, I don't think they even asked. I think they just did. Yeah.
Because they sort of suspected you.
Yeah, they kind of suspected me, and I don't think maybe they were trying to put heat on me or something.
Maybe.
You know, I don't know.
Meanwhile, a few sheriff's deputies joined the family and searched the fields behind Mike's house with their ATVs and a search dog, and found nothing. But suspicion was in the air. That Monday evening, at least as Mike saw it, Chelsea's mom, understandably very worried, took on an accusing tone.
Is she in your basement? Is she in your trailer? Do you have her? Like, I have her locked up somewhere. You know, that kind of like threw me out. Like, no, I don't. You know, I'm out here helping.
But here around the farm, people wondered, was he? Anyway, that was about the time Penny heard that Chelsea never made it home after the party.
Kind of got a lump in my throat, like what?
And she joined the search that night.
At the time, I guess there was a hope that maybe something silly happened, like she got her leg caught in somewhere, or she was just somehow was on the property and
got lost, was in the woods somewhere or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's Monroe. Stuff like that don't happen in Monroe.
It's a safe little place. The next thing Becky heard was very early the next morning, Tuesday.
I got a knock on my door from the police.
And then finally Becky understood. Something awful may have happened to her friend Chelsea. What did your mind go to?
The worst possible scenarios. Maybe she walked home. What if she got hit by a car? What if she's in a ditch somewhere? You know, what if somebody kidnapped her? Or trafficking, just,
There were cases of human trafficking,
yeah.
so people were being snatched, young women particularly, and then taken off to become prostitutes somewhere against their will. How did that feel?
It was helpless.
Penny used Facebook to get the word out about Chelsea and kept looking.
I was out there almost every day. Some nights I'd put the kids to bed and go out searching all night.
Out on Big Mike's property, the family invited the media, including our Detroit affiliate WDIV, to their command post. And Chelsea's mother tried to stay focused through her fear and regret.
Had I known she was going to a party with over 600 people, 22 or not, she would not have been going.
This was agony for a mother and for a sister.
If she was able to come home, she would have by now.
From Mike's farm, the family sent volunteer search parties around the neighborhood and beyond.
And they were still conducting searches throughout the fields. They were knocking on farmers' doors, asking if they could look around their fields and things like that.
Detectives from the sheriff's office were very active too by then, but they'd already encountered a serious problem: how to investigate 600 or 800 people, many in Halloween disguise.
Coming up, an eyewitness.
He saw Chelsea. He described her as being tipsy.
He also spotted someone walking away with her.
He described this guy pretty good, which ultimately led us to this composite sketch.
Upon releasing it, we got flooded with phone calls.
When Dateline continues.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Each day that first week, little groups of people showed up at Big Mike's place out in rural Monroe County, eager to follow a worried sister's direction.
5-mile radius out the first circle, my house 10 miles out. That's where we're looking, that's where she'd go.
Well, in town, the sheriff's office confronted a baffling mystery.
It's a Halloween party, so you had the majority of people in costumes.
It didn't take but a minute for Detectives Brian Sroka and Mike Predmore to get the picture. This wasn't going to be easy. Somehow they had to figure out what happened to one young woman at a rowdy party of more than 600 people who had been drinking, many of whom had disguised themselves for Halloween.
So you put all those together, it almost makes it a worst-case scenario to start an investigation.
There certainly wasn't a list of people they could contact.
You're in the middle of nowhere, it's pitch black, you know, minus the fire and the little bit of moonlight, and this party's going all throughout the early morning hours. People are coming and going, there's just no accountability. Who's there, who's coming,
Sure.
Who's leaving.
So somebody walking through the grounds of the party, if they weren't right beside the fire, it'd be a little hard to tell who they were. I mean, it's like some ghostly presence coming out of the dark,
Yes.
and then they're wearing makeup and then they're gone.
Yes.
So there's just chaos almost.
Still, they needed to figure out what happened. Also, they wanted to understand the young woman who was missing.
Chelsea, she almost became our sister during this. You talk to the family, I mean, we've searched her room. I mean, we know almost everything about her, it seems like. You know, she's 22 years old, she's the youngest of 5 children, almost a baby of the family. She was the only one still living at home with mom and dad, and they kind of were lenient on her, but she wasn't grown
something
adult.
very special about that youngest daughter.
Yes.
You've got a large family.
Yes.
So her place in the family was sort of family sweetheart, that kind of thing?
Pretty much.
And we started to establish this, you know, her personal history of she has nowhere to really go. She doesn't drive. She wouldn't just up and leave.
Which is just what Chelsea's sister told NBC's Toledo affiliate, WNWO.
She even had told my mom that night, I'm not even staying that long. I'll be home in a couple hours. She was just going to go with her friends for a little bit and come back.
Detectives talked to Chelsea's friends, too, of course. And what did they tell you about her dating history?
She wasn't currently seeing anybody, but there were a couple guys she was interested in. So we looked into those people.
These were guys she had dated before?
She had dated or was interested in.
How carefully did you look at these guys she had been interested in or had dated?
Very, very in depth.
Did any of them go to the party?
No.
Oh.
So we were trying to determine, did they pick her up? Did they have someone pick her up? What did they know about Chelsea that night? We brought them in, we talked to them, we searched their homes, we searched their cell phones. You know, at one point we even collected some of their clothing, you know, to maybe possibly get some type of evidence, DNA, fibers.
But detectives were hearing from people who had been at the party.
We actually have 6 different people that we made contact with who let Chelsea borrow their phone for phone calls. And then she actually tried to call 2 friends.
One of those friends was Penny, who was home by the time Chelsea called.
She asked if I could come get her. At the time, I thought I was being responsible, and I told her, I'm sorry, I drunk too much. I really have no business driving. She didn't sound desperate for a ride. She didn't sound upset.
She never tried to call her mom or anybody else. She was seen crying a few times, you know, by the fire. She was saying nobody's, you know, she has no friends to give her a ride. She was cold. She was just upset.
But then, a couple of days after the party, a woman called in, said her son may have seen something important.
He saw Chelsea, and he remembers clearly that it was Chelsea because he talked to her about her poison ivy costume and that how badly allergic he is to poison ivy.
Did you remember what time this was?
It was approximately 3:30 in the morning. He described her as being tipsy.
But here's the thing, and maybe it was some kind of break in the case. He said he saw a man hovering over Chelsea.
He's kind of comforting her, standing with her, you know, talking to her.
Almost like they knew each other, said the witness.
He described him, you know, as a little taller, slender, hair swooping, wearing glasses.
And then the two disappeared into the dark, he said.
He described this guy pretty good to one of our Michigan State Police sketch artists, which ultimately led us to this composite sketch.
And released it to the public?
Right away, as soon as we had it.
Upon releasing it, we got flooded with phone calls. We didn't realize how common of a look that actually is. I mean, a lot of people actually look like the sketch.
Mike Williams offered an opinion.
It looks like 150 different people that I know. I don't know. I can take you to a bar right now where everybody in the bar looks like that.
But Mike told the detectives that a couple of members of a Milwaukee band that worked the party looked a bit like the sketch.
Maybe talk to them. I don't know. Maybe she hopped in their tour van and went back to Milwaukee. I don't know. She was kind of a free spirit. So, I mean, I thought maybe she just cut town, you know?
So we saw the systems from the FBI, tracking them down. Nothing panned out.
They all had alibi.
Yes.
But Big Mike? Neither the detectives nor Chelsea's family could shake the idea. This guy was hiding something.
Coming up.
We asked for his consent to search the house, and he denied his consent.
Big Mike in the spotlight, and a new witness who says he saw Chelsea right before she went missing from Mike's party.
So you went back out to the parking lot and the vehicle that you put her in was gone and hurt you.
When Dateline continues. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds before. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private man delivering to
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do the summertime.
Four days after Chelsea Bruck disappeared, the detectives decided it was time for a serious talk with Big Mike Williams.
Chelsea. Okay, you know her. I don't know her, but I do know who she is.
Funny thing about Mike, on the one hand, he seemed cooperative, But on the other,
we asked for his consent to search the house, for any kind of evidence from the investigation, make sure Chelsea wasn't even in the house, and he denied his consent.
So they did it the hard way.
They came in with 13 SWAT guys in full gear, and I said, "Do you have a search warrant?" And they presented it to me right there and then are you let us in, or we got a kick in the door. That's when I let them
They're
in.
getting tough with you at this point.
Yeah, when they went through my house and they were searching for things, like, they left a terrible mess. It's the first time I think ever in my entire life living here for, I didn't feel comfortable in my own home.
Outside, investigators took one look at Mike's fire pit, and was there something in there?
They dug through, years of burning stuff, having parties. And
what was that like?
I kind of shook my head. They had it all taped off, and I think they dug all day looking in there.
Nothing. Still, was he a person of significant interest? Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
We kept Big Mike close.
But the investigation was about to take a turn. Detective Predmore was at the office when a new tip came in about a young man named Harlan Bird.
He possibly have information that would help us find Chelsea or what happened to her.
Which is how the 19-year-old Mr. Bird wound up in an interview room at the sheriff's office.
So who'd you go to this party with? I went with my best friend. I consider my brother.
He remembers 2 subjects harassing a female in the parking lot of the party. And at this time, they were, shoving her around and pushing her around, assaulting this female, and that she was out crying and yelling for help. He intervened and he fought these guys off, and he helped Chelsea up off the ground. And he actually got blood of Chelsea's on his shirt.
Could he describe her?
He described her as Chelsea.
Okay.
He described her as
poison
her
ivy
poison
costume?
ivy, the wig. He described Chelsea to a T.
Finally, a witness who could actually tell them something.
I just told her to please sit still. I didn't want to leave her, but I didn't want to stay there either because I didn't know whether or not it was someone found like that, they'd blame me.
Harlan said he put the woman in a red 4-door car, though he didn't know who the car belonged to. And then he went back to the party to find anyone who knew her.
I was looking for about, to 5 to 15 minutes, walk back to the car, and her was gone.
So you went back out to the parking lot, and the vehicle that you put her in was gone.
And her too.
The detectives knew Chelsea bumped her nose at the party, so when Harlan mentioned blood, that got their attention.
So from where you picked her up, there was a little bit of blood on your right shoulder?
Not this shirt I was wearing, it's a different shirt, but yes, it was. I'm not seeing a big spot, it was like a little dab, and I didn't realize it until I got home, then I looked at my shirt.
You still got the shirt?
I shouldn't. I'm pretty sure it's getting cleaned right now because my fiance has a girlfriend, so that's fiance that we're kind of.
If there's blood on it, we want it for her DNA.
If it was clean, would you still be able to get something off of it, or no?
Unfortunate, if true. But there was something about young Harlan that didn't seem quite on the level.
And when you got her up, she had a bloody nose?
I didn't see her having a bloody nose, but I figured that she was bleeding somewhere because that was
Earlier you told me she had a bloody nose.
I didn't say I seen it. I said
and I even asked. You said it was up here.
I said it had to be because where she rested her shoulder on, or her face on my shoulder. That's why I figured because
then when I asked you how much blood there was, you said, "Oh, just a few spots." And I said, "From her nose?" I don't know. There's just a few spots.
I don't know for sure.
I mean, I'm having a little bit of problems with your story here, Harlan.
I'm just telling you what this girl that I had found.
When a person tells a story like that, frequently it's cover for having actually done something bad.
Correct.
You start thinking he says that he has her blood on his clothing.
But I tried to save her.
Is he trying to make an excuse if something did happen to Chelsea? If we find her with some injuries, is he trying to account for that and cover that up? Yeah.
Hey, are you in here for another reason? Did something happen and you're coming forward, but you don't want to come forward and just be direct. This is your way of telling us that you possibly had something to do with Chelsea's disappearance. And he denied, doing anything to Chelsea.
They put some pressure on Harlan.
Did you take that girl and do harm to her?
No.
Did you take that girl and have sex with her?
No.
Did you rape her?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
And it was through more questioning, his story kind of got, it wasn't making sense at all. And that's when, Ultimately, we asked him, did you ever see her? Do you even know Chelsea? Did you have any contact with her? He ultimately said, no, I just wanted to look good.
He made the whole thing up?
He made the whole thing up.
This is nothing but a big lie that I shouldn't have done, and I'm sorry.
Of course, they had to waste more time checking Harlan's stories, whether made up or not.
Come on.
And then they arrested him for lying to the police.
What's it like to think you've got a lead like that and then it's gone?
It's deflating.
Still, something about that young man. As they moved on, they kept him in mind, just in case.
Coming up, one tip that sounds too good to be true.
He had a knife, and he goes, "This is what I used with Chelsea Bruck."
And another tip that's all too real.
She says, "Oh my God, Brian, that's her shoe."
When Dateline continues.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Summertime.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our Father,
Chelsea Bruck had been missing for more than a week.
I love her and I miss her. And I want her to come home.
When her family and friends gathered for a prayer vigil.
She's coming home. It's not a hope, it's a reality. It's something that I wish no one else ever has to go through. She's your baby sister. You're supposed to take care of her and be there for her, and you can't.
Chelsea's family moved their search operation from Big Mike's place to a more permanent base.
They actually went to a vacant bank from Rural Bank and Trust, set up a headquarters.
A lot of new faces today, which is good because people are tired.
And from here, her family held for dear life to a fading hope that Chelsea was alive, might still come home.
Absolutely miss you, love you. If somebody is holding you, no matter where you're at, we just want you home.
The family's organization was impressive. Each volunteer assigned to a group, each group sent to a particular area or neighborhood.
And this just went on and on.
Soon there were posters of Chelsea's face and purple ribbons, her favorite color, everywhere. Friends like Penny worried she might have been kidnapped by sex traffickers. So Penny went looking in the darker corners of Toledo, Ohio, a half-hour south of Monroe.
I was handing out flyers. Have you seen this girl, in the areas where prostitution is known and all that stuff? I had policemen tell me, you don't need to be out here, you need to go back home, because I would go out at night because that's when the prostitutes were out.
Kind of a dangerous thing to do, you know.
I had to find her. I just, what do you do? I mean, I couldn't live with myself just sitting at home and hoping that she'd turn up.
Chelsea was featured on Dateline's own Missing in America series. Her mother tried to stay positive.
Cannot lose hope. Cannot give up. The faith and prayers gives us that hope. If anything, it's only gotten stronger.
But Penny and others couldn't quite keep that up.
I know her sweet mom always had hope. And I know one time I introduced myself and I said I was Chelsea's friend, and she corrected me. No, you are Chelsea's friend. Chelsea's out there.
But Christmas 2014 came and went. No sign of Chelsea. And then, a week into the new year, a break. Maybe the break they'd been waiting for. A terrified woman in Toledo reported that her ex-boyfriend confessed to her that he killed Chelsea.
Okay, Carrie, I'm Detective Premore. This is Detective Smith.
We brought her in right away, and another detective and I sat down with her and interviewed her.
Her name was Carrie Carr.
When I went to go leave, I walked out and I was trying to get in my car. He pulled out a knife. Okay, a pocket knife.
Okay.
And then he goes, this is the one I used on Chelsea.
She provided information that this ex-boyfriend of hers told her that, he was at the party and that he left with Chelsea, and that he ultimately ended up killing Chelsea and dumping her body in the Toledo area in a cemetery.
And Carrie said he threatened to kill her, too.
He, grabbed me by my shirt, and he had a knife, and he goes, this is what I used with Chelsea Bruck. He didn't say her name exactly.
What did he say?
He said, this is what I used on Chelsea.
Okay.
Don't make me use it on you.
You could tell that she was nervous, real on edge.
Carrie said she lived in fear of her ex-boyfriend, and she wanted him arrested right away.
I want him locked up, but I can't have him, questioned and then released. He lives on the same street as me.
Right.
He's going to come after me and my kid.
If Carrie was telling the truth, this was very big.
Did you actually confront this guy?
We did. We interviewed him, and we brought up the same information that was provided to us without even mentioning her name. He says, this girlfriend of mine, Carrie Carr, we've had problems for a long time, and I believe that she's doing this to get back at me because she don't like me. She wants to see me in trouble.
The detectives brought Carrie in for another chat.
After a lengthy discussion, she ultimately said yes. What her ex-boyfriend told us, that she was trying to get back at him and try to get him in trouble, almost like I got you kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's frustrating work that you do.
Yeah, this took days. It took us away from what we're thinking we're investigating, trying to locate Chelsea and find out what happened to her with this information that someone comes in and brings to us.
So they arrested Carrie, too, for lying to the police. And they went back to square one while Chelsea's family waited for something, anything good.
Still very hopeful that she is somewhere alive and well.
And the searchers slogged.
It's pretty marshy back there. It's a lot of mud. It's pretty tough to get through, a lot of down timber, so it's challenging.
Cops, deputies, volunteer firefighters.
Any type of clues, maybe some things that she might have been wearing or any type of disturbed ground or something like that.
And everybody waited for something from the detectives.
A lot of pressure.
Oh, intense pressure.
We did work on it every single day. All of our resources were still on this case. New leads coming in, you were just going to be busy, and you just kept chipping away at it.
And then it was a Sunday in late March, spring cleaning time, and a woman called in. She'd found something on the edge of her property.
How far away from the party was this?
That was 2.3 miles, so that is a route that many people leaving the party would have taken.
Her name was Cheryl Retzloff. This is her. She told the detective she'd been cleaning up a winter's worth of debris along the country road, just like every other spring.
What sort of stuff do you find out here? Because there are cars going by here all the time.
Oh, yeah. I find all manner of things. I mean, I have found cameras hanging from my trees with, the discards in them. We've found car radios and speakers and cases of booze and broken booze bottles.
She followed her usual route along the tree line.
Where were you that particular day?
Here. I start usually here and make my way all the way around and then end up back here.
And that's where it was. A shoe.
What kind of shoe was it?
It was leather, flat,
okay,
red, like a Mary Jane type of shoe.
Okay.
Cheryl threw it in the trash bag, moved on.
So my husband comes home from work, and as per the usual, he's like, so what'd you find this year? And I'm like, well, I didn't really find anything but trash other than this shoe. And he was instantly on alert. A shoe.
It was?
He's like, Cheryl, really? Maybe, do you think it could be hers? And I knew who he meant right away. Right away. And I'm like, no, there's no way. All winter, they searched everywhere here. How could they have missed it? How could they have missed it?
Cheryl called the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, and deputies came to pick up the shoe. And the next day, Detective Stroka sent a photo of the shoe to Chelsea's mom.
I'm on the phone with her. I tell her, I just sent the email to you. Did you get it? She opens it up and she says, oh my God, Brian, that's her shoe. And it was just surreal. At that point, your heart drops and you're like, this may really be, something we've been waiting for. And she checks with other family members and they also confirm that it was Chelsea's shoe.
Now that was a tip.
Yes.
The shoe was tip number 623.
But what does it tell you, really?
Yeah, it didn't look good. Again, she's still missing. We have one shoe. Where's the other shoe at? Where's Chelsea at? Where's her costume? Where's everything else at? So.
And nothing else found in that area?
Nothing else. We searched within several miles on foot and in the air, in fields, woods, and not a single sign of anything else.
And then a certain young man ran out of money. Fascinating what a person will do when he has to.
Coming up.
It looked kind of like a plant, like a fake plant.
Chelsea's costume and a strange coincidence.
What did you think when you saw that?
The hair on the back of your neck kind of stands up.
When Dateline continues. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, and just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was 5 months after Chelsea disappeared, and the only trace of her was one red shoe on a roadside 2 miles from the Halloween party. But when Chelsea's mom found out about that shoe,
I could tell a change in her demeanor because she had been real upbeat during the whole investigation. You could just feel negativity. She knew at that point, I think.
The air coming out.
Yeah.
spring, people go outside. They see things.
Was this here before? Was this here when you came that day? This berm, this earthen thing you climb over?
Yeah. It wasn't as big to my knowledge, but
yeah,
it was definitely there.
Eric Kassab and a friend were trying to make some quick cash, finding and selling abandoned bits of metal. This was 10 miles from Big Mike's.
That day I was coming here to find any scrap metal that I could take out. I was in a rock and a hard place and I needed money pretty quickly. And
what do they call that, scrapping or something?
Yeah, it was scrapping.
Eric wasn't having much luck. And then, inside this half-collapsed ruin, he turned over a piece of disintegrating plywood and...
I saw what I thought was like, it looked kind of like a plant, like a fake plant, so I went and picked it up. I didn't realize what it was because it was all bunched up, and it had leaves on it, like fake leaves.
Sewn on?
Yeah.
There was also a maroon wig.
But I did see the wig. It kind of creeped me out, so I didn't want to pick it up at all.
So what'd you and your friend do at that point?
I showed him. He told me it was a poison ivy costume. We actually contemplated keeping it because it looked cool.
Yeah.
And decided that it wasn't worth our time. Threw it back down right where it was underneath the plywood, and then continued to look for scrap metal.
The two left with what little metal they could salvage and forgot all about it until...
About a week later, I was at work. I saw a poster for the missing girl wearing that costume.
Oh, and immediately you thought,
hey, that looks just like what I found.
So, should he report it? Well, he probably should, he knew. But after all, he touched that costume. Couldn't that make him look kind of suspicious?
I've seen enough television shows to know what DNA is.
Yep.
And I was around the same age as the girl. There were just so many circumstances that could make me look like a suspect.
Sure.
I contemplated it. I didn't want to turn it in. I just wanted to leave it alone and pretend like it didn't exist. But I couldn't get it out of my head.
Eric joined his sister for Easter brunch and told his sister about the costume and his dilemma. She knew right away what Eric had to do. Had to.
She was telling me that, like, I had to report it, and she basically gave me an ultimatum. She calls the police, or I call the police.
So he made the call.
I was actually sitting down for Easter dinner, and then the phone rings, and our sergeant called, and he said, you need to come in. We have Chelsea's costume and wig. And I'm thinking, are you sure? Are you sure this is hers? He texted me a photograph of it, and you get that feeling in your heart and stomach, and you're like, wow, this is what we've been looking for a long time.
The costume had been ripped of the straps and the crotch. Important? Maybe. They sent it to the state lab for tests. And officers picked through the discarded junk, on foot, by air, all day, and into the evening. And right away that Easter Sunday, the detectives brought Eric Kassab to the station for a talk.
It's suspicious that he just happens to find this costume. He waited a week to call us. So there's a lot of things that are looking kind of suspicious.
Just as Eric had feared.
Did you go to that party by chance?
No.
Tons of people went to this, so we're trying not to
I've
everybody.
never gone to a party.
You're saying you didn't go to the party then on Post Road in Newport that day at all? Or?
No. However, at the time, my baby's mother lived in Newport.
Okay.
In fact, his ex-girlfriend lived on War Road, the same road where Chelsea's shoe was found.
You said you don't know Chelsea?
I don't know her.
Okay. I gotta ask you.
Yeah, I know.
Did you have anything to do with her disappearing at all, or?
No.
Eric swore he was at home with his daughter that weekend, had nothing to do with Chelsea's disappearance. He agreed to give his DNA and fingerprints.
All right, I'm just opening your mouth. I'm gonna swap the inside here.
But there was something else about the discovery of the poison ivy costume, and it had to do with Harlan Bird. Remember him? The guy who tried to sound like a hero, who told detectives he helped Chelsea at the party, then admitted his story was a lie?
This abandoned building where the costume and wig were found was literally 100 yards, 200 yards tops from Harlan Bird's house. You could pretty much see Harlan Bird's residence from where the costume was found.
Coming up.
I found a dead body on my property.
Has Chelsea finally been found?
I think it's that girl was posted all over town.
When Dateline continues.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It had been 5 months since 22-year-old Chelsea Bruck disappeared from Big Mike's annual Halloween party. The poison ivy costume she wore that night had just been discovered by a couple of locals searching for scrap metal. It was found ripped and lying underneath some plywood in an abandoned building. And this was interesting. That building happened to be 100 yards or so from the trailer park where Harlan Bird lived. Harlan was the guy who had lied to police about defending Chelsea at the party. What did you think when you saw that?
The hair on the back of your neck kind of stands up.
Coincidence? The detectives didn't think so.
First thing we did, called Harlan Bird in for another interview.
Yeah, I think finally we got our guy here.
Yes.
Because you'd been kind of wonky about him before, right?
Yes. Yeah. Things look like they were adding up that we might finally have something on Harlan.
Harlan came back to the station, this time with an attorney.
How do we explain that those items were found that close to your grandma's house?
I can't explain it.
I mean, you recognize how bad that looks.
I understand how bad that looks, but it has nothing to do with me.
Harlan admitted he'd been to the abandoned building where the costume was found.
Do you have any thoughts as to why some of her clothing would be found?
None.
A tenth of a mile from your grandma's place?
None. Unless someone is over there trying to frame me.
Harlan was adamant he never saw Chelsea at the party. He made up the story. He had nothing to do with her disappearance.
He did appear to be nervous, like, this is getting serious now. I really made everything up. I really have no involvement. I'll do whatever you want.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
A lie detector test?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Harlan took the test and passed.
No.
Are they accurate? Are they not? Can somebody deceive them? But we also obtained a DNA sample from Harlan Bird because we did recover the leotard and wig, and we had a pretty good feeling there was going to be some kind of DNA on there. So he did give us a DNA sample.
So they sent it off to the lab and waited. Penny heard the news and, still distressed by a sense of failed responsibility, felt some force pulling her to the place the poison ivy costume was found.
Very eerie place. There was a train track just on the other side of it. And I don't know, I just envisioned being tortured in there and the trains going by and the clinking and the echoes. But I just had to see for myself, I suppose. Maybe I'd find something that someone else missed, I don't know.
Or maybe someone else would. It was spring, remember. Time to get outside. Clear the land, find things.
I'm Priya Mann live in Carlton, where we have breaking developments in the search for Chelsea Bruck. Take a look behind me. Just hours ago, a body was discovered about a quarter mile away from where...
April 24, 2015, about 7 miles from Big Mike's place. A dump truck pulled up to a construction site. A man was building his dream house, needed fill for a low spot on his property. But as the driver backed up across the spring-wet soil...
This truck gets stuck in the mud. He goes behind the truck, walks behind her to assess the situation, see if we can get it moving again.
And that's when he saw it. A few minutes later, the property owner called 911, very upset.
I found a dead body on my property.
Can you tell if it's male or female?
Female. Well, I think it's that girl was posted all over town.
He was guessing because the face was unrecognizable, but was it Chelsea? Had the truck dumped its load of dirt, had it not gotten stuck, they'd never have had a chance to find out. The body would have been buried forever. Instead,
We all responded out there. We had the crime lab from the Michigan State Police come out there and help us out too. We took a close look at the body. And
had it been covered up or anything like that?
The body had some small logs, branches over parts of the body.
As if somebody tried to hide it?
Yes.
Not far from the body, they found one artificial leaf, just like the rest of the leaves on Chelsea's poison ivy costume.
Kind of tells you something, doesn't it?
Yes.
So that's a hard call. You don't have absolute confirmation that it's her, but you know it is.
We had a pretty good
Did
idea.
you call her family then, or did you wait?
We went out and told the family. We wanted them to know before they heard it because the media was showing up and we knew the news was going to be all over it. We didn't want the Bruck family to hear it that way, so we went out and personally visited them and said, you know, we found the body. We don't know for sure it's Chelsea, but it's a female. We think it might be. You know, for it to come down to that, it was extra tough to go out there and be the bearer of such bad news.
Becky wasn't family, of course, but it hit her pretty hard just the same.
One of the ladies at work said they found a body. I went home, turned on the news, and sure enough, they were by the railroad tracks, and they had the helicopters, and...
What was happening in your tummy?
Sick. Sick, my heart was pounding, butterflies. And by this point, we just wanted to know the truth. And still, we had to wait for them to verify that it was her.
They did that the next day. Dental records.
It was a relief to know the truth, but then opened a whole new door of questions of what happened, why, who did this. So it was like a whole new stressor.
We almost felt more pressure on us all of a sudden too, because it's not a missing person case anymore, it's a homicide. We know there's a killer out there. Is the killer gonna strike again? You know, we need to find that person as fast as we can.
Coming up.
The crime lab assured us that it was a pretty good sample of the unknown male DNA, and they said it's just a matter of time, and sooner or later we think we'll get a match on it.
When Dateline continues. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Summertime. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Chelsea Bruck's body had been discovered at a construction site, roughly 7 miles from Big Mike's farm. Detectives were now on the hunt for her killer. And that's about when the state lab called with DNA results from Chelsea's costume. They found her DNA, of course. In fact, her own blood was inside the front of the leotard. But someone else's DNA was there too. A man, a mystery man.
We've entered it into our CODIS system, and there was no hit.
CODIS, it's a database of DNA.
The crime lab assured us that it was a pretty good sample of the unknown male DNA, and they said it's just a matter of time, and sooner or later we think we'll get a match on that.
They checked, of course, the DNA of Eric Kassab, who found the costume, and Harlan Bird, and both men were cleared.
When we got that information from the DNA, it was almost like our investigation kind of shifted gears. We were in recovered DNA mode. We were trying to collect DNA from anybody and everybody we could.
So did you go back to the people at the park?
We did.
We did. People we talked to on the first day of investigation, we now are going back asking for their DNA, because before we didn't know there was going to be DNA. We didn't even know it was a homicide at that point. So we're going back, making a list of people's DNA we want to get.
For example, Big Mike.
Big Mike. That's the DNA that we wanted.
And?
He wouldn't give it to us.
What was it with Big Mike? Was he cooperating? Or what?
They asked for my DNA, and I talked to my attorney, and he said, you don't have to if you don't want to. And I just felt like I didn't want my DNA in some database. You know, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a felon. And I also felt like they were almost pointing the finger at me again. I was over it, and I was kind of trying to move on with my life.
And so Mike Williams stayed on the persons of interest list. About a month later, the medical examiner's office told the detectives they now knew what killed Chelsea.
They ruled the cause of death as blunt force trauma to the face. We had initially noticed that there was a break in the jaw, and they just kind of confirmed that there were severe facial injuries, which they believed was the cause of death.
Several facial bones were fractured, especially around her eyes. The detectives decided to keep all that secret, and Chelsea's parents held a private funeral for their sweet youngest child, the baby of the family.
Hearts are breaking in this small town today for the Bruck family.
And then, in early September, about 10 months after Chelsea disappeared, the man who'd found her remains called the sheriff's office.
He's doing some more excavating on his property there, moving dirt around, working on the property, and he notices a red shoe. And we have several detectives that go out to the scene, and it happens to be the left shoe. It's the same size, same brand, same style as the one that had been found on War Road. Obviously, it's Chelsea's other shoe.
Yep.
The detectives began to look around a little bit more, move some things around in the area, and they happened to find the green tights of Chelsea's. So at that point, we have everything accounted for. We have Chelsea's shoes, her tights, her costume, her wig, and her body.
Everything, that is, but her killer.
Coming up.
Peace and love, that's my motto.
A peace-loving suspect confesses, but not to murder.
I just like smoking weed and have sex.
when Dateline continues.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do the summertime.
Big Mike Williams did not throw a backyard Halloween bash in 2015. It didn't seem right. 1 year after whatever happened to Chelsea.
I wasn't going to do it. I felt like I was just going to be done with it. And then I kind of had some people kind of contact me.
Oh, no, you got to have one mic.
Yeah, you got to keep doing it. You got to do something. Got to do something. And be like, you know what? I'll do it.
Mike took his party to a club in Detroit. The investigation, however, was stalled. And so it was out of desperation, really, that in June 2016, they gave the media photos of this guy, captured from video shot at the party.
What was that all about?
So we had received a tip very early on in the investigation about a white male with a mustache that had showed up around 3 o'clock in the morning at a residence on War Road. This was about a quarter mile or so, not even from where Chelsea's shoe was found. This guy shows up at 3 in the morning, pounding on this guy's door, says he's coming from the party, he's looking for a place to stay. You know, the gentleman says, you know, you can't stay here, you have to get going.
The partygoer took a snooze on the man's front porch, but then he left, and the homeowner found the guy's vest the next morning and called the tip line.
The vest had a pocket knife and some rope inside of it. So this guy shows back up, wants his vest back, he gets his vest, and he leaves.
Weird. Back at the time, it didn't seem like much of a lead, but who knew? So they combed through the party video.
We actually could see several frames where this guy is actually dancing around wearing a black leather vest. So we're thinking maybe this is the same guy that was at the house on War Road knocking on the door.
But when those pictures went out on local media,
did you find him?
He actually came forward.
What do you have to say?
He came in and, you know, another key factor in the identification was he resembled the sketch. It was
the original sketch.
Yes. Yep. So
that's a boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, I mean, things were adding up.
Yeah.
He's in the area where shoes found late, you know, knife in his pocket, rope.
The young man said he was very drunk at the party and didn't remember much. They took his DNA and scheduled a polygraph. But on the very day that was supposed to happen, the sheriff's evidence tech received an email.
She says, hey, you guys, I have something here you're going to want to see. And we were pretty much focused on what we were doing at that time.
Yeah.
And we kind of said, hey, just hold off, you know, wait a minute, let us finish doing what we're doing. And she put her foot down and she said, you're going to want to see this right now. So we stopped and she handed me the lab sheet, and it was a confirmation of DNA.
It was a match to the unknown male DNA on Chelsea's costume. But it was not the guy in the party video. It wasn't any of the men they'd been looking at. They could clear them all, including Big Mike. No, this was someone else, someone new.
Daniel Clay.
Had you ever heard of Daniel Clay before?
Never. Never heard.
And he'd never come up at all?
Not in this case.
Who was Daniel Clay?
Daniel Clay, he's a guy who lives in Monroe County and doesn't really have a permanent address. He just kind of flops around from house to house, girlfriend to girlfriend. He has a few kids, but he just kind of does his own thing.
Somebody who's not doing very well in life?
No. Unemployed.
Oh, boy.
And we had found out that he had actually been arrested a month or two prior, I believe it was in May of 2016, by the Monroe City Police for a larceny from person where he stole a backpack with some tattoo equipment off of somebody.
A petty crime, essentially.
But it's a felony.
And unfortunately for Daniel Clay, the law in Michigan had recently changed. Under the old law, only DNA from convicted felons was entered into the national database, CODIS. The new law included the DNA of anyone arrested for a felony.
So upon his arrest with the new law in Michigan, they took a DNA sample from him and sent it to the crime laboratory to get entered in CODIS.
So where was this guy?
Well, that was one of our big things, was locating him.
Yeah.
He was homeless and was bouncing around from home trailer to trailer.
And imagine this, there were 2 warrants out for him for unpaid child support. So when they found out where he was, they set up surveillance and made a plan to arrest him on those outstanding warrants without telling him he was a murder suspect. That is, if they could catch him.
On at least one occasion, we see a male subject come out of the front door, onto the front porch, and smoke a cigarette, and we confirmed that was Daniel Clay. The deputies go up, they knock on the door. I mean, they're pounding on this mobile home for quite a while.
Oh boy, okay.
So it doesn't look like he's going to come out. They keep knocking. Suddenly, the back door flies open, and out comes Daniel Clay. He takes off. Fortunately, we had several officers at the back door who were able to take him into custody immediately. They take him to jail, book him in, just like he's being arrested just for his child support.
No, can you let me call my girlfriend and tell her I'm going to jail for child support? Okay.
So when they put him in an interview room, Daniel Clay did not know he was a murder suspect. And questions about the Halloween party may have come as a surprise.
So, what time did you go to the party? About 8, 9. I was out of there about 10, 11.
Did he say he knew Chelsea?
He denied ever knowing Chelsea. Didn't see Chelsea, never heard of her, didn't know her, until later on he watched stuff on the news and that about this girl that went missing. Yeah. But denied ever knowing her.
Still, said Mr. Clay, he did know a lot of women. He was a lover of women, he told the detectives, a real ladies' man. He already had 2 children with 2 women, another on the way. A nice, simple life, said Daniel Clay.
I live like it should be the 70s. Like, free love, peace and love. That's my motto. Like, I don't like fighting really. I don't like violence. I just like smoking weed and having sex.
Sex and pot? Oh, he probably liked those things a lot, didn't he? But peace? Nonviolence? Time to figure out Mr. Clay. And this was when Detective Predmore went to work.
You told me you never had sex with
Never
Chelsea
had sex, never nothing.
Would there be any reason that your DNA would be with Chelsea Bruck?
No.
Or on her clothes, or in her hair?
Not to my knowledge.
A good interrogation is like peeling an onion to get to the truth at the core.
Coming up, Daniel Clay's story starts to change.
When I ask you about Chelsea Bruck and having sex, there's a possibility.
There's a possibility.
So that means
I had sex with someone tonight.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
July 2016, 21 months and 1,037 tips after the untimely death of Chelsea Bruck. Detective Mike Predmore confronted Daniel Clay, the ladies' man, whose DNA was on her Halloween costume.
You never had sex with Chelsea at that party? Before the party?
Before the party, after the party, nothing. You were never,
I didn't even know, but...
Like a patient fisherman, the detective flicked lures around his suspect.
You're a lucky man. I wish girls would just come on. Well, I think I'm a pretty confident kind of guy.
You have a wife?
I do have a wife. That's probably the problem, right? Okay.
So it went, until, calmly and quietly, the detective broke the bad news. For all of Daniel's denials, DNA doesn't lie, and his DNA was on Chelsea's costume. And so the question, how could that be?
I did not do anything to that girl. Did not. Telling you.
He was adamant. They kept talking. And then Daniel admitted he did have sex with a woman at the party. Could it have been Chelsea? Well, maybe.
When I ask you about Chelsea Bruck and having sex, there's a possibility.
There's a possibility.
So that means...
I had sex with someone and I just don't...
Okay.
Like, I was out in the car and I with somebody, and then not long later I talked to my baby mama, got in the car and left.
Okay.
So, time to reel in the fish.
This is the thing. Just hear me out, okay? I've been nice. I think I've been pretty a gentleman to you.
Yeah.
Really. And you have to me, all right? And there are some things you haven't told me, all right? But we're getting there.
Okay.
I do not think you're a murderer. I'm being upfront.
Okay.
I'm being honest with you. I've been honest with you 100%.
Okay.
All right? I think something happened. You did not have any intent to hurt her.
I didn't do anything to her. She was
Something
fine and
happened.
breathing when I left her. She got out of the car and walked away.
Daniel figured Detective Predmore must have assumed they found semen DNA. So he told that consensual sex story. So then Detective Predmore revealed a little more. That DNA, he told Daniel, wasn't semen. It was skin cells, recovered where Chelsea's costume had been violently ripped at the straps and the crotch.
I have your DNA where her stuff was tore. Nobody else's. Nobody. No one.
Okay.
Either something happened where it was intentional, unintentional, accidental. Okay, so listen to me. Now is the time for you to tell us what happened, because are you that monster murderer?
No.
Did you have intention, but it just slipped? It got out of control?
No, I didn't do that to her.
Or was it an accident?
I had sex with a girl, that's it.
It was like, for a split second, time stopped for Daniel Clay. Because now he's thinking in his head about all them lies that he just told me prior to, that he don't know her, never had contact with her, nothing. No contact with Chelsea, nothing. Now I'm telling him that DNA was recovered on her costume, his DNA. So Daniel Clay now has to rewind and see how he's going to cover up with lies, the lies that he's already told me.
And then Detective Predmore told Daniel a lie.
And I'm going to tell you one thing that nobody knows about Chelsea Bruck except us and her mother, is that she had brittle bone disease. Brittle bone disease is a simple touch, a tap, where breaks.
I break my fingers a lot because of it.
So that's what happened. It was an accident. I had to do something to relax Daniel Clay and open him up to talk to me and tell me what happened. So this is where the brittle bone disease came in. And at that time, I think in the interview, it's where the turning point, Daniel Clay kind of leaned back and was like, oh yeah, that brittle bone, I've heard of that. I had my hand broke one time, and he goes on.
The detective could almost see the wheels turning in Daniel's head. If her bones broke easily, could he say her death wasn't his fault? Daniel, not so calm anymore, asked for a cigarette and told a new story, that he saw Chelsea walking down the road after the party and offered her a ride. And then, he said, they had sex in his car again. And this time, things got freaky.
She told me to choke her. I choked her. Then we switched because she got underneath me. And, like, I don't know, we were for a minute. And then she kind of stopped and she was limp. So I stopped and I'm like, and I started tapping her face. And I guess I choked her too hard or something.
Okay.
I wasn't even choking her that hard, I didn't think.
Okay.
I've got girlfriends that like to be choked and stuff. I know how to do it. Like, I didn't realize her bones were brittle up or whatever.
So he says, I attempted CPR. I kind of hit on her chest a little bit. And after that, he just freaks out. He says that he drug her, put her in the back of the car and was freaking out, didn't know what to do. Didn't think of going to the hospital or anything like that. And he found himself driving.
Driving, he said, until he stopped by these railroad tracks and carried her body to this wooded property and tried to hide her with leaves and branches. He claimed he simply had no idea how her costume ended up in that abandoned building 5.5 miles away.
I don't believe we ever got the full, true story of what Daniel Clay did to Chelsea.
Something made him snap. We don't know. Did Chelsea simply ask for a ride home and realize that he was going the wrong direction and then confront him on that? Try to get out of the vehicle? Did she turn down his advances for sex? We don't know. Something set him off, though, and just made him snap.
They arrested him then for murder. But before the news went public, Becky heard about it. And this was an added shock. The friend who told her about Daniel's arrest, a woman named Jessica, also worked at Olga's kitchen and has a son with, of all people, Daniel Clay. Daniel had called Jessica before he was taken to his cell.
Jessica, it's Dan. I'm going to jail for a long while.
And she's crying, hysterical. She took a breath and she said her son's dad had killed Chelsea. And she's like, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. And then I started crying because I felt bad for her. It was crazy that it was literally one person away, like in our circle.
But Daniel Clay had only confessed to an accidental killing, not murder. So he pleaded not guilty. After all, no eyewitnesses, no hard proof he meant to kill Chelsea. The ladies' man was going to trial.
Coming up, the prosecution says it was murder.
He obviously used massive force against her and ultimately killed her.
Daniel Clay takes the stand to say it wasn't.
Did you murder Chelsea Brown?
No.
Why do you say that? Why do you say no?
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
we do the summertime.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Daniel Clay went on trial for murder in May 2017. And as Chelsea's family and friends gathered here at the Monroe County Courthouse, the prosecutors prepared to deal with a tricky problem. Daniel Clay had confessed to an accidental killing. Leah Hubbard and Michael Rohrig needed to prove it was really murder.
Of course, there's only one person alive who knows what really happened that night, and that's Daniel Clay, and he's certainly no friend to the truth.
Although, lead prosecutor Rohrig admitted, some of Daniel's story was plausible.
I think that the fact that she was alone at the party, without a phone, without a ride home, it was cold, and she was dressed only in that costume, I think does play a role here, because I think it makes it somewhat more likely that she might have accepted a ride from the defendant, whom she would probably have been acquainted.
But what happened after that, the state argued, Chelsea did not agree to.
It seems fairly likely that Daniel Clay demanded of Chelsea that something that she didn't want to provide to him. And he obviously used massive force against her to get what he wanted and ultimately killed her in the process.
Daniel Clay's claim that Chelsea asked him to choke her and after 20 or 30 seconds, she expired?
Structures were
on the stand, here's what the medical examiner said about that.
So that there was nothing left for me to evaluate whether or not Chelsea had been asphyxiated.
Nothing to evaluate because of the severe decomposition of her body. But could choking have killed her so quickly?
It is not a 10 or a 20 or even a 30-second process.
No, said the medical examiner, and certainly not by accident.
And with constant pressure placed on the neck, a person will lose consciousness within 20 to 30 seconds. After that point, the constant pressure has to be maintained on the neck of an unconscious person for an additional 2 to 2.5 minutes before that victim is dead.
If the jury couldn't believe Daniel's choking story, what would they think about this?
In this case, Chelsea's costume spoke for her. In fact, it really shouted for her.
The poison ivy costume. Daniel had told detectives she removed it by herself, willingly. Not possible, said Leah Hubbard.
In reality, it would have taken quite a bit more force than Chelsea would have been able to exert to remove the garment.
Prosecutors called a state crime lab fabric expert.
My opinion is that the leotard was torn or cut and torn with a blunt object.
And prosecutor Hubbard argued Chelsea would never have ripped her costume for any reason.
Chelsea spent months making this costume. She was so proud of it. We never believed that she would tear that.
And look inside the leotard, said prosecutors to the jury.
And the jury had an opportunity to see the blood stains on the costume, and they were significant. The costume was turned inside out and shown to the jury, and it was very clear that she sustained a trauma that caused a significant amount of blood loss.
She was therefore obviously wearing the costume when she was beaten and bloodied. The defendant, by his own account, indicated that Chelsea was naked during what he claims was a consensual sexual encounter. But clearly what happened was she was beaten and bloodied first, and then that costume was forcibly removed from her.
And all those strands of evidence, said the prosecutor, from Daniel Clay's lies to the DNA, the broken facial bones, the blood inside the torn costume, added up to first-degree murder. But Daniel's defense attorney, Russell Smith, countered, his client killed Chelsea, yes, but this was no murder.
It's a tragedy that this young lady is no longer with us. But the fact that these two people got together and that one of these people passed away is not proof of murder.
He argued it was just a horrible accident caused by choking during consensual sex. And he put on his own forensic pathologist to argue that as well.
Some type of neck compression
strangulation.
Though the expert conceded there was no physical proof of that, but he disagreed with the state's conclusion that Chelsea was beaten to death.
The facial bones by themselves, it would be an unusual cause of death. There's a variety of things that could have occurred after death that potentially could have resulted in these fractures.
Then the defense attorney called his only other witness, Daniel Clay himself, the one person who knew what really happened that night. And Daniel swore his story about accidental choking was God's truth. And when she died, he said, he panicked.
I was extremely emotional. Never dealt with anything like that before. I've never been in serious trouble in my life.
As for the broken bones in Chelsea's face, he wasn't sure how that happened, he said, but he had some possible explanations. Maybe he accidentally hit her head with the car door, or maybe he dropped her on the way to the woods.
So how many times did you drop her, if you recall?
Probably 5 or 6.
Or maybe he said one of those logs damaged her face.
Remember tipping a bigger one on her and a couple of smaller ones. I just grabbed the one end of the log, proceeded to tip it up over on top of her.
It was all an accident, said Daniel, and he felt just terrible.
Every day I think about this and I regret what happened. It's something I have to live with, something that her family has to live with. I never wanted to put someone through something like this.
Did you intend to cause her death?
No, I did not.
Did you murder Chelsea Brook?
No.
Why do you say that? Why do you say no?
Because I didn't mean for her to die. Didn't mean for this to end like this. And it's just not my intent. It was to have a good time.
The prosecutor did his best to break Daniel's story, said, of course Daniel didn't seek help because people would have seen immediately that Chelsea had been brutally beaten to death.
And they would have seen her smashed in face, wouldn't they?
No.
And they would have seen her torn and bloodied costume, wouldn't they?
No, there was...
They wouldn't?
I mean, they probably, if they would have looked, yes.
If they would have looked, they would have seen.
But Daniel said he was drunk and high that night and thought maybe it was all a bad dream. But then he said he saw on Facebook that Chelsea was missing.
And that must have confirmed it in your mind that, yes, in fact, you did kill her.
It started making things seem like they happened.
And that's when you contacted the police?
No.
In fact, you never reported Ms. Brook missing or murdered, did you?
No, I did not.
You never reported where her body was?
I didn't remember where her body was.
But you never reported killing her, did you?
No, I did not.
All right.
Daniel Clay did not raise his voice. He even came off as kind of sincere.
I've never hit a woman. I've never done anything like this in my life. It's not something I chose to do.
But this was no accident, Prosecutor Roehrig insisted. And he implored the jury, just look at the evidence.
The defendant murdered Chelsea Brook, and then he discarded her lifeless, naked body in those woods in an attempt at justice for what he had just done.
Not enough, argued defense attorney Smith.
We don't really know.
Oh, they should find Daniel guilty, he said, but of manslaughter, not murder. For Daniel Clay had no reason to kill Chelsea and no motive to do so.
He caused her death. It's not a secret. Is it a murder? What was his intent? Was his intent to kill her? Did he premeditate the intent to kill her? That's the reasonable doubt, folks.
What was a jury to do?
Coming up, the verdict.
My heart was racing.
You just heard gasps in the courtroom.
And regrets.
I know I didn't do anything wrong, but it's something I'm not going to forget.
When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Chelsea Bruck's family and friends waited at the courthouse for the jury. A strange, nervous limbo.
I feel like the prosecutors had a lot of evidence, a lot of people to back up the picture they made of what happened that night.
But
I'm past the point in my career where I feel confident about cases until the jury returns with their verdict.
that afternoon of deliberation crawled by.
It was about 4 or 4:15 at this point. The judge indicated to us in chambers at that point that he was going to break for the day.
Some of Chelsea's family and the media were just about to leave the courthouse.
And when the judge came back on the bench, he let us know at that time the jury had reached a verdict.
That was shocking. I thought for sure it was going to take at least a day or two.
The jury entered the courtroom, anxiety in the air.
My heart was racing.
We, the jury, find as follows. Count 1, first-degree murder, not guilty.
Wait, not guilty? Oh, they weren't finished. There was a second first-degree murder charge for killing Chelsea while sexually assaulting her.
Felony murder, guilty. Count 2, concealing the death of an individual, guilty.
I was like, I knew it. I knew it.
You just heard gasps in the courtroom, people crying. It was just unreal.
What's that feel like to get that result?
That's the closure you're looking for. You know, you put so much time, effort. This was a part of our life for several years, and it comes down to that. And to get the conviction like that, it feels satisfying, and you feel very, very happy for the family.
2 months later, everyone gathered again for sentencing, many wearing purple, Chelsea's favorite color. Her mom, Leanda, spoke directly to Daniel, and what she said surprised many here.
Today, with the strength from Jesus Christ, I forgive Daniel Clay, because if I don't, all that has happened the last 2 3/4 years will destroy the rest of my life. But forgiving is not forgetting, because forgetting would mean that Chelsea didn't matter, that Chelsea was not important, that Chelsea didn't exist. Mr. Clay, I am leaving you with a Bible. Jesus came to heal our mess of a life, and I hope you will let him in, heal your mess.
Was Daniel's response sincere? Only he knows, of course. This ladies' man no more.
I thank you for that Bible, and I will keep that as long as I'm able to. And there's nothing more I can say except for I am sorry for what I have put you through. And I will live with this for every day for the remainder of my life.
I know her mother forgives Daniel.
Which is pretty remarkable she would do that in court.
It is.
Could you do such a thing?
One day I'll forgive him. I'm not ready yet.
And then the judge turned to Daniel, did not mince words.
What's very clear to me, Mr. Clay, you're a liar, a rapist, and a killer. It is a sentence of this court that you be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Credit 300.
And a postscript. Chelsea was not Daniel's only victim. Shortly before his arrest, Daniel sexually assaulted another young woman. In June 2017, he was tried and convicted in that case, too.
We have no doubt that if he wasn't in custody right now, if we wouldn't be able to identify that he's the one that did this to Chelsea, that there would be other victims, whether it be sexual assaults, more murders. We're just glad that he's off the streets and can't do this to anybody else.
And Big Mike still throws his annual Halloween party at a music venue in Detroit. But he's not sure if his life will ever be back to normal.
Even still to this day, even though the guy's caught and convicted, they still, little things, I hear little things here and there, and I'm just like, really? Really? You know, oh, he's the guy that threw the party. Don't hang out with him. Like, what? You know, like, I had absolutely nothing to do with that, you know what I mean?
Becky and Penny no longer attend Big Mike's parties. Difficult memories haunt them still. If only, they imagine. If only.
I know I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't mean for anything wrong to happen, but my actions could have prevented something wrong from happening, and that goes through my head a lot. It's something I'm not going to forget.
How often do you think about Chelsea?
Every day. I think about her every day. I have a wedding coming up, and she'd probably be in it.
What would you say to her if you could talk to her right now?
I talk to her all the time. That I miss her. And I would tell her I was sorry. Sorry that I let her down. And that I loved her. But I think she knew that, because I told her every day when she was here.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Millions of Americans kicked off the week with wicked weather, from severe storms in the east to record heat in the south. We'll tell you when relief is coming in the forecast from coast to coast.
A fiery fallout in Russia days after armed mercenaries marched toward the capital. Vladimir Putin addresses his country and condemns the Wagner Group's actions. Plus, the man at the center of the rebellion breaks his silence.
Experts are calling the findings mind-boggling. We have the Skinny on a brand new weight loss drug now in clinical trials that is making waves in the medical community.
Plenty of little girls imagined living in Barbie's dream house. Now it could be a reality. Less than a month away from the movie's release, hear how you could live like the iconic doll for a weekend.
And you've heard of bat boys in baseball. How about a bat dog? We'll show you how one team is letting a passionate pup help on the field. It is Tuesday, June 27th, and Early Today starts right now. And good morning, I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the severe weather striking the East Coast, slamming millions of Americans with hail and damaging winds. The storm's triggering flash flooding and tornado warnings across the eastern half of the country. Meanwhile, Texas is still suffering through dangerous heat. Energy provider ERCOT says they set a new record for peak demand in June. Our Emily Ikeda has more on this extreme weather.
A weekend of wild weather now closing in on the East Coast, while a suffocating heat cripples tens of millions in the South for yet another week. Parts of Texas approaching the all-time state record of 120 degrees.
Almost like as hot as the sun.
With the heat pressing on, Texas's power grid operator preparing for electricity use to break records again this week.
It's going to be probably uncomfortable again if the power is going to go down.
Across the eastern half of the country, more than 300,000 are without power. After whipping winds flipped plains in Tennessee, ping-pong ball-sized hail pounded Alabama, and since Friday, dozens of reported tornadoes tore through Minnesota, Kentucky, and Indiana, where one person died. Watch as an ominous funnel forms outside of Indianapolis.
My husband came running down the stairs saying, "Everyone in the basement."
A tangled mess of trees and power lines blankets nearby neighborhoods. And in the Northeast, flight disruptions soaring, with thunderstorms prompting ground stops and delays at major airports. Severe weather sweeping from Charleston to New York as the threat could worsen. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
The armed rebellion that failed in Russia this past weekend is still sending shockwaves internationally. Vladimir Putin gave an angry speech on national TV denouncing the mercenary Wagner Group's betrayal, but he did not announce any punishments for the open insurrection. Instead, he repeated his promise of immunity to those who surrendered. Wagner founder Yevgeny Prigozhin is said to be in Belarus as part of an exile agreement negotiated with their president Alexander Lukashenko. Earlier, he issued a statement defending his actions, saying he never intended to overthrow the Putin regime.
The bombshell 2021 audio recording of former President Trump discussing his possession of classified government documents have been obtained and released by CNN.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to figure out
See, as president, I could have declassified.
Yeah.
Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
The former president pleaded not guilty earlier this month to 37 felony counts over his handling of classified documents. This conversation is one that is mentioned as evidence in special counsel Jack Smith's indictment. In a Monday evening post on Truth Social, Trump called the recording an exoneration and said that Smith illegally leaked and spun the tape.
He continues to find himself in a distant second in the polls behind former President Trump. But Florida governor and presidential candidate Ron DeSantis traveled to Texas Monday, tackling his main rival's actions on a hot-button issue. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
In Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you got through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs, you absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So two things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a two-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in a hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Nearly half a dozen Secret Service agents have testified before the grand jury connected with the investigation in a former President Trump's alleged role in the events of January 6th. This, according to two sources familiar with the testimony. This news comes nearly a year after the testimony from former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson, in which she alleged Trump lashed out at Secret Service agents after they refused to drive him to the Capitol. It's not yet known what information the agents may have had to provide to the grand jury. A spokeswoman for the Secret Service declined to comment.
The Club Q shooting suspect has accepted a plea deal and will serve life in prison. The 23-year-old pleaded guilty to killing 5 people and injuring 17 others at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs last November. Anderson Lee Aldrich got the maximum punishment of multiple life sentences and will not be able to appeal.
The CDC has issued a new alert about malaria. Over the past 2 months, 1 case has been documented in Texas and 4 in Florida. These are the first cases in 20 years that spread locally, meaning people had not traveled outside the country. Malaria is a serious, sometimes deadly disease that is usually spread by mosquitoes. Symptoms can include fever, chills, and muscle aches. The CDC says the risk throughout the country is extremely low, but officials are encouraging the public to protect against insect bites.
There is a new drug from Eli Lilly that could do more for weight loss than any medication that's currently out there on the market. A report in the New England Journal of Medicine says that retatrutide helped people lose nearly a quarter of their body weight on average in a mid-stage clinical trial. Now, those results would need to be confirmed in the larger phase 3 trial, which is expected to run until late 2025. But the drug's potential is causing buzz in the medical community, with one obesity medicine specialist telling NBC News the findings are, quote, mind-boggling.
Anthony Fauci, the NIH official who was the public face of the U.S. coronavirus response, is joining the faculty at Georgetown University. Starting next week, Dr. Fauci will be a professor at the School of Medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases. In a statement, he expressed delight at the appointment, calling it, quote, a natural extension of my scientific, clinical, and public health career.
As inflation starts to cool, the misery index in America is falling. That's an informal way of measuring how much misery people are feeling about the economy. For reference, it reached 15% as the pandemic ramped up in April 2020. Now it's just below 8%. This index is a combination of inflation and the unemployment rate. A survey by the University of Michigan found consumer outlook about the economy rose by 8% in June. But most people still expect difficult times over the next year.
All right, we mentioned the blistering heat in the south, and it doesn't look like those temps will be coming down anytime soon. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who joins us now. Michelle, good morning. How are we looking out there?
Good morning to you both. Well, we're going to see those sizzling temperatures continue today, tomorrow, and through the weekend. So that unrelenting heat not giving up. We're looking at temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. We're looking at temperatures into the 100s. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So 36 million people impacted this morning and throughout this Tuesday. Where you see the pink, that's an excessive heat warning. So parts of Arizona, into New Mexico, much of Texas, and also into portions of the northern Gulf. Look at these numbers. We're looking at 100 degrees today in Houston. It's going to feel like 107, feeling like 112 in Shreveport. It's going to feel like 114 in New Orleans. And unfortunately, no relief in sight. We're looking at triple digits through the weekend in Houston on Thursday, 101, 100 degrees on Friday. Little Rock, you're going to be at 104 on Thursday. So we have the heat. We're also watching storms. Once again, more stormy days in the Northeast. We had a wild weather night last night into the overnight. We're looking at temperatures warm here. That's going to aid some storms. And we're looking at that cold front bringing the chance for some more rain and storms in the Northeast. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the northern plains. Not too bad, 77 with some storms in Bismarck. We're looking at the Midwest, warm as well. We're looking at temperatures sizzling in the south once again into the triple digits in Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. All right, we have the heat, we have the storms. What else can we expect for this Tuesday? We'll take a look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, thank you. After the break, what had Twitter users concerned about the app's video feature?
And hear what tech leaders have to say about the future of AI.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The country's top thinkers, business leaders, and tech innovators are in Colorado this week for this year's Aspen Ideas Festival, where they're discussing developments in artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, and more. Now, we should mention here that NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Ideas Festival. Noah Frick-Alofs shows us what big names in tech think about AI's future.
It's not the first time we have a powerful technology that is clearly going to displace some, significant part of what people spend their time doing. The speed at which it has arrived is new.
How do we do things like ensure the AI that's being deployed is being deployed in a transparent way, so you always know when you're interacting with AI?
In 2024, we're going to have an election, and every side, every grassroots group, and every politician will use generative AI to do harm to their opponents, and it will involve spreading misinformation. The social media companies en masse are not ready for this.
If we're not mindful, I think that we will be introducing transformative, powerful technology in which people feel fearful and don't feel excited about.
The things that I think we all need to come to grips with is you should be afraid of people, not of AI. The bad actors are us.
Is going to have the type of transformative impact and benefit that we hope it can have, we're going to need to include a lot more people in these conversations that traditionally haven't had a voice in the development of the technology.
Then the computers are going to develop their own language to talk to each other, at which point they become super intelligent. And that language is going to be in a language that we don't understand. What are we going to do then, folks? I propose
disconnect the network.
Our thanks to Noah for that report.
All right, we have got Twitter's trending video feature that has left many users alarmed. The scrolling video feed inspired by TikTok has exposed users to graphic videos described by Twitter CEO Elon Musk as edgy. Some reported seeing videos including gun violence, police brutality, physical altercations, animal abuse, and more. Elon Musk's tweet about the old feature increased user engagement, and users were even recommended more violent videos to watch. Since Musk's takeover as CEO, the company has laid off employees involved in moderating misinformation and the removal of harmful content on the site.
Fast fashion retailer Shein is causing controversy yet again after sponsoring an influencer trip to their innovation factory in China in hopes to promote the brand. However, users are not buying what Shein is selling. After posting on social media, several influencers were quickly met with backlash, even accused of selling out for a free trip. Shein was alleged to have labor abuses, human rights violations, and hazardous materials in its clothing. The retailer has denied all labor allegations and says it has removed all potentially toxic chemicals from their clothing.
Ford is planning a round of layoffs this week, focusing mostly on engineering jobs in the U.S. and Canada. The cuts are expected across Ford's operations, including its combustion engine unit and electric vehicle team. A company spokesperson declined to say how many jobs would be cut. This comes months after the company laid off 3,000 workers in North America and 3,800 in Europe. Still to come out early today, some of the biggest companies in entertainment are embracing the Barbie world just weeks before the movie debut.
And we've got a bird's eye view on a real-life Malibu dream house. More on that coming up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, Barbie. Can I come to your house tonight?
Sure. I don't have anything big planned, just a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and planned choreography and a bespoke song. You should stop by.
So cool.
Thanks to Airbnb, you too could have your own blowout party at a real-life Barbie dream house. The short-term rental platform teamed up with Ken to rent out a model of Margot Robbie's dream house in the upcoming Barbie movie. Look at this thing. Fans can request bookings for July 17th for a chance to win a one-night stay in the Malibu home. Winners will be selected for either a July 21st or 22nd trip, which is the same weekend the movie premieres. This is extraordinary. I mean, this is beyond.
Wow.
Yeah, right?
This is a dream girls trip.
It sure is. But like I mean, all the pink that you can ever imagine.
Beautiful. And Barbie Girl summer really is in full swing right now. Even the gaming industry is going pink. Xbox and Microsoft have partnered with Mattel to give their series console the Barbie treatment. The set features its very own Dreamhouse storage display and comes with matching controllers. While gamers won't be able to buy the collab anytime soon, Xbox will be giving more information on social media about how to win the set on July 10th. So everything in July, everything Barbie is in July.
And there's so much build-up, so much collabs, so much pink. There's a reason why there's a real-life shortage when it comes to that pink paint. All right, if you're not quite feeling the Barbie core look, how about the scuba core from Kim Kardashian? The reality star and mogul dropped a brand new Skims campaign yesterday on Instagram. Here it is. It's shot by fashion photographer Stephen Klein. The latest collection of swim and shapewear is all faux leather and scuba inspired. It all goes on sale today. Now, I'm not sure how realistic it is, though, to have swimwear and then wearing with gloves.
I can't pull that off. I'm just going to say I cannot pull that off.
There's a reason why they're the Kardashians. This is it.
That's right. Michelle has your coast-to-coast forecast coming up next.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
4 NASA volunteers are living on the surface of Mars without ever leaving Earth. The crew has entered a 3D printed Mars simulation in Houston, where they'll be staying for the next 12 months. This habitat is complete with a 1,200-foot red sandbox for those spacewalks. NASA will collect data as the team faces stresses like isolation, resource limitations, and even equipment failure.
Right, a lot of us on the East Coast hanging onto our umbrellas. Let's bring back NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. What are we looking like, Michelle?
Hi there, guys. Well, yeah, you will need the umbrella in spots this morning. We're going to see the chance for some really heavy rainfall, especially in the northern parts of the Northeast. We're going to see the Mid-Atlantic clearing out a little bit sooner as we go throughout this Tuesday. The West Coast, we're also looking at the chance for some storms in the Intermountain West. We're looking at 76 in Billings. And then sandwiched in the middle, we're looking at those really sizzling temperatures into the triple digits, 107 tomorrow in Dallas. We'll be right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
A collegiate summer league baseball team in Tennessee has expanded its roster to include one very helpful four-legged friend. Andrew McClung of our Virginia affiliate introduces us to Rocky, the most popular member of the Johnson City Doughboys.
There's a new star player this summer for the Johnson City Doughboys. It's not a pitcher and it's not a hitter, rather a fetcher. Meet Rocky, a 3-year-old Labrador Retriever.
Rocky's one of the sweetest dogs you'll ever meet.
Rocky's not just at the ballpark for show.
Okay, Rob, go get it.
He's got a job to do.
It's so cool that, if they hit it or they get out, the dog goes and gets the bat, and it's just as cool as they can get.
Taking on the title of Bat Dog this summer.
Good boy. And asked him if they were in need of a bat dog or would be interested, and he kind of looked at me funny and was like, well, do you know a dog that can do that? And I said, yes, sir, I do.
Meg Hackett says she and her husband are big baseball fans.
Go get the bat.
And they got the idea to train him after seeing another dog fetch bats.
Good boy. Really, it's just a game of fetch with a little bit of structured obedience around it, knowing that his target is a bat, and then he does the rest.
When Rocky goes out to get the bat, he puts on a show for the crowd.
He doesn't just pick up the bat and take it back to his handler in the hometown dugout. He showboats to the crowd.
Not only putting a smile on the faces in the crowd, but the teams too.
He's been great for morale. He may not say much, and he may not give many words of encouragement, but he's just the best boy out there. He's the goodest boy.
Just like many playing in the Appalachian League, Rocky and his parents goal one day, getting a call to the show.
I think if we ever got invited to the major leagues to do something like that, even just for one inning, would be a complete dream come true.
But for now, he's just enjoying the dog days of summer with the Doughboys.
Our thanks to Andrew McClung for sharing that story.
Scooter the dog won't be winning any Best in Show awards anytime soon, but his distinct features helped him capture the attention of the judges at the world's ugliest dog contest. The Chinese crested pup with reversed hind legs is 7 years old and won first place during the annual competition. The nearly 50-year-old contest is meant to celebrate the imperfections that make all dogs special and unique.
All right, humans aren't the only animals that use baby talk. Did you know dolphins also speak to their young ones in different whistle tones? That's according to a new study. Also, bats and finches have also been known to baby talk. You're watching Early Today.
Have a good one. Russia left reeling after an attempted rebellion, Putin calling the movement a betrayal, Ukraine capitalizing on the chaos, and now we're hearing directly from the mercenaries' leader himself.
The decision deadline for the Supreme Court inches closer every day. Cases still on the docket set to impact American life. Our team in D.C. breaks down the cases left undecided.
The largest gas station in the world is open for business. Buc-ee's fans are flocking to Tennessee. We take you inside for the grand opening.
Experts are calling the findings mind-boggling. We have the Skinny on a new weight loss drug, now in clinical trials that's making waves in the medical community.
And your favorite slice might taste a little different. New environmental laws are set to impact pizzerias. Why those traditional wood-burning ovens could be thrown out. It's Tuesday, June 27th. Early Today starts right now. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
I'm Frances Rivera. As Russia reels from an aborted rebellion this weekend, Ukrainian President Zelensky is relishing in what he sees as big gains on the battlefield. In his weekly address, he claimed his forces have advanced all along the front lines in their latest counteroffensive push. Zelensky said, "It is a joyous day. I wish for more days like this for our troops." NBC News could not immediately verify Zelensky's claims, but so far the Ukrainian counteroffensive has only resulted in the liberation of a few villages in the east.
And the two opposing sides of this unprecedented power struggle in Russia are speaking out. Vladimir Putin giving an angry speech on national TV, denouncing the mercenary Wagner Group's betrayal. But Wagner founder Yevgeny Prigozhin defended his actions, saying he never intended to overthrow the Putin regime. For the very latest, let's bring our NBC News foreign correspondent Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. So we understand there were high expectations ahead of Vladimir Putin's speech yesterday.
That's right, Jessica. And despite his defiance and his anger, it was still kind of a murky response to everything that happened. He did say any kind of blackmail, any attempts to create internal turmoil are doomed to failure, but he ultimately praised Wagner's decision to turn around and stand down the march on Moscow, but saying had they continued, the Russian military would have crushed them anyhow. But he did say their decision to turn around avoided bloodshed, but he didn't mention Prigozhin by name. But while he kept saying that the organizers would be brought to justice, and continuing to call them traitors, he did say that he'd keep his promise to Wagner fighters that they could join the regular Russian military or seek to move to Belarus for some sort of amnesty, like Prigozhin has chosen to do in that deal brokered by the Belarusian President Lukashenko. So still kind of a murky response to everything that happened, Jessica.
Yeah, and Chapman, a lot of people wondering, what did Prigozhin hope to achieve if it wasn't to topple Putin?
Well, he did say he wanted to address that question. He said he was marching on Moscow it was a march of justice. He said he wanted to point out mistakes made by defense ministers. He was never going to topple elected leaders, but he also was upset that Wagner recruits were going to have to sign contracts with the Russian MOD, which he has been very critical of during this whole conflict in Ukraine, saying that they've withheld ammunition and haven't supported their fighters. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. It's still early days in this conflict between the two people.
Certainly,
Jessica.
likely a lot more fallout to come. Chapman, thank you.
The bombshell 2021 audio recording of former President Trump discussing his possession of classified government documents has been obtained and released by CNN.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to figure out
See, as president, I could have declassified.
Yeah.
Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
The former president pleaded not guilty earlier this month to 37 felony counts over his handling of classified documents. This conversation is one that is mentioned as evidence in special counsel Jack Smith's indictment. In a Monday evening post on Truth Social, Trump called the recording an exoneration and said that Smith illegally leaked and spun the tape.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Nearly half a dozen Secret Service agents have testified before the grand jury connected with the investigation into former President Trump's alleged role in the events of January 6th. This all according to two sources familiar with that testimony. This news comes nearly a year after the testimony from a former White House aide, Cassidy Hutchinson, in which at the time she alleged Trump lashed out at Secret Service agents after they refused to drive him to the Capitol. It's not yet known what information the agents may have provided to that grand jury. A spokeswoman for the Secret Service declined to comment.
After months of anticipation, the Supreme Court is set to release its next round of opinions this morning, which are expected to have major impacts on American life. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What are these latest few cases that the court are considering?
Good morning, Francis. Well, as is tradition in the last week of June, the nation's highest court is expected to issue a number of highly anticipated rulings as its term comes to an end. While the court is considering 10 outstanding cases, 3 have caught the eyes of the American people. One of these cases concerns the fate of affirmative action on college campuses. NBC News reported on Monday that officials at higher education institutions are waiting with bated breath for this decision. While some have said they've been preparing for the end of affirmative action for years, one administrator said a ruling that ends the policy would be devastating for college admissions. Americans are also waiting to hear how the court rules on another education-related case, the fate of President Biden's student debt forgiveness proposal. The president's plan, which would forgive up to $20,000 a year for certain borrowers, was challenged immediately by several states upon its introduction last August. And as Pride Month comes to an end, the court will also rule on a case out of Colorado on whether a business has the right to refuse service to LGBTQ customers due to their religious beliefs. Francis.
And Bree, while we'll have to wait until later today for these decisions, the court still kept itself busy on Monday.
Yeah, well, while the court did not issue any rulings on Monday, they did dismiss a number of pending challenges. The court said they would not reconsider a lower court ruling that allowed former students of the Ohio State University to sue the school over sex abuse allegations. The court also dismissed a dispute over whether Democratic members of Congress could peruse a lawsuit over obtaining documents related to former President Trump's or the former Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. Now, this challenge came shortly after former President Trump's election in 2016, but Democratic lawmakers voluntarily dismissed the case earlier this month, leading to the High Court's decision on Monday. Francis?
Okay, Bree, thank you.
Also on Monday, the Supreme Court dismissed an appeal from Louisiana over the state's congressional map, sending the issue back to a lower court. Now, this move was widely expected after the High Court's ruling earlier this month in a case out of Alabama. That court ruled that Alabama's maps must be thrown out after they were found to be in violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Louisiana will now most likely redraw their congressional maps in order to include 2 majority black districts ahead of the 2024 election.
There is a new drug from Eli Lilly that could do more for weight loss than any medication currently out on the market. A report in the New England Journal of Medicine says that retatrutide helped people lose nearly a quarter of their body weight on average in a mid-stage clinical trial. Those results would need to be confirmed in a larger phase 3 trial, which is expected to run until late 2025. But the drug's potential is causing buzz in the medical community, with one obesity medicine specialist telling NBC News the findings are, quote, mind-boggling.
We have been following the heat dome that's sitting over the South. So let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, how long is this heat sticking around?
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Well, it's going to be at least through the weekend and probably beyond that, because we are looking at temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. We have a heat alert stretching from portions of the Southwest into the South Central states, also the Southeast. So from Tucson to Jacksonville, we have a heat watch that's been added for parts of Indiana, Kentucky, also Tennessee and Alabama. So that will start on Thursday, but millions and millions of Americans under heat alerts. We have an excessive heat warning that is in the pink. That includes portions of Texas, Dallas, San Angelo, Angelo, Alpine, and also into parts of the Gulf Coast, New Orleans. You're under an excessive heat warning as well. Temperatures soaring into the triple digits. Once again, 102 in San Antonio today. Factoring the humidity, it will feel like 106, feeling like 112 today in Shreveport, feeling like 111 in Lake Charles. And look at this. As we go throughout the next several days, we're going to see those temperatures holding strong. Dallas, 104 on Thursday. Friday, looking at 102. Little Rock on Friday, you're looking at 103. So the heat and humidity will aid some storms later on this afternoon. 6 million at risk in portions of the Central Plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures not too bad in the northern plains. We're in the 70s, very summer-like 80s in parts of the Midwest. 79 today in Chicago. That's nice there. Sizzling in the south into the triple digits in parts of Texas, Oklahoma, into the Gulf Coast states. 101 in Houston. All right, guys, we are tracking the heat. We're tracking storms. We'll look at the rest of the forecast for Tuesday in just a few minutes.
A lot to still cover. Okay, thank you, Michelle. Still to come, Ford gears up for a round of layoffs.
And are you pumped up for the world's largest gas station? We go inside the giant Buc-ee's right after the break.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Summertime. A new Buc-ee's location in Tennessee is being crowned as the world's largest gas station, and it's a lot more than fuel being offered at this massive superstore facility. NBC's Kathy Park got the up-close look.
The largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms, and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board. Chopped brisket on the board. We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is a director of barbecue operations who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're official.
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that
this.
barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling
Am I
you.
hired?
You're in.
Our thanks to Kathy for sharing that report.
Right, Ford is planning a round of layoffs this week, focusing mostly on engineering jobs in the U.S. and Canada. The cuts are expected across Ford's operations, including its combustion engine unit and electric vehicle team. A company spokesperson declined to say how many jobs would be cut. This comes months after the company laid off 3,000 workers in North America and 3,800 in Europe.
Actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are continuing to put their money into sports. The two are part of an investment group that are buying the Alpine Formula One racing team in a deal worth $218 million. Alpine's parent company said the investment group bought a quarter stake in the team. Reynolds and McElhenney have a history of helping teams find success. They bought the Welsh soccer club Wrexham 3 years ago, and that team actually earned a league championship this past season.
Let's Stella Cup goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Details from what could be Sir Elton John's final concert in his home country.
Sorry about that, Francis. And the star-studded list of names coming to the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
One of my favorites, and Say It's Not Goodbye. Sir Elton John gave what is likely his final UK performance Sunday at the Glastonbury Music Festival. The BBC says the Rocket Man's 3-hour set was watched by 7 million viewers. And after thousands turned up to see the Swan Song live, the festival expects to be their most watched performance of all time. The music industry legend has 7 dates left in his farewell tour. I'm keeping fingers crossed that maybe he'll come back for like a last hurrah, last encore. Yeah.
76 years old though, and his voice is still phenomenal. One of our favorites. Well, speaking of decorated artists, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is honoring stars for transforming the industry before this year's Oscars. Black Panther's asset Angela Bassett and comedian Mel Brooks will receive the honorary Oscars at the Governor's Awards in November. Bassett has been nominated 2 times for an Academy Award, while Brooks won his in 1969 for the producer screenplay. Film editor Carol Littleton and Sundance Institute director Michelle Statter will also be honored.
Yeah, not award season right now, but it's great to be able to have that bragging rights too, and some hardware. Some more of entertainment's finest could be getting their due in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce named Chadwick Boseman, Michelle Yeoh, Eugene Levy, and more to its class of 2024 nominees, which features some of the biggest stars in music, TV, music, and movies, and more for their impact on the industries. But a nomination doesn't actually guarantee a spot, and those who do get a ceremony during the 2-year consideration period, they have to pay a $75,000 maintenance fee to get their star. So it's like a little asterisk right there. Yeah, you're going to get awarded with your own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but you got to pay.
You just got to pay us first. I did not know that. Well, Michelle has your coast-to-coast forecast coming up after the break.
And still to come, the hurdle a national track and field team had to overcome, and the athlete who helped the country finish the race.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the banner commemorations.
All right, it just me too.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the banner commemorations.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We continue to sizzle in the south. Temperature soaring into the triple digits. You factor in the humidity. It'll feel like 115 to 120 in spots. Tracking showers and storms lingering in the northeast. Could see a few showers in the southeast parts of Florida, Miami. You could see some showers and storms. Same story in the Intermountain West. We have a few fronts that we're watching that could spark some storms. We're dry in the southwest. California, Los Angeles today, 77 degrees. Then as we look towards tomorrow, that same story sort of repeats itself in terms of the heat in the south. We're looking at 107 in Dallas tomorrow, 101 in San Antonio. You factor in the humidity, it'll feel warmer than that. More storms in the Intermountain West, parts of the upper Midwest, the Northeast, and also the Southeast. We're going to be warm in parts of southern Florida. 93 in Miami tomorrow, Tampa 92. Back to you both.
Thanks, Michelle. And still to come, the Mario-themed snack that will have the whole family dunking for joy.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see that. So much work to be done here still.